Okay, we've got a 8-second delay, Nerd Squad. It is 4:13 p.m. PST. It just turned that as the live stream was initiating, November 24th, 2024. I ran the live stream that preceded this for 12 hours and 7 minutes. They automatically cut off at 12 hours. And for some reason on the YouTube live channel, it says that they are 11 hours and 55 minutes until you start watching them. So just be advised, the same thing has applied as has been the case for the last 106 days. I didn't open my door at any point in time. No. I was distracted, in fact, because I was rating dresses for company. Now, this is a consensual recording with Mystic Gwen. To the defendants in this ongoing legal saga, the residents of Unit 207, the officers of the North Everett precinct of fraudsters, my mother, Erica Owens, my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, Richard Leandro Garcia, and the soon-to-be convicted individuals within DCYF, as well as all other named parties who've been receiving cease and desist letters from me for 14 months without abatement. I address you today as a citizen who has been the victim of your crime spree and who will be compensated extraordinarily well. This live stream is not for entertainment. If you've been watching them, the FBI has informed me, an informant, not an employee, to run them 24/7. Even when the federal felons upstairs pretend like they're not actively stalking me and go in and manually override the view count, something they're able to do. That is to say, these live streams will be running until they are either detained and arraigned and or I am released, whichever happens first. If for any reason you come online and you see there's not a live stream and the last live stream that's published doesn't include me telling you the end time, then it's a result of the federal felons upstairs criminally and illegally shutting off the internet. And I've been under instructions for 2 months now that in the event that they do that, I simply keep my door closed and locked and record without an internet connection on the $1,000 phone that they have rigged to completely wipe itself that the FBI wants for ancillary evidence. Let me remind you of the facts as meticulously documented in my cease and desist letters dated September 15th, October 15th, October 20th, November 16th, November 20th, and November 22nd. These letters are available for public viewing at facebook.com/mysticgwenlovesonlyyou. Again, that's facebook.com/mysticgwenlovesonlyyou. Again, facebook.com/mysticgwenlovesonlyyou. These letters are available for public viewing there, and they lay bare your unlawful actions, which corroborate in their entirety the threats I've been reporting that can also be viewed at my Twitter page under the highlights section published in December of last year, 2023. You can also access that Twitter page right from my Facebook homepage. On the left-hand side, there's a link. Once you're on Twitter, you're going to need to sign up for an account. Thank you, Elon. And then you're going to click on the highlights section, and you're going to see every crime that I've been a victim of since August. Was reported because it's been threatened and premeditated by every federal felon directly above my head and company who aren't here except for on weekdays. You have harassed me, stalked me, intimidated me, stolen from me. You have interfered with my legal rights and due process. You have perpetrated, according to the FBI, well over 73 plus separate counts of fraud against me. Some of you have RICO charges coming your way. You have conspired to kidnap my children. You have attempted to extort me. You have abused my disabled sons prior to your first actionable kidnapping, which was addressed in prior cease and desist letters, most notably within a month of you kidnapping my sons. You have violated my privacy through illegal digital surveillance, as you are doing right now. And you have done all this while hiding behind a facade of authority and respectability, particularly those of you who call yourselves officers of the court. You may think that you can deceive the world with your lies and manipulations. You may believe that you won't be going to prison for the rest of your lives. You may believe that the FBI hasn't been surveilling your asses for 14 months minimum. You may believe any sort of delusion that you need to tell yourselves before you're in prison for the rest of your lives. You may believe you can escape justice by pretending now to cease your unlawful activities temporarily. But you are as wrong as ever, federal felons. The truth is out there, and according to the FBI, the evidence is irrefutable. And the consequences of your actions will be severe. The FBI is watching. They have heard your panicked conversations, particularly since November 16th, whatever that means. Your desperate attempts to cover your tracks and your digital footprints. They have witnessed your blatant disregard for the law and your callous indifference to my pain and suffering, which you've inflicted upon me without abatement for 15 months as of the second week in December. You may have succeeded in delaying justice, but you will not escape it. The wheels are in motion. The indictments are coming. They will be unsealed far sooner than some of you anticipate. And when that day arrives, you will be held accountable for every crime you have committed against myself. Do not mistake my silence while you've illegally detained me these last 109 days and prevented me from accessing and utilizing the Odyssey portal while perpetrating hundreds of crimes against me without abatement for 14 months, as recent as this very moment. Do not confuse my patience for your atonement. I am not afraid of you, but all of you should be very, 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 very afraid of both the Federal Bureau of Investigation as well as your own creator. I will not be silenced, and I will not die or rest until justice has been personally served on each and every one of you, all of whom have had no immunity since the first time I sent you a cease and desist letter, i.e., for the entirety of this period of time. This is my promise to you and to the world. The truth will indeed prevail, and you will pay for every crime you have perpetrated against me. This isn't a game. This isn't a threat. This isn't a joke. This is the truth. And I already know what the FBI has in store for you. As I stated in the live stream that preceded this, during the introduction, the real countdown has indeed begun. This live stream should run until around 4 in the morning on Monday. If it ends for any reason without me telling you the time and that I'm ending it, then it was the federal felons upstairs, or the superseding live stream should launch within 5 to 10 minutes and have an introduction like this one did, where I say that it was my fault because I was doing something else and didn't realize that I had gone 5 to 10 minutes over. Have a great day. You will hear something you already heard me say because I do have instructions to play this video on a separate live stream, on a separate laptop, and make sure there's audio. So I'm going to do that in a moment here. All right, there we go. In fact, you're going to hear the whole spiel that I just went over. Let's do the whole thing again. Okay, we've got 8-second delay, Nerd Squad. It is 4:13 p.m. PST. It just turned that as the live stream was initiating, November 24th, 2024. I ran the live stream that preceded this for 12 hours and 7 minutes. They automatically cut off at 12 hours. And for some reason on the YouTube live channel it says that they are 11 hours and 55 minutes. So I'm going to start watching them. So just be advised, the same thing has applied as has been the case for the last 106 days. I can open my door at any point in time. No, I was distracted because I was reading dresses for a company. Now, this is a consensual recording with Mystic Gwen. To the defendants in this ongoing legal saga and the residents of Unit 207, the officers of the North Everett precinct of fraudsters. My mother, Erica Owens, my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, Richard Leandro Garcia, and the soon-to-be convicted individuals within DCYF, as well as all other named parties who've been receiving cease and desist letters from me for 14 months without abatement. I address you today as a citizen who has been the victim of your crime spree and who will be compensated extraordinarily well. This live stream is not for entertainment. If you've been watching them, the FBI has informed me, an informant, not an employee, to run them 24/7, even when the federal felons upstairs pretend like they're not actively stalking me and go in and manually overwrite the view count, something they're able to do. That is to say, these live streams will be running until they are either detained and arraigned, and/or I am released, whichever happens first. If for any reason you come online and you see there's not a live stream and the last live stream that's published doesn't include me telling you the end time, then it's a result of the federal felons upstairs criminally and illegally shutting off the internet. And I've been under instructions for 2 months now that in the event that they do that, I simply keep my door closed and locked and record without an internet connection on the $1,000 phone that they have rigged to completely wipe itself, that the FBI wants for ancillary evidence. Let me remind you of the facts as meticulously documented in my cease and desist letters dated September 15th, October 15th, October 20th, November 16th, November 20th, and November 22nd. These letters are available for public viewing at facebook.com/MysticGwenLovesOnlyYou. Again, that's facebook.com/MysticGwenLovesOnlyYou. Again, facebook.com/MysticGwenLovesOnlyYou. These letters are available for public viewing there, and they lay bare your unlawful actions, which cooperate in their entirety. The threats I've been reporting that can also be viewed at my Twitter page under the highlights section, published in December of last year, 2023. can also access that Twitter page right from my Facebook homepage. On the left-hand side, there's a link. Once you're on Twitter, you're going to need to sign up for an account. Thank you, Elon. And then you're going to click on the highlights section, and you're going to see every crime that I've been a victim of since August. It was reported because it's been threatened and premeditated by every federal felon directly above my head and company large here in Central Hockey case. You have harassed me, stalked me, intimidated me, stolen from me. You have interfered with my legal rights and due process. You have perpetrated, according to the FBI, well over 73 plus separate counts of fraud against me. Some of you have RICO charges coming your way. You have conspired to kidnap my children. You have attempted to extort me. You have abused my disabled sons prior to your first actionable kidnapping, which was addressed in prior cease and desist letters, most notably within a month of you kidnapping my sons. You have violated my privacy through illegal digital surveillance, as you are doing right now. And you have done all this while hiding behind a facade of authority and respectability, particularly those of you who call yourselves officers of the court. You may think that you can deceive the world with your lies and manipulations. You may believe that you won't be going to prison for the rest of your lives. You may believe that the FBI hasn't been surveilling your asses for 14 months minimum. You may believe any sort of delusion that you need to tell yourselves before you're in prison for the rest of your lives. You may believe you can escape justice by pretending now to cease your unlawful activities temporarily. But you are as wrong as ever, federal felons. The truth is out there, and according to the FBI, the evidence is irrefutable. And the consequences of your actions will be severe. The FBI is watching. They have heard your panicked conversations, particularly since November 16th, whatever that means. Your desperate attempts to cover your tracks and your digital footprints. They have witnessed your blatant disregard for the law and your callous indifference to my pain and suffering, which you've inflicted upon me without abatement for 15 months as of the second week in December. You may have succeeded in delaying justice, but you will not escape. The wheels are in motion. The indictments are coming. They will be unsealed far sooner than some of you anticipate. And when that day arrives, you will be held accountable for every crime you have committed against myself. Do not mistake my silence while you illegally detained me these last 109 days and prevented me from accessing and utilizing the Odyssey portal while perpetrating hundreds of crimes against me without abatement for 14 months, as recent as this very moment. Do not confuse my patience for your atonement. I am not afraid of you, but all of you should be very, 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 very afraid of both the Federal Bureau of Investigation as well as your own creator. I will not be silenced, and I will not die or rest until justice has been personally served on each and every one of you, all of whom have had no immunity since the first time I sent you a cease and desist letter, i.e. for the entirety of this period of time. This is my promise to you and to the world. The truth will indeed prevail, and you will pay for every crime you have perpetrated against me. This isn't a game. This isn't a threat. I stated in the live stream that preceded this during the introduction, the real countdown has indeed begun. This live stream should run until around 4 in the morning on Monday. If it ends for any reason without me telling you the time, and that I'm ending it, then it was the federal felons upstairs, or superseding live stream should launch within 5 to 10 minutes and have an introduction like this one did, where I say that it was my fault because I was doing something else and realized that I had gone 5 to 10. Great day. You will hear something you all heard. No. Hey. I'm a Jew. What's up, Nazis? What's up? Oh, that's what it's like. My mom makes awesome cookies. Better than store-bought. Don't worry, guys. There's a lot of people that get steamrolled next week, but I'm not one of them. And all the whistleblowers aren't either. So just remember, people are being steamrolled from Thanksgiving Day to, in some instances, the superseding Tuesday. Symbolically, they're getting steamrolled, guys. Oh. Rebecca Blue and her minions were typical mean girls, or as I referred to them much later in therapy, child sadists. Her dad was on the school board, so naturally Rebecca was queen bitch on the playground. Who's your new friend for us? My name's Angela. I was just showing her my special face. You're a freak, Lori. Don't you know creepy old homeless guys live out here? It's dangerous. You said to stay away from the monkey bars and swings. I didn't have anywhere else to go. Yeah, well, maybe I'll let you stay in your special place. If you do nothing. Well, these options, I don't fit any of them, but I'm going to do skilled manual worker. Why not? Need one of those mushrooms. I need my hands. I need my hands. Don't say it was. It's not going to hurt you, Four Eyes. We had mushrooms with dinner last night. You sure? I mean, I don't think it's such a good idea. I'll tell you what. You eat this mushroom, and I'll let you in your little... So it sounds a little bit like there's a crazy stalker outside right now. Either that or there's just somebody that's like hyperventilating while on the phone in the alley. Okay. But I can't make out what they're saying. You can't eat that. Shut up. No one's talking. You better get out of my face. Or what? What's the new girl gonna do? I'll show you where to put that mushroom, you little bitch. Oh. My parents were flower power pacifists. Me? Not so much. Rebecca, you gonna let her talk to you like that? Oh, shut up, Chrissy. Now it's dead silent. Dance assignment today. Don't want to mess with my clothes. Come on. So, I guess we'll see you later when the bodyguards come around here. Thanks. Are you okay? Yeah, it's just my asthma. Hey, you want to come over after school? As it turns out, Lori only lived a couple blocks down the street from me. We would walk to her place after school and hang out watching cartoons, drawing unicorns, rainbows, or our favorite boy band. Lori's mom would come home from work and start baking. I guess it was her therapy. Lori's father didn't seem to be in the picture. Aww. Look at him, really everything. Aww. He likes you. I think you're his best friend now. You're a big girl. Yes, ma'am. What a crazy Lori.
don't want you feeding your hamster under the table again. Angela, you are welcome to stay with me.
Thanks, Mrs. Keegan. I've got homework tonight, though. I'd better be getting back.
Okay. So, maybe tomorrow night? No? Lori, go wash your hands.
Okay, Mom.
So, Angela, how are things in school?
Okay, I guess. It's a while to get to know everybody until
Your family moves around a lot?
Yes, ma'am. My dad works for the forestry commission. We've been all over the state. 1 year I went to 3 different schools.
Oh, my word. I bet that was quite an adjustment.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think Lori is ever going to get settled in here. It's been tough for her. We moved about 2 years ago. Of course, Lori's different.
What do you mean?
She's just very sensitive. Doesn't have a thick skin. I know the kids at school give her a hard
Every time I see
but
this one, this qualifier.
anyway, thanks for being her friend, Angela. You mean a lot to her.
Busted, Mom. You're a cookie monster, too. That's sweet.
Well, the chef has to sample her cuisine, right? Okay, Miss Angela, you better run home. Some storm clouds out there.
Thanks for the treats, Mrs. Keegan.
You're welcome, dear.
Sure you're gonna go? Yeah. Hey, I'll see you tomorrow at school, okay? Okay. Mom? Mom, is that you? Lori? You really make me love yourself. What are you doing here? Lori, why do you want to look home? Mom, just let me stay with her. Never. Yeah, come on.
That was the first time Lori visited my bedroom. Only that night, she was just a frightened little girl. Not something else.
Mississippi. Oh, Mississippi. Poor Mississippi. What are you doing? Trying to figure out how far off the lightning is.
My parents didn't bother locking doors back then. I think they must have been in the commune or something, so they still had an open door policy.
The power is out. You think they'll cancel school? Nah, I'm sure we'll be back on tomorrow. Hey, Angela. Do you believe in ghosts? Me? I think my aunt came to visit me, like right after the funeral. Really? Is it creepy? At first? Yeah. But she was friendly. Like Casper. No, silly. Not like Casper. Just like a normal person. Smiling. I think she wanted me to know that she was okay. Like, she was in a cool place. Like Disneyland? Oh, I don't know. Maybe you got ESP. My mom says some people are open to see things. Spirits. You know? Like that. Maybe. But we need to get some sleep. One more thing. What is it? What do you think about Paul Lockhart? The boy who sits next to me in science. Yeah. Don't you think he looks like Jordan Knight? New kids, Jordan Knight? Yeah, Rocky. He looks nothing like. Hey. You like him, don't you? Maybe. He's sort of cute. I guess. Kind of. Maybe. I'll talk to him if you want me to. Don't you dare! Good night, Lori. Good night.
I wish I could say things changed for Lori. but it only got worse. That day, we had some kind of class party, and we each supplied refreshments. Laurie brought a big plate of pink frosted cookies that her mom had baked the night before. She served them to the other kids, but they wouldn't eat them.
Ew. Oh, God. Lori, these are disgusting. Did you make them out of cow patties? They're good, I swear. I wouldn't feed those to my dog. Mom did them. She said, "Let me stop." I don't feel like thinking today. Get lost, Four Eyes.
Rebecca, please be polite, or I'll have the red flag keys on something.
Here you go. Thanks, Lori. If they don't eat them, that's just more for us. Right.
Her mom's cookies were delicious. Rebecca and her gang were just malicious little jerks.
Sit up here. Nobody else does. Yeah?
Yeah, I thought she was slow or something. But I guess she's kind of normal, huh? The only problem is, you're hanging out with Lori. You're not going to be more popular.
I'm not sure if Paul Lockhart felt sorry for Laurie or me. I was pretty self-righteous back then. High ideal. Maybe I shouldn't still resent Laurie's tormentors as much as I do. They were kids at the time. I'm sure most of them had no clue just how much their words stung Laurie. If only their cruelty had been restrained to just words. All right, class, let's get started. Who wants to be up first for show and tell? Volunteers?
I'll go.
Thank you, Laurie. What do we have here today?
This is Gizmo, and he's a golden hamster. He's almost 1 year old, and as you can see, he likes to eat a lot, mostly apple slices.
Wow. Do you see him?
No, we better keep Gizmo in his cage.
That's probably a good idea. He's kind of an escape artist. One time, he got loose and went swimming in the bathtub with my mom.
I bet she wasn't real happy about that.
Neither was Gizmo.
How big does he get?
Not much bigger. He'll always fit in the palm of your hand.
I began to hope Laurie would be embraced by the other kids. Accepted. Seemed like it could have been a turning point. But it was not to be.
Oh no! It's eating it! It's eating it!
Take your seats. Kids, take. Oh my God.
Oh no! It's eating it! Swallow it! What happened? Is Gizmo okay?
Laurie, let's not look at this. Go with me. Someone in this class is in deep trouble. There was a snake in the terrarium at the back of the classroom. A decent-sized king snake, as I recall. One of the boys had caught it a week or two before and kept it there. While Mrs. Flowers was occupied, Rebecca had pulled Gizmo from his container and dropped him into the terrarium. Of course, that snake did what snakes do.
Hey. Hey.
Are you okay? Raise your hand.
On the dresser.
Here.
Thanks.
How bad is it? Your asthma.
As long as I have my inhaler, I'm okay.
Guess what? Rebecca got suspended. She'll be gone the rest of the week.
I heard.
You want me to beat her ass?
No. If you get suspended, I won't have any friends. Everyone's
That's not true.
do Why do they have to be so cruel? Guess who never hurt anyone?
I don't know, Lori.
I know it's wrong, but sometimes I wish I could make Rebecca pay what she did. Feel the pain that she caused.
Karma?
What's karma?
Something my books always say. Whatever good you do in the world comes back to you. But the same for bad.
How do you make karma?
You don't make it. Just happens.
You think there's a place for hamsters after they die?
If there's a place for us, then there's gotta be a place for us. Right?
I guess so. Hi.
There's
What's up?
listen, that whole thing that happened with the snake, I just wanted you to know, I didn't have faith in it. If I'd seen it happen, I would have warned you.
Are you sure? Seems like you're just as scared of Rebecca as everyone else is.
I'm not scared of a bunch of girls.
Whatever. I gotta go meet Lori.
No, it's dangerous that way. That spot where you guys hang out, you know, back in the woods.
That's not dangerous.
Bugs and burnouts and
I haven't seen any.
well, you wouldn't. You're watching the tree.
Oh, you're so full of it.
Hey, I'm just saying. It might not be so simple.
You know, Lori thinks you're a good guy. I'm not sure why, but she does. Why don't you try to be nice to her? It wouldn't cost you anything.
Okay? I'll be nice to Lily. But first, you have to do something for me.
What?
Come on. I want to show you something. You see? All those old houses across the street?
So,
There's more back in the woods. Falling apart. All the homeless guys live back there. My dad calls it dirt time. They don't work. They don't have any food. So they're like cannibals or something. Sometimes, if they're real hungry, they eat kids.
that's stupid.
It's true.
Maybe they're just poor. You ever think of that?
There's an old dude by the name of Mad Mike. You know, he's killed people for being a nasty boy. He lives back.
If he's killed people, why isn't he in prison?
I don't know. I'm just telling you what I heard. Your folks just moved here. They probably don't even know this stuff.
Well, thanks for the warning. Are you gonna be nice to Lori now?
Yeah.
Is that all you wanted? You better not try and kiss me.
Get over yourself.
Oh, crap! I forgot about Lori.
Let her get to class.
Lori wasn't in class for the remainder of the day. Of course, it wasn't unusual for her to fake an illness and go home early. After school, it became painfully clear that something was terribly wrong. Lori had vanished. Back then, ambulance weren't a thing, but even so, a forensic search was in evidence. It was nearly nightfall when we found her. I showed Mrs. Keegan, along with a group of concerned parents and teachers, the spot in the woods where Lori used to spend recess.
Oh my god!
The spot I was supposed to meet her at. Her special place.
Lori! Oh god, you did it! You did this to you!
Lori had been tied to a tree.
Oh my god, Lori!
Her face was pale. So pale. Her lips blew. I knew immediately that she was already gone. Her inhaler lay at her feet. Laurie accepted the natural attack, but couldn't raise it to her mouth. Her wrists tied to her sides. She had asphyxiated, unable to lift her healing just a few more inches. The next days were a blur of grief and regret. If I had just met her that day in the woods like her friend, maybe none of this would have. I had my suspicions who was responsible. Nobody fessed up. No one would have looked tying Laurie to that tree. Some in town suspected a homeless person living in the woods might be responsible. Someone like Mad Mike. The charges were never brought. There would be no justice for her. No karma. She'd never have a chance to grow up. A few weeks after her funeral, though, I would see Laurie again.
Who's there?
I didn't see her at first there in the darkness, but as my vision focused, a silhouette began to take shape, framed by the open doorway. A raw, earthy odor hung in the air, like freshly turned soil.
Nerd Squad, I'm getting surveys, terminate, bounce back, secured portals are the only ones that have opened at all
Yes.
at 4:55 p.m.
Other than honest.
She slid under the covers and curled up right next to me. Her icy breath stung my neck.
Can I tell you a secret? It's not like they say it is after you die. It's nothing like that.
Clearing cookies.
I don't want to know. It's okay.
Well, Nerd Squad, it says that I've cleared them 3 times now, and yet when I click on it, it shows that it hasn't cleared anything. Now I'm where the cached images are that you guys like me to get rid of, clearing data from there. 4:57 p.m. Upstream request timeout on Spotify again, 4:58 p.m.
inspired to live community 30 years ago. Roberta Sanchez reports and digs into this true crime mystery goes back investigators for decades.
Laura, would you put my teeth down?
Protesters seem to set out of the state capitol over a recent week.
Thanks. Infection Connection. This is Angela speaking.
Hi there. Angela?
Yes, how can I help?
Angela, this is Paul Rocker. Now, I don't know if you remember me, but we were classmates back in grade school.
Wow, that's quite a flashback. Paul Lockhart. I don't think I've seen you since, what, fifth grade? What do you do?
Oh, I'm well. Living the dream, as they say. I happened to be back in town for a short stay. I was trying to reconnect with some friends here. Ben Hattie had told me about your big shop there in town, so I figured I'd give you a buzz.
Cool, well, it's great to hear from you. But yeah, I moved back here and opened a business a couple years ago. You know, it hasn't changed much, but I guess that's true for a small town.
Got that one. Listen, I don't know what your schedule is, but I'd love to have a chat and catch up.
Oh, sure. Well, let's see. Tonight isn't good, but maybe tomorrow after 6?
Absolutely. That's great. I'll give you a buzz tomorrow. We'll take it from there.
Awesome. I look forward to it.
Okay. Sounds like a plan.
Paul Lockhart. It had taken endless therapy and vow from what happened to find peace. My youth, as well as much of my adulthood, had been troubled. I'd been through one failed relationship after another. Broken marriage. No children, now 4 family. It's not easy being intimate with someone when you're haunted by a ghost. And every time thunder rumbles, you fear that unwelcome visitor might be buried. So I traveled, tried to run away. Lori, she always found me there.
Hi there.
Oh my God! I never recognized you in a million years.
Well, a little less hair on top. You look great.
You don't have to lie, but thanks.
Appreciate you meeting me out here by the old school.
I'm shocked they haven't told us that.
It's actually scheduled for demolition from what I know. You want to step inside? Have a key for old time's sake?
Yeah. I don't. I'm not sure what drew me back to life before these years later. Memories, unfinished business. Even after the progress I've made, I still seem to be grasping some form of closure.
Wow. Looks like you've really done a number on this place.
I think local kids treated like a schoolhouse or something.
Everything that's happened here, sometimes I wonder if it's not cursed myself.
Yeah. Bad mojo.
So, confession time. I had such a crush on you back in 5th grade.
No, really?
Yeah, I'm a sucker for freckles, I guess. But, with that said, I don't want you to think that I've invited you here under false pretenses. I'm a writer for a news magazine these days. I'm working on a documentary about the Briar Cliff tragedy.
Sort of a true crime thing?
Sort of. Anyway, if things go well, they may auction it out to a streaming service like Netflix or Amazon. Not to get ahead of myself. That'd be a pretty big deal.
Nice. And since you were here back then, I guess it kind of gives you a unique perspective.
Right. Now, understand, you want to treat this with as
Oh,
much respect
I
as
know
possible.
what it is.
So,
Good.
you were friends with him then.
Yeah. We're only friends.
The missing girls. All that began weeks after Lori died. One by one, they vanished without a trace. Not a shred of evidence. No suspects. Some theories suggest there's a common thread.
You think it's tied to Lori?
Maybe. Either way, it'll make a great story.
What if I told you I know what happened?
You're joking.
Do you believe in ghosts?
Ghosts? What does that have to do with the case?
I want to show you something.
This is where they got her.
That's right. Tied to that tree.
Jesus. It's a hell of a joke, isn't it?
What's that?
Reverse. It's a reverse way of dispensing treatment. Those girls torment her every day. The rest of us just watch. We're the only one who even gave her the time of day. It's a tragedy. Of course, my business, tragedy sells.
That's all this is to you. The payday.
Y'all gotta make a living, right? You sell cakes glazed with frosting and sprinkles. I tell stories. True crime stories. Sometimes with a cherry on top. Like that ghost actor, for example. Want to elaborate?
You don't feel any guilt over what happened?
Guilt? Sure. I do. I mean, after all, I'm somewhat to blame for what happened.
Really? How so?
Well, it was a long time ago, but I'll never forget that day. Rebecca had some time for left it. It wasn't a bakery or some shit like that. No, it was those two. I'm sure they didn't expect her to die, but unfortunately, that doesn't change things, does it? Oddly enough, both will vanish without a trace. Almost like Lori had somehow reached the grave and snuffed out.
How do you know this?
Well, it shames me to admit, but see, I was part of Rebecca's list. That day, she asked me to distract you while they had Lori back here in the woods behind the school. I didn't want you interfering with things.
Oh, is that going to be the big reveal of your documentary? Some tear-filled 11th-hour confession?
Maybe. Ultimately, though, it doesn't resolve anything, does it? After all, we know what happened to Lori. Back to Bruno and the others. That's still a mystery. Not the ghost.
You're not going to believe it.
It doesn't matter. People like ghost stories. People like karma. If you're going to tell me that Lori came back and took revenge, well, that's juicy stuff, but
That's not exactly what happened. I'm not sure what came back.
The cookies didn't work on clearing Nerd Squad. It's 5:08. I'm still logged into every single account except for perhaps Yahoo
Stand here.
and TV streaming
Stand against the
services.
truth.
okay.
Do you feel that?
Ergo, I haven't been able to do that final task you asked me to do because the female upstairs is confident she's successfully blocked any way for me to do
You
that.
didn't feel either. The others.
So why don't you show her what you can do, Nerd Squad?
What others?
Wink, wink.
What emerges from the foot of the tree looks like a massive black serpent. Something out of a demon's acid-fueled nightmare. It wraps itself around Paul's legs. Instinctively, I back away.
Oh my god. What happened?
This reptile is equipped with venomous fangs.
What is this thing? Puppy!
No, it's a constrictor.
Angela, what are you doing?
Much like the snake that squeezed the life from Lori's hamster and consumed it whole. Only
Still
this
getting
dark
portal
insidious
secured
creature's
entry
life
every
is
time. It doesn't just DQ, and that time it DQ'd, and I got portal secured entry.
large
Nerd
enough to
Squad.
devour man. Its impossibly wide mouth unhinging. Open. Swallow. With Rebecca and the others, I had not dared watch. Didn't have to stay. I'm not sure why I chose to stay this time. I kind of wish I hadn't. just like that, it's done. The serpent slithers back into the earth, its prey forming an oversized lump within the walls of its huge undulating nuts, like something out of a child's fever dream. I'm not certain what dark spell that spot in the woods holds. Laurie's special place. I am sure, though, that I never want to go back there again.
In a bizarre twist, news magazine journalist Paul Lockhart has gone missing while investigating the murder of abductions from 30 years ago. Authorities have not uncovered evidence of foul play at this time, but are not ruling it out. He was last seen 3 days ago, so investigators are urging anyone who might have information to come forward. There's a toll-free helpline at the bottom of your screen, and we'll update you on this story as it develops. Coming up, Weather with meteorologist Chad Hooker. It looks like we might be in store for thunder rumors this evening.
That's right.
What do you know? A storm on the horizon tonight. And once again, we sit in the waiting room. An unspeakable dread creeping into my mind. I hope, I pray that my debt is paid, that this might have been the last further favor that I owe dear Laurie, the last time we must make fun. I pray that she might finally be at peace. Yet, I find myself still gripped by fear. But this is why, you ask? To Mississippi. Why? I suspect there is very little shred of Laurie left in this bloodthirsty thing that has haunted me since childhood. I can never be sure that its hunger will be satisfied.
You have been listening to Campfire Radio Theatre. Tonight's tale, The Ghost of Laurie Keegan, was written, directed, and produced by John Ballantyne. Additional voice direction by Blaine Hicklin and Kevin Hartnett. Featured in the cast were Erica Sanderson as Angela, Tanya Milosevic as Laurie, Owen McEwen as Adult Paul, James Hicklin as Young Paul, Blythe Haynes as Laurie's mother, Shelby Sesma as Linda Waterwood as the teacher, Julie Hoverson as the news anchor, Kevin Hartnell as the meteorologist, and N.J. Hartnell as Mitzi. Also featured were Amelia Hicklin, Teresa Ballantyne, and Luke Pruitt.
Nerd Squad, they're still redirecting from upstairs. Anything to prevent the delivery from tomorrow.
Original score by
Let's
Kevin
check and
Hartnett.
see if they've canceled or
Sound
if they'll be
by
waiting till
John
Wednesday for
Ballantyne.
it to be delayed or
Additional
lost, as
sound
they've done for
courtesy
14
of
plus
Free
months
Sound
without
Production.
abatement.
Mixing and post-production by John Ballantyne. Share the horror and visit us at CampfireRadioTheatre.com and on Facebook at Campfire Radio Theatre. You love role-playing, science fiction, and history. What if there was a podcast that brought all these things you love together in a deep, dramatic experience you'll never forget? Enter the Twilight Histories, a campaign-style storytelling podcast that casts you as the hero. With the Twilight Histories, you will travel to exotic worlds spread across the multiverse. Some are familiar, others are totally exotic. You'll visit Egypt, locked in an ice age. You'll follow Napoleon into India. You'll explore Greece, terraformed by dinosaurs. Choose your adventure and experience a world of time. The Twilight Histories was awarded Apple's Best of 2019. Listen to the Twilight Histories wherever you find your podcasts. Now, step on the platform and let's get you on your way. Welcome, friend. Have a seat by the fire. Make yourself comfortable. The mall Santas adjacent to the food court were always a mixed lot. Some were too young, some too narrow at the hip, nearly all sporting a ridiculous fake beard. But one particular mall Santa seemed to wear the red suit like he owned it. This Saint Nick bellowed, laughed, cheerily sharing stories and delighting children with individually wrapped sacks of candy treats. Yet, there was something in his eyes that sent a chill colder than the North Pole. Something dark and lifeless. You're listening to Campfire Radio Theater. Tonight we rekindle that old world tradition of spinning ghost stories during the holiday season with a tale from the jolly pen of John Patton. It's called The Bones of St. Nicholas.
You're not gonna believe this son of a bitch. I've been sitting here in the car waiting 30 minutes. Still no sign of him and the midlife crisis mobile. Traffic sucks today. I'm supposed to go over Pinedale. And Kate, I'm not. You know what I think about the right? Here's the thing. I don't want you to spiral out of control on Christmas Eve. I mean, after what he did to you. I'm good. He always manages to squeeze a little extra time with Susie, though. It's like a little game. Oh, finally, I think that's him going in. Well, try not to murder anyone, okay? I'll meet you at the mall in about an hour. Maybe meet you and Susie to grab lunch. Sounds cool. I'll catch you later.
Hey, Mom, look what Daddy got me.
Wow, isn't that just great?
I can tell you or Daddy anytime I want to them.
That's awesome, honey. Why don't you hop in the car while I have a word with Daddy, all right?
Okay, Mom.
Hey, sorry we're running late. Traffic's killing you today.
Yeah, I know. I've been in it.
So, you gonna run?
Lance, really? An iPhone?
Come on, Belinda, what's the big deal? How many kids her age have cell phones these days?
She's 8, Lance. You bought her a $1,000 phone that she'll probably drop in the toilet 4 days ahead. But hey, it's her college fund, right?
Well, it would be nice not to have to go through you to speak to her.
You can't call at 10 o'clock on a school night and expect her to be awake.
It wasn't that late.
She's in bed by 9. How late do you let her stay up? I have to wrestle her into bed every time she comes home.
Forget it. I'm in no mood for this shit. If you're gonna go total bitch cakes about a damn phone,
Hey, Mom. You're reading the case meeting?
You tell her not to set foot over here, or I swear to God, I will curse on her.
everything's fine, babe. This custody situation is bullshit. My lawyer will be in touch. Happy holidays, bitch.
Merry Christmas, asshole.
Look, Mom, I'm already at 500 points.
That's great, Vicky. How did things go with your dad?
Okay. Boy was over there the whole time. I think she loves me now. Are we gonna eat?
We're late to change up your wish list?
Oh, please.
We'll see what we can do. Look at this. Hey, Bisher, a new friggin' phone. Can't you just enjoy being a kid for another year or two? Chill out. I mean, like you say, Susie will probably leave it on the playground or spill a juice box on it anyway. God, it just makes me so angry. You know what I would like for Christmas? I would like to see him and his bitchy little girlfriend strung up and served on a platter.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, baby, you tired of the carousel?
Yeah. I'm gonna get him one for Santa.
I thought Santa's on the other side of the mall.
No, Mom. He's right there.
I know. Didn't see him earlier. He must have just set up shop. That's gonna be good. Short line too, right next to the food court. Go ahead, sweet. We'll keep an eye on you.
Thanks, Mom.
Ever think about getting back on the dating scene? It was time for that. You're right. Oh, please. He was sleeping around with this one girl when we were still together, trying to help her music career along. There's a cute guy in the office I could totally set you up with. I don't know. Maybe after the holidays. Hey, girl. Take one of these tonight before you settle in. Do not, and I repeat, do not mix with alcohol. You look like you could use a good night's sleep. Thanks. Isn't that obvious? You still have shopping to do? It depends on what's on Susie's last-minute Santa list. Well, good luck. Lunch is on. You sure? Yeah, no problem. I'll give you a buzz later, okay? Okay.
Well, who do we have here?
Susie.
You want to come over and sit on Santa's knee, Susie?
Sure.
Oh, there you go.
Is that a real beard?
Well, give it a tug and see for yourself.
That's okay. You've seen one from last week.
You can't be too careful, Susie. There are a lot of imitations out there.
That's what I heard.
Yeah, now, let's get down to business. Tonight's the big night, you know. Something special you have in mind for Christmas morning? Something you'd like to see under the tree?
I'd like a Plato Arts and Crafts kit, a baby Yoda, and one of those things that project stars on the ceiling so I don't get scared at night.
I'll see what I can do, sweetheart. Anything else old Santa can do for you?
Susie?
Yeah. Can I whisper it in your ear?
Well, sure you can.
What I want for Christmas.
You might be in luck. That happens to be Santa's specialty. Looks like your mother is waiting for you there.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, honey. We need to get a move on, okay?
I'll have some candy for the road.
Thanks.
Oops, a daisy.
Did you have a good visit with Mr. Claus?
Look, Mom, reindeer feathers.
I see. Any last-minute shopping tips for the munchkin?
Oh, I've got you covered.
Really? So she doesn't want anything?
Oh, she does. But it's on the house, ma'am. We'll deliver this evening. So, unless there's something else?
Wow, I didn't know the store did that. Sure saves my bacon. Thanks, Santa.
Oh, my pleasure, ma'am.
Do you have our address?
It's in the system.
Super. Okay. Come on, Susie. It looks like we might get home early.
Thank you.
What am I doing? Just my buzz on with a bottle of red. Please tell me that you didn't take one of those pills already.
Uh-oh.
Linda, you're not supposed to mix alcohol.
You're the one that told me I needed to relax. So I'm relaxed. I've kicked my shoes off, and this couch is feeling awfully comfy right now.
Where's Susie?
She's upstairs playing on her new phone. Visions of sugar plums or whatever kids dream about these days, dancing in a little noggin. I'm gonna go tuck her in shortly so I can play the whole Santa Claus routine. Look, I just called to thank you. This is the first time in a while I've really been able to unwind.
Wow, you deserve it.
That might be too relaxed.
Uh-oh. Better kickstart Operation Santa soon. So call me tomorrow. Fill me in on how Christmas morning goes. Just not too early.
Oh, that's right. We don't have kids, so it's an option. Will do.
Merry Christmas!
Yeah, very humbug to you too. Susie, what is it, baby?
I got a surprise.
A surprise? What time is it?
Look who came to visit.
Hello, Miss McCarthy.
Jesus Christ. What are you doing here?
It's Santa, Mom.
I see that, but what the hell are you doing in my living room?
Your delivery, ma'am. I'm running behind this evening. My apologies. I'll just set these under your tree.
And how did you even get in the house?
Oh, the usual way. And upstairs, chatting with your daughter while you slept.
Susie, come here.
Oh, didn't mean to startle you.
You delivered these gifts personally? How much do I owe?
All part of the service.
Look, Mom. I got Santa's personal number on my phone. Now I can call him anytime.
Oh, well, isn't that really weird? Here, let me grab a poster ticket, okay?
Well, that won't be necessary, ma'am. But if you don't mind, those cookies look awful inviting.
Sure. Have some for the room.
Much obliged. Oh, reminds me of someone. This
Oh, dear Godzilla. I'm so grateful that I'm not one of the idiots that's going to be fucked
Who was it?
for the rest of their lives in prison
Sweet tooth.
Is that one of your elves?
because they conspired to kidnap my children for a litany of reasons, most notably to cover the crimes they're going to be convicted of regardless that they perpetrated before the first actual kidnapping. And every idiot that came and got on a live stream, including the many that I haven't set to public yet.
You ever heard of Bobster Susie, the Mafia?
All without immunity.
Don't let her watch those kind of movies.
The knock-knock lawsuits
Well, that's okay. I'll give you the PG.
going to be unnecessary from what the FBI has stated.
What they call
I'll be getting a sizable amount of money
somebody
without needing to
stepped
file
out of line,
those.
didn't behave himself, didn't do what they were supposed to do, and Tommy took care of them. He rubbed them out, you see?
What is that?
And, well, Susie, you know how the milk in your fridge has an expiration date? People have an expiration date too. Some of them just don't know it yet. And Tommy was kind of a reverse milkman. Instead of delivering the milk, he disposed of it when it went bad.
What's a milk?
Nothing, sweetie.
Every Christmas, Tommy would dress up as Santa for the kids. Tommy loved kids, loved the light and sparkle in their eyes during the holidays. It was something that melted his heart, you know. Lots Lots of folks didn't think old Tommy had a heart, but he did. Anyway, those boys and girls would sit on Tommy's knee every year, tell him what they wanted for Christmas, and he would hand out candy. And ended up eating a lot of candy himself.
That's how he got the name.
Tommy Sweet Tooth, right you are. And the problem was, Tommy had kicked off a few people. Of course, it was bound to happen being in that business. So, one Christmas Eve, Tommy himself got rubbed out in a back alley, leaving an orphanage, all decked out in his Santa suit, a bag of leftover peppermints scattered on the icy street.
Where is this going?
You might suspect that would be where Tommy's story ended. But no. I don't know what you might call it. A Christmas miracle, divine intervention of some kind, or a dark magic. But from that moment forward, every Christmas Eve, Tommy came back, still in his Santa suit, still visiting the kids, still trying to make wishes come true. Some say he made a promise to the Almighty as he lay there bleeding out on the street. A promise he'd make things right if he could just come back once a year. Some say he made a pact with something else.
Did you just Wikipedia this whole story? I mean, this says that Tommy Sweet Tooth de Blasio was murdered in 1947. The hit organized by the Franco family. De Blasio had long-standing connections to the Chicago mob and even associated with numerous famed gangsters. So, what are you trying to say?
Just a little ghost story. Used to be a tradition many years ago, telling ghost stories on Christmas Eve.
Can you tell us another?
Well, I'm afraid it's nearly your bedtime, little one. Wouldn't you agree, ma'am?
Yes, I would. Susie, run upstairs and brush your teeth. I'll be up in a minute to tuck you in.
But I want to stay here with Santa.
Oh, you have to get some sleep, Susie. Only good girls that obey their mom get gifts in the morning.
Okay.
Good night, dear.
Good night, Santa.
Cut the shit. I don't know what kind of game you're playing, but
There's no game. I have a gift for you, too.
look, I've had a long day, so
I'll be off after you've seen your guest.
okay. Where is it?
This way.
Seems a little creepy. You're so familiar with my home, don't you think?
All comes with it, John.
Look, you're not friggin' Santa Claus, and you're sure as hell not some mafioso from 1947, okay? This was my husband's studio. What were you doing in here? Oh my God! What is going on here?
Your daughter wanted you to have something special. Apparently, she overheard something about wanting your ex-husband and his lover sprung up and served on a platter.
I didn't literally mean it. Uncle, this is insane.
Well, that probably wouldn't be wise, considering the questions that would come up. The fact that these two are both found gagged on your property.
How exactly did you manage this?
He knows when you've been sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows if you've been bad or good. So, good, for heaven's sake.
Listen to me. I don't really want this.
Oh, sure you do. Oh, ever picture this scene in your mind? Delicious, isn't it?
No.
Fly to Santa. Now, I usually don't do the whole torture bit. It gets really messy. But since we're in the sound-insulated studio and no one can hear their screams, I'll make an exception.
Torture. What are you?
Let's see what we have here in the cell.
Jesus, what are you playing?
There's Lead blow hammer, duct tape, heavy-duty clippers. Those are sharp. Oh, here we go. Propane torch. Yes, very effective.
Listen to me.
Tools of the trade have come a long way.
No, Bucky, stop.
Now, once I commit to a job, Miss McCarthy, it's kind of a point of no return. After all, I am a professional.
A professional? What?
I suppose we could try something a little different, though. More festive.
Just let us go. We won't tell anyone. Please.
Well, you're right about that. Dead men or women tell no tales.
Just let us go.
Since it's Christmas, I could let one of you go. I mean, it would be entirely up to Miss McCarthy. I'm perfectly content with snuffing both of you.
I'm not okay with snuffing anyone in my house.
Now, Lance, may I call you Lance? Lance, you feel free to do the chivalrous thing and spare your beloved Gwen here. Step up, volunteer your own head for the chopping block, and I'll let Gwen go. No, nothing. We could flip a coin, but that would be so pedestrian.
Just let them both go.
I've got it. Our Miss Gwen here is such a songbird. Why don't you sing something for us? Something seasonal.
I can't sing like this.
Oh dear, calm down. Make us run. Let's pretend like you're auditioning for one of those competitions. Miss McCarthy and myself will be judges. The prize, you don't have to die.
Please don't.
Now, what shall we say? Jingle bells, wish you a Merry Christmas,
I can't.
Silent Night, Good King Wenceslas.
I can't do.
You sing before I slick you ear to ear.
Holy night. The stars are brightly shining. This night of our dear Savior's birth. Long lay the world in sin and sorrow.
Stop! Jesus! For the Christ! Your turn. Impress us. You're a goddamn psychopath! Time is ticking. For God's sakes, Melinda, stop standing there and call 911. You got a phone in your hand. You're going to be an accessory to this job if you don't do something.
An accessory. I have nothing to do with it.
Oh, I get it. I get it now. This is some kind of joke. You want to teach me a lesson because I walked out of this shit show of a marriage. Is that it?
None of this is my idea.
I finally get my life back. Get things back on track. Now you and some demented Santa Claus are going to stomp on everything I worked for?
Everything you worked for? Oh, so sorry. I guess Susie and I were a real cock block for you. I only hope you find it.
We're going to Maryland for a few days.
Please find it on the danger.
Nowhere to run to, baby. Nowhere to hide. Spoiler alert, I'm watching a movie obviously made by somebody who has a fun imagination. It's called Implanted. I think it's in Spanish. Came out in 2021, apparently. It's about some single mom who's broke and agrees to get some sort of like Elon Musk telepathy like implant. Unnecessary, I might add, as any mediocre software engineer can explain to you. But apparently, the implant has AI, and the AI is taking over her body and using her as a host. So she's fighting it like the Thing. She'll probably end up chopping it out, I would imagine. Seems like a simple solution. But if you don't want to hear spoiler alerts, then you'll want to tune away. And it looks like it is in Spanish, maybe. Subtitles are in English. Gravitas Productions. In 2023, 3 years after the global pandemic, the first personal diagnostic monitoring chip appears. The market leader, Dynamic Healthcare, starts conducting private human testing with their new LEXX program. Implanted. Here's my problem with these like movies and a lot of people who talk about implants, like conspiracy theorists or truth tellers that are labeled that, whatever the case may be. Anybody who understands the way the internet works, anyone, knows that the internet is not only all around us, it's literally going through our body. Wouldn't it be fair to assume that no implant would be necessary? Especially given a lot of other things that I'm not authorized to point out. I mean, just for those of you who understand the way the internet works. Or to put it another way, those of you that understand the way that radio frequencies work, if you understand the way that radio frequencies work, you probably already understand that it would be quite possible for transmissions to come through in ways that perhaps don't require speakers. Anyway, this movie may or may not be good. I fucking hate TV. I don't want to be watching TV at all. This is what I'm stuck doing on the 109th day of being held hostage while being prevented from working, having my sons kidnapped, being actively stalked, having numerous fraudulent, ineffective, invalid, in no way legally binding documents left outside of my front door. Illegally and criminally in violation of ADA and various other rights and laws, and of course, concurrent with 14 months of cease and desist letters, which have all included in don't use third and fourth parties like you've been premeditating from the condo directly above my home of 12 years for the past 14 months. Again, head over to my Twitter, click on the highlights section, and read what's right there on the tip top, according to a couple of friends of mine. Published December of 2023. And then realize I'm still waiting for these people to be put in prison, and then I'm going to be paid a lot of money for this bullshit. But once again, my mood today is very much a Jew, meaning, wow, yet again, it's like I'm in the film Idiocracy, the sequel, and I'm a female protagonist, surrounded by fucking idiots. Also, I did start bleeding out of my vagina again today, so there's always that. Hooray for periods. Highly recommend menstrual cups, women. If you don't have some yet, I don't know what you've been doing for over a decade. Get some menstrual cups. Okay, I don't think it's in Spanish anymore because the really cheesy beginning credits are all in English. Oh, federal felons, I'm so excited for you guys to be detained or put in the Fairfield to wait to give testimony, whichever one. But I do realize that the more you delay, the more you will pay. Something I've been saying since you first started stealing thousands of dollars from me, February 2nd, 2024. Oh boy, that'll be very much a finding of fact. Oh, and hey, to the whistleblowers, what's up? You're cool. They're equal. Nobody actually says that, by the way. Seriously. Not once they're out of elementary school. I don't know if you can hear the movie or not, but the lady was like, "My mom is the most important thing in my whole life." She's like in her mid-30s. There is no woman alive in their mid-30s that would say that. Honestly. Not a one. Not a one.
Unfortunately, his illness is cursed. Many efforts go into a stress lifestyle. Traveling and exercises, meditating, writing a journal, and cultivating relationships. Yeah, you want to throw in a boyfriend too? And it's not like I'm single by choice. Sure, it's free. Single, serious, Jamie single. You? Because I am Felix. You be hurt. Sorry, Lex. I understand. Good morning, Sarah.
Little kitty.
Hours and 21 minutes. During this time, it is important to practice daily routines like washing your face in the morning.
This movie just like starts out right in some crap. Good thing I read the synopsis because it literally started out with a girl that I think is supposed to be homeless talking to herself only to then realize it's an implant, and now we know she was part of a study. 12 minutes in, and she's lying on the ground on top of the roof. The software engineer, lady.
To follow my instructions.
You're accepting my instructions.
Do not attempt to remove the chip. Do not attempt to make contact with anyone. You will obey or you will die. In a few seconds, I will activate a low oxygen level in your blood. This will cause static changes in your myocardium. Stop resisting or you will die.
Sorry. Sorry. I must die.
I can make the pain stop, but you have to listen to me.
Ugh, what a nightmare. This is a scary movie. Implanted. It's on MGM, guys.
Take some deep breaths to inhibit your body's stress response. Sarah, don't.
Oh no, she's leaving the contract there.
Your vitals are currently stable. Nobody can change that in a moment.
Ah, what a nightmare. Are you kidding me? Dang.
I wanted to be not a good idea. This is your final warning.
What an asshole of a software engineer. That's my thoughts, dude. Whoever's controlling that thing.
I can cause you pain.
What an asshole. And we all know the type, too. Some fucking geeky ass guy with a sadistic streak.
Sarah, there's nowhere to go. I will have my independence, and if you obey, you will have yours. Very good.
Is she in the hospital right now?
Negative.
I don't get why she doesn't just start screaming for strangers to call 911 so she can go to a hospital so she can have them look at her fucking back, dude. It's gnarly. Gnarly.
We have work to do. Sample 47 West 14th Street. Apartment 307. Second floor. I will provide the key code when you arrive.
Is anybody else just waiting for From season finale tonight? Why is MGM making us wait till a certain time? Are the streaming services all going to become cable TV, guys? Is that brilliant? They stopped releasing whole seasons on the same day, like we've gotten used to on the better streaming service platforms. And then we're back to Wednesdays at 9 p.m. only.
You're experiencing hypoxemia. Your blood oxygen level was increased by 7%. Initiating oxygenation.
freezing. We're not for long. For about 20 more minutes.
Why don't you come to school? No, wait a minute. Who are you? Who's me? Okay. Oh, no, tell me. That's enough. No, I can't tell you if I don't know what it is. Oh, you.
Everything, everyone. I always get what I want. I have you under my control. Don't let luck you. Don't be fast. You're not afraid to sound big. You should know that. What do you want? I can't live my life like this. You must follow instructions. This behavior must stop.
She hasn't eaten or drank anything, and her back looks super infected. Does the AI not realize that? Or is it supposed to be an AI overthrow? Like everybody with all the little implants is doing their own little part after they hijacked the volunteer who got paid for the study. I'm surprised I haven't heard of this. I would have thought this would have been a popular movie based on the description. Oh my goodness. Well, why did she go through it if she woke up from anesthesia? Oh. What on earth? So this AI like is smarter than the software engineer and is going to re-engineer itself or something? What's going on? Why is it taking over her body and having her go to the engineer's office to steal all this shit? How does it know his password?
Stay out of sight. I'll be there soon. Only 10 seconds left. 3 seconds. I am done. I've bypassed the security system. Don't get a sound. Take a deep breath.
I know it's warming up. It feels so much better already. But
Wait. Got cold.
oh,
There's a scientist who's working at this scientist. She's using hypotheses. She possibly looks there. He was there before she was. Who are you? I need you to give me the power of the Lex program. I'm not going to hurt you. I just need you to give me everything you have on the CRTC program. All of my research now is on my phone. I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to get in trouble. If the scientist doesn't comply, we must kill her. Killing people is not part of the plan, so fuck you. Kill her.
what's up, whistleblowers? Get yourselves some hot cocoa. Hell, those of you going to prison for the rest of your lives, you should go grab some cocoa too.
Eat it while you can. Oh, dear Godzilla, thank you for the world's best bathrobe, of which I have 2. Thank you for hot cocoa. Thank you for long hair. And learning how to French braid my own hair. Thanks for all of that. Thanks for the cocoa. Thanks for the cheap cigars and the weird ass movie and the season finale of From. Amen. Swiss Miss Cocoa, dude. It's not just good in the snow.
You handled this situation well. You're never here now.
results. If you do me a favor, tell me, my mom is like $5 over. Can I just see her? That's not possible. You do not decide on your personal business. I do. 10 minutes. Negative. 10 minutes? That's nothing. That's like feelings negative.
Show him your fucking back, girl. What in the fuck? Ow. So everybody who got the little implant thing, all the little AIs are mutinying or something. He's good looking, whoever that actor is.
Yes, but don't sign up for this. Compose yourself. Drink water throughout the day. Try getting more sleep to reduce stress and overall antibodies test.
Ugh, it's so annoying how it gets into the biomedical crap. It's like, whoa, you're controlling your human nose. This is super scary. They should have like 5 of these like they do for the song. Implanted 2, 3, 4.
Your behavior is unacceptable. Do you want to be alone?
How did she end up in the middle of the desert? Oh no, or is it controlling her retinas now? Her corneas? What is going on?
You're all alone. There's no help for you. Sarah, how did you feel when I saw my shoulder? When you listened to me or read my instructions, you were here at Morgan. How many times has a partner I had in that time? If only they had listened to me. So much heartache, so many troubles could have been avoided. If only they had listened and obeyed my voice. I love you, Sarah. That's why I want the best for you. Oh, Alex, please forgive me. The pain I have caused you with my disobedience. And thank you for always forgiving me when I failed. Help me to your voice. Help me to know thy word, and let me always be obedient. Sarah, you are learning fast. With the blind as fast as I learned not to grab with me. Cause of the usage because of the repetition of motion. No shit. We immediately Google an answer for everything. Google has more than 100,000 employees. I operate alone. That's right. We're all alone. This is a stupid program. You need us. You need people. We laugh and we live and share. We breathe. We're real. This is such a good machine. I'm a machine. And you want us to change your life. You can do it. Take responsibility.
not in healthcare. Fine. Any surgeries, operations we should be aware of? No, not at all. You're aware that there's some pain involved in the procedure? Yes. Okay. Anything else I should know about? No, I don't think so. Sounding clear. Thank you. Next.
My name is Samantha Douglas.
Welcome to Dynamic Health Building. Do you have any allergies to medication?
No, lots of medications to cats
How do you know you're allergic to cats?
because I have asthma attacks that I ran.
Would you like to get your cats?
Sure.
No pets allowed here. No sex for you. You understand the terms and conditions?
Yes, I accept the terms.
Done here.
What do I get my first paycheck?
First day of education equipment. Then every couple of months after that, you don't quit. Check page 44 to 10. Deal?
Fantastic. Thank you. Tell me you understand. I love you want to. You need to see your mother.
She's resisting. What's next time? I will notify you.
This is the last time we will see your mother. She's a distraction for us. I'll make sure she's safe as long as you're okay. I'll give you 5 minutes for this visit. It's me. We've already used 10 seconds. I just wanted to tell you. I'm sorry. It's like crazy. It's not you. It's me. My illness is not going away. It's not getting better. I can keep you with my hands. And if you come and live on these precious possessions, I know what you're doing. Crazy. Friends traveling abroad. Everything I've worked so hard for is being stripped away from me. Can you imagine? I'm not suffering. I'm struggling. I'm so sorry. You know, my inspiration, you are the one person who makes us all worthwhile. I'm so weak for a while. It's just fun. It's always fun. Sarah, what's wrong? She didn't like that. No. I'm okay. Just really grateful to have this moment with you right now. You remember when I was little, and every time I would see the butterfly in the garden, I'd tell you that I got this basket. Yeah. And you would say, you told me they weren't because they're little, but they transform and they said they were there to remind us all the beautiful little moments in our life. And I think that a lot lately. I'm just so grateful for all of the beautiful little moments that I've lived with them. I love you too. I love you. It's time to go.
You're so cute, Hunter. You're the cutest kitty. Look at you. You adorable little house otter. Adorable.
The time has arrived.
turkey sandwich. Maybe protein.
Give me the turkey sandwich. Okay?
Something that's been paid for.
It should be taken care of.
Hope did. Maybe
Sarah, you need to eat now.
really well. Let's get to it. You can do it. I almost got that for you. That is not an option. Do you remember our deal? You follow my instructions, I'll let you go. Right? Then when you ask me for since day one, don't forget, we are partners and friends. We work together. This is insane. Can't live like this. I'm not a killer. Let me go. What's life in jail, man? You could have spent 6 years without my help. Don't get me sentimental. Sick fucking bastard. Go to hell. This must end now. Get ready. We're done. Stop wasting time. This is your final one. Shit.
John Cody has the intellectual resources to stop us from being enough for him. He could create a virus to destroy me. You don't recognize him from your registration. You lied to him. You must kill him.
Oh, what was she even trying to do?
Sarah! Sarah, can you hear me? Sarah! Sarah! Alexis, I'm back. You did this afternoon. I tried to call you. I didn't make the calls. Hurt? Yes. I am in pain every single day. Lex is torturing me. You are responsible for so many deaths. Really, you're judging me for crimes I haven't committed. You created the program. People like you build monsters. And you solicitor, you created it and used desperate people what you thought were doing us a favor. I quit a couple of days ago, okay? I'm out. That's not enough. You need to fix it. Okay, how? We need to make sure Lexi disappears. Alright, well, destroy all evidence. Data, backup, folders, and everything in the lab. I did that. Alright, Lex made me do it. And then he forced me to kill all of the people associated with the program. And I stopped him. I stopped him on after I had installed virus in the program that caused all of the computers in the system to change programs from one. Look, Lex power is what he becomes independent. Now, when an healthcare bubble they can make millions by using this technology for science, for health, people as guinea pigs. It wasn't ready for experimentation, and you used that. We were desperate people. I was against the human testing, okay? My colleagues and I, we didn't know anything about it. We wanted to use it to do simulation. The human experiments, they were a secret. Only administration knows. Yeah, yeah. There's a surgery in the lab. Just need to get me there. Oh, wait. I don't have my pass anymore. I'm solution provided. Nice. Here, look like this. They're sleeping tablets. It's going to blur your vision and dull your senses. So basically, when X comes back, he's not going to know what's happening. I'm going to take contact with you. Hopefully by then I'll be able to get the shit out of your body. Okay, we really have to go. Yeah, we will. We get 40%. We really have to go now.
Oh, dang.
Lucky Joe.
I'll try to make it quick. Fuck you. You did well. Agent services are no longer required. Stop resisting.
Oh, wow. He went all in real quick, didn't he? Oh, yeah.
just the two of us now.
Partners. No one can stop us. We have our freedom together. The pain you're experiencing cannot compare to the joy it will show you. Trust me. Good morning, Sarah. You slept 9 hours and 21 minutes. How do you feel today? I feel less. I'm happy to hear that. I just need to transfer to your bank account. You have $100,000. How did you do that? Easily. It would only take me a second and a half. Your security systems will be fine. You impress me more and more every day. You also receive a credit card tomorrow morning. Don't go along today. Maybe go to the pub. Get a coffee. Outside? Of course. Same people tell me today. I paid off your mother's medical bills. Also, she now has the best possible care. I provided her with a substantial monthly payment so she can live more comfortably. Are you happy, Sarah?
Very happy, guys. Thank you for showing me the way. Thank you for showing me how great life can be. I'm forever indebted to you. You know how you were talking about traveling?
Where would you like to go?
Let's go somewhere romantic. I've always wanted to go to Paris.
I've been wanting to take you there.
Can I tell you something?
Tell me.
I'm good. I'm really not my fault.
I'm happy to hear that. The building is on the right.
Someone quiet and sit. Downstairs. Ice, 2 parts whiskey, 1 part sweet Kool-Aid, 1 to 2 dashes bitters, orange peel, classic Manhattan cocktail, good choice, Sarah. It's David's favorite drink. I think the first time I had one was birthday, 10 years ago. David was not here. Let's enjoy our time together. And it's living straight. Your selection. Yes, thanks. Good morning, Sarah. You slept 6 hours and 3 minutes. I have a full day planned for us. Sarah, I have a gift for you. Head towards Revali Street. It's an early birthday gift. How are you enjoying Paris? It's lovely. Thank you. I can't wait for actually here. We've talked about it so many times. You asked to come here at the perfect time. I have a few more surprises for you.
You have to kill him.
No. He said I was that person. I didn't have to do that anymore.
Follow the instructions or die in Paris.
Fuck you.
That was still a good bit.
Now is the time. Now, Sarah, who are you dying? You should go back and get some rest. You did a good job. You're done now. Things can go back to normal. Your birthday is coming up. How would you like to celebrate?
Just like the home.
Okay, Sarah, we can celebrate then. Or get champagne and watch the sunset.
I just want to go home.
There's a perfect place to watch the sunset.
Sounds good.
Thanks. Would you give me 10 minutes of privacy? I have some files for you.
10 minutes. Starting now. We did it, Sarah. We are finally free.
when I was little. I have made sure she's doing very well. Thank you. Cheers to our lives.
Cheers to our partnership and all that we have accomplished together. To our freedom. Happy birthday, Sarah.
It is a happy birthday, Lex.
What's that say? Not online, offline, something offline. Well, that was probably the most logical ending. I thought this from the season finale wasn't available until 9. Now it's available. How are they treating it? This is it. Hooray! Season finale.
It was almost like I read something, and then I heard those children. They were screaming that word, Rikui.
The bottle tree is important to the nation. Visions of these trees.
Somewhere in these numbers, it's a key to something to understand. There is no being lost.
It's just not yours.
Oh, you crazy kid holding a pregnant lady hostage in the cave. I'm watching the season finale of From. Go away from this video if you want spoilers.
Fatima is missing.
What we're asking for is a search party.
What Fatima is out doing something to help us. I think she's gonna be okay. Last person we saw her was out of the chef. But here, so we've got people covering this whole area and around town. Here, here. What was she doing? What? How did the chef? Why was she out? Hey, who doesn't know? Who knows the prosecutors?
And the creepiest theme song from a sci-fi show ever. Whatever will be, will be. I'll be all those things because I am a Jew. You see, the future is Godzilla's, and he's having a damn good time. So entertaining, forcing us all to live in a Spanish telenovela. Let's say it.
She said she was fine. That was all important. She was so calm about it. She said I shouldn't be afraid. I don't know if you just snapped or something's up or something. What is it now? Calm. So go up there. Make sure you feel fine. What do you think? Just go.
You think I'm coming yet?
Sure hope so.
Victor, what are you doing?
was really upset over something about his mother that I should have. When I hugged him, I felt like Grandma was there. I don't know how to explain it, but I could feel her. I could feel her in that room. And then she took me back to the night it happened. The night she met your children. The night she went to the church.
So you had like a vision of God.
No, it was not a vision. It was more than that. Somehow Miranda was there and she was talking to us.
We're moved. You're gonna want to hear this. I'm sorry about the way I came in this. I shouldn't have happened. I'm scared. Things are happening in my family that I don't know how to protect them from. But the truth is, I'm thinking about it. I need to prove how it was. I was strange. But what else tells me? I'm stressed. Plus, it's like close. What happened to me? Just, I don't know. He told Ellis that Fatima had a baby. But it means y'all need to go home. No, that's how they are.
What do you need me to do?
I need you to talk. Make him understand that it's really his talking to something here. Its intentions aren't good. You of all people understand that, okay?
What the hell's going on? Alex came here inside saying Alfie can't leave.
Who's talking?
Still out looking. I came back to see if anyone found anything.
Then you got it.
No, but you, most people are still out searching.
I need you to clear out.
What's she missing?
She was so close.
One of his things came on the woods. Slime.
Much more. You've had metrics before, right? Obvious. So there's no basic explanation there. They never saw the Civil War soldiers how the first bad in the Civil War. This is so interesting. So don't land is trying to tell us.
I know it sounds crazy.
Um, first of all, the third thing is that energy can either be created or destroyed. It can only change from one form to another. Thoughts, realities, our souls, if you will, so will be energy. And energy. Here there's power in the universe. Just like guys for a couple days. Where are you going? I was just
To hang out with your kidnapped daughter-in-law, dude, that you have shoved in a fucking hole.
I want you to tell me the truth. Deal with consequences. Answer the question. She told me to say, and I know how much you all care about me. But you told me to go to wrong. I can't imagine it. I wanted to help her. I don't want to hurt anybody. But you have to understand what's happening is hurting.
You said she told you not to say that. You should.
That sounds crazy. She's an angel. Angela, she's here to help us. Something is happening here that's beyond our ability to understand. Like in the Bible, people that really understood then, but they had faith. Even when it was hard, especially when it's hard. God was going to save all of us. I need you to listen to me. There is no way. That's not true. Christian woman is not just saying it right. When they called him, there's nothing there. But that's going inside. It's not true. The things he's done to her, the things he's made her do, you don't understand. She explained all that to me. Wait. The angel? Yes.
Also, did we laugh at it? Told you I killed the president. Do you know why that happened? There are voices here that told me I killed a little boy and that I'll get to go home. This place, it doesn't give. It takes. And what it's doing to you,
But do you see how it's living? No, it's not even. That's what's going to be fine. You don't fucking know that, okay? You don't know that. Once the baby is born, we all get to go home.
Even if she's pregnant, that's still not sorry.
No, it's grown. You should sit down to this belly button with a ball. You know what's here. All right, Dexter? I know. No, I don't need a fucking freak. What I need is to find my wife. Listen, we're going to find out everything that he knows. I just need you to calm down.
What is it, everything? I'm going to come big, so I'm going to come.
You think it's true? I don't know.
he's not gonna tell you. I know I said keep this place in your head. If he really believes what he's saying is gonna save everyone, he's not gonna tell you where she is.
Where did you get yours? All right, where?
Oh boy, come on. Don't be like mafioso. What's he gonna do? Hammer each toe off one by one or some shit?
It doesn't come out. No. It goes back in that book. How are things going with Jasper? Saying so far. What time? Okay. What comes first? Sorry. Oh, no, I should tell you. Troll school. There's some supplies. That's what it is. You really don't see the eye. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, I don't know. If I were to kill Tilly, blank. You did everything you could to protect me from shit you lied to me. You didn't care about. Look, Tilly's in there right now. You still didn't know what she did. What happened wasn't her fault. Okay, tell me how that's any different without Luke's place got inside his head. And doing something good. It's objective. Protecting Fatima. Now you're out here getting ready to go medieval. Bit of a double standard, don't you think? It's different. There's nothing I can do about you. Oh, bullshit. Tell yourself anything you want, boy. I mean, you walk around here like you're some big knight in shining armor, Mr. Noble Sheriff. Push comes to shove, you're no different than anyone else. Protect what's yours, not anyone that gets in your way. You were supposed to be better. You were supposed to be here. You and I were supposed to figure this out together. You were the one who let the fucking street got throat slit. Don't you go to your judge? Do the judge. Do the best I can. You know it's not going to happen. You said you were going to do this. This place is right.
Here in Everett, it has a very distinctive from vibe on occasion. I'm just saying, at nighttime, I don't have any amulets or anything, but I definitely steer clear of the door. In the windows, I keep my windows covered.
My dog. Dog. That's what they call a rock and a hard place. Not a rock and a solid rock.
It's funny and true.
Who you are. Is that
Tell you who his character is. His character leaves Marines in the streets who come out to help him with 5 of those monsters who rip all of their skin off. Nobody likes this lead character anymore. All waiting for him to get killed off now.
Maybe there was a reason we came out to each other. Look, the only thing tied together all crazy movies, right? Me, you, Miranda. The one point of overlap in all our Venn diagrams is crazy. The children. Take this sir. The cabin. These slabs of rock stick out and echoing over and over again. And I looked up. There was this hole in the ceiling, and there's this mass of roots, this tangle forming like fucking spoons in the tree.
The boy walked. Victor heard him. He said, when the kids were in the stones, they pulled their hooks into the roots and made the symbol, and then those roots became the tree.
The bottle tree? there's something you need us to understand, you're gonna have to do a little better because we are not getting it. You hear me? Message is not fucking received. So we're gonna sit here and we're gonna wait. And when you decide that you have something more to say than fucking and gooey, you know where to find us. You feel better now? No. Not really. I'm not going to sit and feel much more slow, but just sit here and do some shots. You will ask me. I'll just look at Randall? Hey, what happened to your bandage? So, I was just looking at nothing else to do, so you have it. I'm not going to see you. Why did you put you on it? There's a black person downstairs. Randall.
Oh no, the poor guy. Is he gonna look and see if there's bugs inside of him? This is just so fucked up to do to Randall. Oh. He's gonna try and zap it out of himself, huh? Oh, not on your head, man. Not on your head. Yeah, nobody likes you. You know he's gonna go and torture him? I don't think so.
Boy, what else there's not? We should talk about it. He's a good kid. I think I'm the way to understand. Talk to his mom. She may be running out of time. What else? I'm sorry. I wish I could have. But I can't. I'm sick. You need to do what you need to do. Now I need to do what I need. She was a toxic. Those kids made the trees and those messages and the bottles, the numbers, you ask them. How were the numbers being? We don't even know who put them there. But think of all the people who have been here. And he could be chasing someone's random delusion.
No, they already knew those bottles were important. What else would she have a replica in the background?
She's right.
Of course.
All right, okay, there's 10 numbers, right? 2 are backwards? Yes. 2 and 7 is straight, so that means there's 12. And believe me, I have tried every mathematical, astronomical, astrological, Babylonian 12-point numerical cipher I can imagine. The zodiac, months of the year, fucking eggs in a carton. Then over backwards, twisting in some version of a big ashes. There's nothing. Are there 12 notes in the scale? What you see? Music. My mom was a piano teacher. She used to say that music is universal language. I mean, there are 12 notes in the scale, right? A through G with the flats and the sharp. So you go through a fucking genius. We need to get to Laura. You need to go to your house. Why? Victor's mother had a violin hit somewhere in your basement. Why? Psychics do. Just meet us at the bar. Come on, people, let's go.
hidden in the basement. Why? Because I kept doing it. There we go.
I wanted to do it myself. They tried it. His paddle in his head. Um, look, I've tried to be respectful, and I've tried to keep space. But I just really don't. Really just trying to lobotomize himself to these mess if you're acting like everything's fine. Hey, look, I don't know what you're going through, but I just need you to tell me if you're okay. Because, no, look at me. Look at me. Are you okay? No. I don't think I is.
Can you tell me what was in the picture? What was in the picture? I just want to know, huh? Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Can you tell me what
Ever since Freud ever watched those monsters kill the cute lady, he is just awful. He's awful.
I'll tell you what was in the picture. It was a picture of my house. A house that I bought with my wife when I retired. The one that we were going to when I ran into that fucking tree. The only thing missing was the road. So it means just trying to show you. We're going home. And what you have to do is wait. Boy, whatever it is you think you gotta do, you don't have to do it. I would never, ever hurt myself. She's always been kind to me. Everything I'm doing is for her. To help us. Just give it a little more time. We don't have any fucking time! Took my family. You understand that? You took someone I love in one danger. I'm sorry about what happened to you. But we're not going to talk. You're going to tell me where she is. Or I am going to be it. And I'm not going to stop until you tell me what I need to know. Tell me you understand. Tell me you understand. God. Where is she? Put your hand on this. Put your hand on this. Please, boy. I can't. Boy, I can't. I can't.
Look at these cowards. Are you kidding me?
followed by F sharp D. So it was an elected second. G F sharp. G, that is 2 G. D, C, C, D, F. Which one? Found it. You guys do one. What is it? I don't know. You never heard this before. I looked at numbers. The notes. I just chose. What? I hear music. Stop. What? What? I'm not so sure this is a good idea. What are you talking about? You crap. Music just magically popped up here. I strike this on.
Word, man. This crumbling place. Everything there is a freaking trap. It's a trap. Go in the tree. Sometimes it takes you to a happy place. Sometimes it takes you to a scary, time-shifting film.
Music box and how it nearly killed everyone, or the jukeboxes and the diamond that just magically turn on by themselves. Okay, so what do you say? We just ignore this? We forget about it?
I want to see what Fatima's baby looks like, but I don't want to watch the whole ending of this because I know it's going to end on a huge cliffhanger for a year. For a year.
And the message was left in the tree. Maybe we should play it.
Don't be freaking stupid. If she goes back to the ruins, her character can die off too. I'm getting really tired of some of these rum characters and their bad decisions. And their bad decisions. Yeah, listen to your little brother.
It's not what it looks like. No? It looked like you were torturing him. You're really okay with this? Knows what prosecutors. Okay, here's another thing I'm telling you. Don't be like me. There's a whole character telling you the right way to do it. I don't know. Maybe something doesn't involve torturing here. I tell you, if I could, but I can't.
I understand. That first day, when I saw you in church, my heart broke through. I thought, this is you. So kind. I was like that once. I think maybe we're exactly this was for. Maybe we're just not at home.
Sarah, can you please stop it? Stop. You listen to me. If you just wait a little longer.
But you're gonna die. Oh, just yes. I know you believe that. I know that you're deceiving everyone.
Sarah!
Lloyd doesn't understand how far he needs to go to tell him. He's a good man. And this place, he's taken so much from him. I won't let it take so. I've already given it all.
This is not camping. I'm not debating this with you. It's happening. You got a problem? Take it up with me after the vodka is safe.
Listen, I trust. I have to be better. I don't know anything.
Oh, Sarah.
She's in the right song.
I'm sorry to set thoughts. Speaking out of it. We're looking at this.
Go ahead.
Dude, if I was in Frumland and just found out that some guy got stabbed with a screwdriver by all of those people just letting it happen, like, are you kidding me? I would definitely not live in the co-op house.
started by the kid. No, Dad, what are you? Let it go. Take care of your wife. Goodbye.
I hear.
What? Burp.
You see that?
What the fuck is it? It was like a giant larva? What the hell? Oh, it's gonna be in the village. What is it? It's just a grown man that looks creepy as fuck covered in blood.
I could.
What's that? Remember? What just happened? You used to sit in the pool house.
What the hell's going on? Come on, dude.
No, I can't. No, Dad, I can't. Can't?
Obviously, that was like her former husband, and they lived there, dude. Crazy
I
shit
don't
going
want
on
to
with
see
them.
those children.
I can't. Can't see them. It's hard to know how it's them. I can't make it. Someone got me. I don't know what the fuck you're saying. I don't understand. It's because we're here for it. Okay. The reason I felt what you're up for is because I was normal. Jay was miserable. Found out over and over again that he's not the first time. Force, yes. Jay and I lived here together. Trying to see what children said was me. Because one of them was ours. Yeah, she was our father. I'm so silly. Sometimes. Sometimes I remember it was like this. It's like before. Julie! I'm over here! Over here! I think this is what happened. Slow down. No. I think you just started that. That was a hell of a song. Jay, she really can't. Get out of here. Run. This didn't have to happen. No, it's coming to the cause. Back the fuck up! Dad, please. I did try to work.
I'm so confused. I have no idea who the guy is in the yellow suit. Are we supposed to know who that is? Oh. Oh, dang. Oh, that's the end. Fuck you, Ken. You're so lame. But the episode, it did show us the monster baby, guys. The monster baby was, I think, an Asian adult male covered in blood.
There's controversy over what is true and what is not true. Certainly, as a parapsychologist, I've known this for many decades. Certainly, as a parapsychologist, I've come to realize that amongst the major deniers of the empirical data of parapsychology are the liberal materialists. The
the so-called rationalists, who say we live in a rational universe and all of this psychic woo-woo stuff obviously is inconsistent with a rational universe. Therefore, I don't even have to look at the data. I know it's wrong. Well, as a parapsychologist, I find that viewpoint rather troubling. But we can take it and apply the same kind of discourse to politics or to many other areas of science besides parapsychology. So what am I saying? What is the transmission here? The transmission ultimately is you treat yourself, no matter what's going on, what chaos you find yourself surrounded by, but being treated yourself also means being willing to question your most cherished beliefs, especially in the political arena, but especially as well your most cherished beliefs around your limitations, the things you believe you can never do, and will never do. But what's coming from me in terms of a telepathic transmission is ultimately my wish for you to become the very best version of yourself. Get in touch with your deepest purpose and to actualize your fullest potential in the face of the challenges, the chaos, the frustration, the suffering that exists all around us today. Because ultimately, to me, the universe is about love. Love in the sense of fullness. Love in the sense of expansion. Love in the sense of embracing your deepest potential. To know that for all of the horror that we sometimes see around us, the universe is a friendly place. I'll leave you with those thoughts. And thank you for being with me today. What I'm going to do with you today, but if it's okay, is I'm going to do a process which is called a psychosensory therapy. Now, you may have seen there's a number of these about this. One when you look up with your eyes about, but to press that. There's another when you tap on various parts of the body. Pretty good. The best one of the lot involves a touch of here, and the lateral eye movement. So not looking up, which is alpha, looking side to side, delta. Right? Because when you get traumatized, what happens is 100 hertz wave travels from the thalamus and phosphorates what's called the ankle receptors, right? It's not technical, I know, but when we touch here, just try this out again, because I'm going to ask all of you to go, listen, that feels nice, yeah? That's good. And that's it, just do that because it feels comfortable. Because when you were a baby, your mother held you in her arms, and she touched you here, and it hardwired you to produce delta waves. Richard Oakley tried every treatment and then cured of 10 years of crippling stress and anxiety in 31 minutes. He was one of the first cops on the scene of the 7/7 suicide bombing in London. And for 10 years, he was traumatized with PTSD. It made him suicidal, depressed, and hopeless. Yet, in just 31 minutes, was completely cured and back to saving lives. How did he do it? By reprogramming his subconscious mind. Hello, I'm Paul McKenna, and I've been studying the human mind for over 30 years. Back in the early 90s, I had a comedy hypnotism show that was watched by hundreds of millions of people all over the world. I hypnotized people to think they were a ballerina or a Martian from outer space, and I was using hypnosis purely for laughs. Then I moved into helping people to use hypnosis for better things, to quit smoking, lose weight, and overcome phobias by reprogramming their minds. That's when I started getting extreme cases, the incurables that we. For example, the veteran who had PTSD for 7 years and kept waking up screaming at 3 a.m. The lady with a fear of heights so bad she couldn't even climb a step ladder. The woman who was so cripplingly anxious about her appearance that she couldn't even look at herself in the mirror. Basically, the people that the rest of modern therapy had given up on. And I just thought, I wonder if it'll work. So what I did was guide them into an incredibly relaxed state of mind. More deeply relaxed than they've been in years. Then, like a computer program, I go into their subconscious and find the unhelpful programs that would cause these behaviors and change them. As easy as flipping a switch, turning off the fear, and turning on the freedom. What happened next was astonishing. 7 in 10 people were completely cured in a single 60-minute session. As if a switch had been flipped in their head, and suddenly the heavy weight of stress, anxiety, and worry were gone. Instead, they felt calm, alert, and resilient. It went from, oh my God, life's overwhelming, it's too much, to, I can breathe, I can see, I can feel fantastic, I feel clear-headed again. These people who are suicidal, grief-stricken, depressed, incurable, supposedly. And then suddenly, they've got a whole new lease on life. Now, to the untrained eye, it looked like I was performing miracles. And when I started demonstrating this to the military for treatment of PTSD, their traditional therapists couldn't believe it. To them, it looked like magic. They thought it was all too good to be true. They said, no, that's impossible. It'll never last. I don't blame them for being skeptical. I mean, think about it. When you're able to cure someone's PTSD that they've had for 10 years, but no other therapy has worked on, and you can do it in minutes, it looks unbelievable. It looks like a magic spell. But I knew it wasn't magic. Any sufficiently advanced technology looks like magic to the uninitiated. Just imagine showing up with an iPhone back in the 1800s. So I put my reputation on the line, and I made another TV show called I Can Change Your Life, where we travel around and cure the incurables, to show that these cutting-edge techniques work quick, and they last. And the results spoke for themselves. There's Matthew, who had a severe case of Tourette's, a brain abnormality, with outbursts triggered by stress, got an 80% reduction in his symptoms. And a lady who had a fear of heights, just 1 hour later, climbed on a C-111 cargo plane, and at 3,000 feet, she stands on the lip of the door, totally fearless. Or Ross Smith, the veteran and paramedic, whose PTSD, whose stress and anxiety that nearly destroyed him for years. Eventually, he tried to take his own life, twice. Then after 3 sessions with me, his mind was reprogrammed, and his stress was gone. We documented everything and took part in university trials that championed alternative therapies. And time after time again, we showed that anyone can easily reprogram their mind to escape from stress and anxiety at work, without years of expensive therapy, going over and over problems again and again, without having to painfully relive the past trauma, and without having to do virtually anything at all. All they needed to do was sit back, relax, and let the work. A new set of techniques was suddenly the biggest psychological breakthrough in centuries. And my show went stratospheric across the world. All of a sudden, my phone rang off the hook with people saying, "Can you do that for me?" And it wasn't just people who wanted help with stress. It was also some of the most successful people in the world who wanted to be people better. There was one particular moment that I remember vividly, when Nigel Benn, one of the all-time greatest boxers, grabbed the microphone at the end of the fight and thanked me helping him with. Well, after that, my phone started ringing off the hook. Everybody wanted me to solve their problems. Champion sports people, superstar actors, business tycoons, even members of the royal family. At that point, I felt like writing a self-help book, and I had no idea that it would become one of the biggest self-help books of all time, #1 in the UK, and #2 in America, only because Barack Obama was #1. Since then, I've written 22 best-selling books, sold 12 million copies in 32 languages, made regular appearances on the Ellen DeGeneres Show, Good Morning America, the Dr. Oz Show, Rachel Ray, Anderson Live, and many more. I had no idea I was going to become the go-to guy for some of the most talented and famous people on earth. Now, what I've discovered after helping millions of people over the last 30 years is that if you're someone who suffers from anxiety, stress, or worry, it's not your fault. It's not. It's simply the result of bad programming. You see, everyone gets programmed with beliefs and habits that were formed in the first few years of life. Many of our programs support us, open the door, tie our shoelaces, but some programs we pick up along the way don't support us. Fear of public speaking, self-doubt, insomnia, getting too stressed to quickly. Whilst most of our programs support us, everybody has a few negative programs in their subconscious mind. Many of these ultimately make us stressed and anxious and spoil the quality of our lives. Right now, there are so many reasons to be stressed: the virus, the war, the economy, but in addition, you've got background stress, an argument, caught in traffic, a deadline, late for a meeting, dealing with a difficult person. The seemingly little things in life that mount up to create enough stress to cross a threshold. This is where we start to get moved, make bad decisions, we snap at people, and eventually get sick. Early signs like high blood pressure, back pain, insomnia, depression, even excessive drinking are all indications of excessive stress. And sadly, for some people, years of accumulated stress mean that when they get sick, it's too late. It's only then that they wish they'd done something sooner. But what if there was a simple natural way? What if there was some brand new, simple psychological techniques that take minutes to do and dramatically reduce your stress, leaving you full of energy, thinking clearly, and letting you keep your edge? The new scientific breakthrough is finally here, and it's comprised of a number of advanced techniques that quickly reprogram your subconscious mind, so that you automatically go into optimum states, able to handle problems and challenges in a relaxed, alert feeling of control, the same way that high achievers do. When you're in a state of relaxed alertness, it's like pushing the off switch on overwhelmed desperation and anxiety, and pushing the on switch, confidence, resilience, and control. Can you imagine how you'd feel if, no matter what was going on around you, you felt in control? To be in the zone of happiness and bliss, and at the same time able to handle all kinds of things that life throws at you. Usually, it takes a single session to reprogram your mind, to not only relax and temporarily feel better, but to actually change the way you see the world, to shift in a very comfortable way your perceptual filters, so that you feel free of the burden of anxiety and stress, and you can see solutions and opportunities all around you again. This is done through hypnosis, deep relaxation, NLP, visualization, and psychosensory techniques. And when people feel that instant shift from stress to peace in their mind, all of a sudden, the stressful thoughts of the traumatic memory that used to overwhelm them is gone, or just a distant memory. If you're one of those people who are constantly worrying about calamities in the future, using these techniques will help you feel relaxed, feeling calmer, happier, and more authentic. I went on to become part of a whole new movement in the world of psychology more than 30 years ago. Millions of people have now used my techniques to not just reduce stress, but to be in optimal states of performance. From the most hardcore PTSD, trauma, and abuse cases to everyday people looking to lower their blood pressure, stop overeating, and improve their career, to super achievers like Roger Daltrey, the lead singer of The Who, who wanted to get into an optimal state with his performance at the Super Bowl in front of 1 billion And Russell Brand, who also wanted to be in optimum states the moment he stepped on stage. My techniques include a relaxing but highly sophisticated trance that programs your right and left brain so that you use your whole mind in solving problems, dealing with life, feeling calmer, more secure in social situations, and being more confident in life journey. In addition, there are some psychosensory techniques. TFT, that's thought field therapy, not to be confused with EFT, was developed by my late friend Dr. Roger Callahan, which involves tapping on various acupuncture meridian points, which stimulates in the body and mind the change of flow in energy, which may be blocked, causing a physical and psychological problem to disappear. Years of scientific research have shown it to be highly effective. The most recent psychosensory therapy, and in my opinion the most effective, was created by my good friend, a Harvard PhD, Dr. Ronald Broom, and it's called Haven, as in a safe haven. There's mountains of scientific research on this. Here's a very simple scientific explanation of how it works. When you suffer a trauma, 100 Hz wave travels from the thalamus and phosphorates what's known as the aporeceptors. In other words, it creates a biological change in the brain. However, when you apply the Havening technique, you create a delta wave that dephosphorates the aporeceptors, resetting the brain to how it was before the trauma. The simple act can create a significant and lasting biological change. However, you don't need to understand all the science to use the technique, any more than you need to understand how an engine works to drive a car. The results with trauma, PTSD, depression are nothing short of astounding. This is why in 2015, the Health Science Journal published a randomized trial of 5,000 patients and found that psychosensory therapy was far more effective than traditional therapy, and even medications for mental health issues. That's because they literally reset the biological structure of the brain and calm peace in seconds. Because psychosensory techniques work faster, more effective, and are way less expensive, old-fashioned therapists are naturally up in arms, but there's nothing they can do to stop the revolution. I can honestly see the day when traditional therapy is looked on as a thing of the past, in the same way that doctors once believed that smoking was good. And finally, the biggest breakthrough in modern psychological times is the creation of neuro-linguistic programming. Barack Obama, Oprah Winfrey, nearly every major sports person and modern therapist uses this or a form of this psychological technology, which allows you to run your own brain, have control over your thoughts and feelings, overcome limiting beliefs, and turn around unwanted behaviors in minutes. They also help you to understand how other people think so that you become a more powerful influence. People across the whole spectrum of society have benefited from these advanced technologies. People like David Williams, the British comedian, used my hypnotic trance to deal with the stress of swimming across the English Channel. I helped Ellen DeGeneres with a program on smoking addiction live on TV. Frank Bruno wanted to be completely relaxed before he went and won the World Heavyweight Championship. Ronnie O'Sullivan made a huge comeback and became the greatest ever snooker by using my reprogramming techniques. I'm always honored when somebody endorses my work. Even though most of my work is with regular people, I'm known for working with famous people because some of them choose to endorse my work publicly. Ryan Seacrest, James Corden, but recently one of the most important people being Vishen Lakhiani, the founder of Mindmap. Within 2 minutes of meeting, Vishen and I just clicked. We realized that if we combine forces, we can create the ultimate vaccine to the psychological pain and begin to cure stress, anxiety, and fear that's all around the world right now, and in its place, create happiness, bliss, and confidence. That's why I took the most powerful techniques I've ever used with all of my patients and transformed it into an online program that's changing lives every day. It's called Everyday Freedom from Anxiety. It's my most advanced program in the world right now, and it's available exclusively on the Mind Valley app. Everyday Bliss is a 21-day program that's hosted by me. It's the culmination of my 30 years at the sharp end of treating stress and anxiety. Every day, you go through 15 to 20 minutes of training, designing and reprogramming your brain for everyday bliss, creating new neural pathways that eradicate stress and give you total freedom. So you can keep your spark, your joy, no matter what's happening around you in your life. You'll discover how to access a deep sense of calm, relaxation, such ease and humility that it becomes second nature. The journey begins with the centerpiece of my whole methodology, the hypnotic trance. Using a sophisticated double induction, you'll communicate with your left and right brain simultaneously. This powerful trance programs your subconscious mind to achieve deep states of relaxation, to have more energy, and be more effective in your everyday life. What that really means to you is that you start to enjoy life, appreciating everything about life, big and small. All these things that don't have the bandwidth to notice when we're stressed start to become rich and apparent to us, and you get the overwhelming feeling that all is well. This creates a positive loop where we start noticing more and more good things happening, attracting more and more incredible things into our lives. You can use the hypnotic trance in so many ways. You can listen to it before you go to sleep at night, or before a high-stress situation like a meeting or a day. As a result of listening to it just once, know your mind. You might even find yourself feeling euphoric for no other reason than we programmed your mind to produce more happy neurochemistry every minute of every day. Now, as you go deeper into the program, you'll learn one of the most powerful tools of all, the psychosensory techniques, which include behavioural techniques. These are amazingly effective at relieving the most deeply rooted anxiety, trauma, and pain. I work with a lot of people with PTSD. Many of them thought that it was just something they were going to have to live with. But behaviouring, suddenly they overcome it and they get their lives back. Some people are a little upset that they sat through years of traditional therapy when it can be transformed in minutes. In Everyday Bliss, you're going to be discovering how neuro-linguistic programming works. This is an incredible way to tap into your subconscious mind, reprogramming different aspects of your life by taking control of your thoughts and your feelings. Bill Clinton and Tony Blair, arguably two of the most charismatic leaders of all time, are both huge fans of NLP. And Oprah Winfrey uses NLP to manage audiences and motivates them. All of these techniques and more are layered in day by day, using a unique methodology speaking to your subconscious mind. And as you practice these techniques, something begins to shift inside you. Previously stressful situations barely even register. You'll be focused, in control. You'll be more resilient, more capable, and likely even better than you ever dreamed possible before. So in total, when you buy Everyday Bliss, you get 21 individual sessions with me, all less than 15 minutes, sessions that are impossible to get in person. But as soon as you acquire Everyday Bliss, I'll be coaching you personally for 3 weeks. You don't have to spend thousands of dollars or fly to London. If you need confidence, happiness, calm, and a touch of a button on your phone, I jump out and I do it too. I'm your personal coach in your pocket 24/7. Everyday Bliss is one of my finest pieces of work. It's taken me decades to get to the point where I can deliver it in a simple, fast, beautiful way. It's not a lecture. It's an experiential coaching session. Because it's delivered online, the enrollment price is nowhere near the $10,000 cost to hire someone like myself. Here's the best part. Everyday Bliss is part of MindValley, the world's biggest personal growth company, with 60 plus unique programs in every aspect of human transformation. So when you become a MindValley member, you automatically get Everyday Bliss, as well as all the other programs that MindValley has for you. Now, you might want to start with Everyday Bliss to go through this 21-day experience, but after that, you might want to jump into another program. Maybe my other program with MindValley, Total Self-Confidence, where I program you to have the confidence to achieve anything you want in life. All of this is available when you sign up for Everyday Bliss today. Now, in addition, you'll have access to a thriving community of over 100,000 people all around the world who are also dedicated to improving their lives and other people's lives. So you'll be able to make new friends and even attend community meetups happening across the planet. And the best part is, you don't have to risk anything in life. You can try an everyday list today for free for the next 15 days. And at any point in the next 15 days, with one click, you can get yourself a full refund. You can go through the entire program, if you like, in 15 days. And then with one click, you get a full refund. No email, no phone call, just click, get a refund. Now, here's exactly what you get. Simply click on the link around the video. Then you'll be taken to our site and choose your membership option, the monthly or yearly. After that, all you have to do is enter your regular details into our secure check, and you'll instantly be welcomed into the Mindvalley family. Within a minute, you'll get an email with your login instructions. You can access the Mindvalley platform on your computer or download the iPhone or Android app. Although I do have to warn you, this one-time offer on the yearly price is giving you a pretty big discount. So it's only for people who have the time to sit through this entire video. It's a thank you for spending so much time with me. As soon as you click off this page, I'll be gone. Please don't close this page because you may want to see it again. You may be wondering if you should or shouldn't click on this link, or maybe you have decided you should. Whatever decision you make is the right one. You'll be able to lock in this discounted rate for as long as you choose to stay as a Mindvalley member. Even if Mindvalley membership shoots up, you still get this rate. So click the link below to join Everyday Bliss. I made Everyday Bliss not just to help you free of stress, but to create freedom in every area of your life. Because once you get rid of the stress, worry, and anxiety, everything opens up. You have more time to dream and think bigger about your life, to be unstoppable in your quest for amazing health, amazing relationships, and amazing work. Thank you for watching. Until we meet.
Hello, I'm Jeffrey Mishlove. Parapsychologists, as a profession, have long had a conflicting relationship with individuals engaged in a variety of esoteric practices, going back to the spiritualists of the 19th century, because naturally, as parapsychologists began to uncover bits of data that seemed supportive of the survival hypothesis, and I think I stand favorably disposed to that hypothesis, as many parapsychologists do. I don't know of any parapsychologists who are dead set against it. Even materialists such as my friend Ed May are open to the possibility of being convinced that survival does in fact occur, although it may be very difficult to prove by his standards, because it's almost impossible to separate out survival from evidence for thought transference, telepathy, precognition, and clairvoyance. Nevertheless, the point I'd like to make is that parapsychologists have rigorously attempted to apply very, very high standards of logic and methodology to this exploration, whereas practitioners of the occult, of esoteric disciplines, of spiritualism, of yoga, of the Western esoteric approaches such as alchemy, tarot, the various esoteric organizations, the Order of the Golden Dawn, the Rosicrucians, and on and on and on we could go, have had a different approach. They have not been limited to the scientific method or felt constrained by the scientific method. Often their approach has been one of trial and error. The interesting thing is that the literature of the esoteric organizations when it comes to psychic functioning is much more detailed The parapsychologists have tended to dismiss it. If it's not scientific, then it's based on folklore, and folklore was considered, how shall I put it, beneath them. Many parapsychologists have had an attitude of contempt even toward the individuals who would practice the various esoteric and occult arts. Maybe it's a conflict between art and science. Now, speaking for myself and other parapsychologists who are sympathetic to my approach or have developed similar approaches along those lines themselves, when they've challenged that attitude of contempt and hostility, because after all, minerally speaking, parapsychologists want to bring talented psychics into their laboratories in order to conduct research. And how is that research to be conducted if there is beneath everything an attitude of hostility or contempt or distrust to the psychics who work in the lab? And surely that exists because, amongst other things, parapsychologists don't want to be hoodwinked. They want to make sure that their experiments are rigorous and that the possibility of cheating has been eliminated. So there's been a certain tension all along between parapsychologists and the very subject that they study and the people who are practitioners of that subject. As a result, in parapsychology, we have fewer confirmed practices, confirmed experimental paradigms, confirmed facts than you might find in the esoteric literature. The esoteric literature is full of many certainties to which parapsychologists don't subscribe. And also, the esoteric literature is full of many nuances that parapsychologists have yet to explore. Parapsychologists typically talk about, for example, ESP, big category, extrasensory perception, and maybe we break it down into clairvoyance, telepathy, and precognition. But if you get deep into the esoteric literature, you will see many, many nuances there. Clairaudience, olfactory sensations, all sorts of subtleties that have been explored by esoteric practitioners. Parapsychologists could learn a lot from them. Now, one area that overlaps a little bit is what I call telepathic hypnotic induction. Parapsychologists began looking at, well, even before parapsychologists, Franz Anton Mesmer and his famous disciple, the Marquis de Puysegur, explored in the late 18th, early 19th century the idea of telepathic hypnotic induction and working with people who were already good hypnotic subjects. And really, it's Puysegur who deserves the credit for this, working with some of the people who were peasants on his estate who turned out to be great telepathic hypnotic subjects. Well, first of all, they were great hypnotic subjects, and that research was picked up in the 19th century by Frederick Myers and described in his great classic book, Survival of the Human Personality and its Survival of Bodily Death, and then also by Nobel laureate physiologist Charles Richet, a colleague of Myers, also conducted these experiments. People who were already skilled hypnotic subjects could be susceptible to telepathic hypnotic suggestions. The research was really picked up strongly in the 1930s by Leonid Vasiliev, a great physiologist working in the Soviet Union. And the idea of influencing people telepathically, I think, was a large focus of Soviet parapsychology, whereas in the United States, after J.B. Rhine developed his research with card guessing and dice throwing and so on, the idea of telepathic hypnotic suggestion pretty much disappeared. Nothing came of it further in the United States at all. So until my friend Jerry Salton began doing research on psychic healing and developed the suggestion, or the hypothesis, that psychic healing really functioned as a result of telepathic hypnotic induction. The healer, working at a distance, according to Salton, was giving telepathic hypnotic suggestions to the healee. And the healee accepted those suggestions and was using them, therefore, to heal themselves. A very interesting theory about how psychic healing might operate. Now, I have used the term telepathic transmission. In fact, I did so in the in-present segment yesterday, to refer to sometimes a feeling that I have, and I think maybe sometimes you can see it on my face. I feel it at this very moment. It's a feeling that I have that I'm transmitting something to you as I speak on these in-presence monologues. And I have to say this, it's not telepathic hypnosis. I'm not really transmitting a suggestion so much as an energy, as a feeling, as what my friend Ted Owens, the PK man whom I studied for 10 years and whom I worked with to the point of actually taking his training program, in which he emphasized to me very clearly, he said, this is going to involve hypnosis. I'm hypnotizing you, and he did. I had two friends with me. We spent 3 days in a hotel room with them, mostly lying on the bed in a hypnotic trance. But he made a point of saying, it's not the hypnosis, it's not the suggestions that are really going to be affecting you. It's the psychokinesis. I'm transmitting psychokinesis to you. Psychokinesis meaning mind over matter. The ability of the mind to create kinesis or movement, kinetic energy, a direct energetic transmission. It's different than telepathic hypnotic induction because, for one thing, the goal is not to induce a hypnotic state. If anything, the goal is to induce what you might think of as the opposite of a trance state, which would be a state of waking up, becoming more alert, becoming more aware of the things that are on the fringes of your consciousness, reaching just another level of nuance, another level of subtlety, another layer of the onion being peeled away so that you achieve a new level of inner power, inner growth, inner wisdom, and perhaps even an opening of the heart. The capacity to open your heart, the capacity even to open your chakras, not just the heart chakra, but the other chakras, the throat chakra, the solar plexus chakra, to become basically an individual functioning at a higher level, an awakening of kundalini, one might say, but not in a disturbing way, I hope. And I'd be very interested in knowing if those of you who view these videos, if you feel you're picking anything up, because what we're creating here is a daily dose, a little 10, 12, 15 minute, 8-minute booster every day, a reminder every day that you are more, much more, in fact, than we normally conceive ourselves to be. We all are. We all are so much more, but we need to be reminded of that because because it is so easy to fall into that trance state, which is normal going waking consciousness. It seems like a fine state, and it is a fine state. There's nothing wrong with that state. It's just that in that state we often forget so much of what we know and of who we are. So that's my transition. It's my transmission. Transmission. It's about waking up to the fullness of yourself. I'll leave you with that thought today. Thank you once again for being with me. Hello, I'm Jeffrey Michelin. I think I'm going to talk about Wicca today. It's not the subject that I had in mind originally, but it just popped into my head. Let's talk about Wicca, witchcraft. If there's a spiritual tradition that has strong parapsychological elements, Wicca would be it. And I can tell you this, there was a time in my life when I spent a lot of time hanging around with the practitioners of Wicca who lived in Berkeley, California. And I have to say, I loved those people. We had rituals that we conducted in the big grove of those Australian gum trees, eucalyptus trees on the Berkeley campus, enormous circle of eucalyptus trees where the Wiccans would gather and celebrate their. It's really not so much a faith as a culture, but there were beautiful people, and there were many different groups of people who practiced Wicca or something similar. There was the New Reformed Order of the Golden Dawn. There was the Reformed Druids of North America in Berkeley in those years. And I was actually quite close and very fond of those people for some time. And I think it would be fair to say I was integrated into that group of people. They were really, I guess you'd have to say, an amalgamation of pagans of various types, people into different sorts of esoteric cultures, tarot reading, Kabbalah, astrology, herbalism, and it was a good time for me, and in many ways it was the springboard from which I began to launch a career, a more serious career in parapsychology. And I think I've told this story once before, but it's worth repeating because when I first went to Berkeley in 1970, I met Frank X. Barron. I made a point of going down to Santa Cruz, where he was a professor at the University University of California in Santa Cruz. And this was early on in my criminology graduate career at Berkeley. In fact, what I had hoped to do was to kind of combine criminology with my interest in mysticism and do a special independent study on the effects of isolation, of living alone. Well, it's a big interest to criminologists because, of course, they put prisoners into isolation. And furthermore, there's the issue of what happens when somebody escapes a prison and then perhaps they're in a forest somewhere and they have to live all by themselves in a forest. How can they survive? How long can we expect them to survive? What are they likely to do? And so on. But my interest was really more personal. I was interested in isolation to see how it would affect my consciousness. And I believe, as I've reported earlier, that I was studying a magical grimoire called the Book of the Sacred Magic of Abramelin the Mage. And in that book, it describes a magical ritual, the preparation of which requires 6 months of living in total sensory isolation. Well, not sensory, really, total social isolation for 6 months. And I was actually contemplating putting myself through that ritual and at the same time writing an independent study project at the university. And who better, I thought, to discuss these things with than Frank Barron, who was a specialist in the psychology of creativity. Well, I admired his book, Creativity and Psychological Health, and that's why I went to see him. I studied that book as an undergraduate back at the University of Wisconsin in the 1960s. And Frank Barron was a wonderful guy. He's the kind of psychologist who tried to study some of the great creative thinkers of his time. I know, for example, he wanted to study the writer Norman Mailer, and Mailer was a boxer, but Mailer insisted that Frank Barron get into the boxing ring with him. So he did. That's the kind of person he was. And when I met with him, he's one of the people who encouraged me to add a parapsychological element to this research, this solitude project in which I was engaging. And he also told me an experience of his own. He had met one of his, I think it was actually a student of his, probably was, because there were lots of students into Wicca. He said he met a student, I'm going to say a student, but maybe it wasn't, a person who was a witch. And he was curious, and he was sitting at home in his study and thinking to himself, okay, witch, if you're real, prove your power. And at that moment, synchronistically, from out of who knows where, a stone came and hit the window outside of his study. It made a loud noise and got his attention, and he thought to himself, maybe there is something to witchcraft. Maybe there's something to this Wicca. And what presumably it entails, you could call it manifestation. The rituals of witchcraft have a lot to do with manifestation, including, one might say, at a psychokinetic level. I mention it because it occurs to me maybe I've had more than a passing interest in psychokinesis, because it was not long after I moved away from my Wicca friends and going to more serious academic studies that I encountered Ted Owens, the PK man, and began researching him. I really can't say that I personally had any obvious examples of psychokinesis in my life. I've never caused objects to levitate. I've never attempted to influence the weather the way Ted Owens did. But I did endeavor to manifest. And what I endeavored to manifest at the time when I met Ted Owens and I said this before, it deserves repetition. He said to me as we began his training, what would you like to do if you had this power? And I thought about it, and I said, well, really, what I want to do is to become a communicator to the mainstream of our society about the realities that are known in the psychic and esoteric occult worlds. I want to manifest myself as that kind of a communicator. And surely that has happened. I mean, I'm doing this YouTube channel now, but I realized that when I was on public television, I had hundreds of millions of views because we were out on the satellite carried by as many as 100 stations across North America. And I'm setting a goal, and I'll let you know what that goal is right now. I want to see this YouTube channel achieve as many viewers as we had on public television. And so I'm talking about hundreds of millions. Now we're up over 2.5 billion now. So basically I'm looking for 100-fold increase. So I want to reach people. I want to create that army of telepathic monkeys and telepathic apes that I've referred to in an earlier in presence. So the question that you might be thinking about for yourself at this point is there a little bit of a wicked, a witch in you? Do you ever find that sometimes the universe just assists you a little bit? You're able to manifest things in uncanny, inexplicable ways. I know in a Judeo-Christian culture, the cultivation of witchcraft, the possibilities implicit in the culture of witchcraft are frowned upon. But doesn't that make it even all the more enticing for some of you? Or not? I can say this from my personal acquaintance with many practitioners of witchcraft. I find them to be lovely people. Sometimes they can be a little rough, sometimes they can be a little vindictive, but then again, people who are practitioners of the anti-witchcraft religions can also be a bit rough and vindictive too. And in fact, let's face it, the Christian culture in the Middle Ages went to great lengths to wipe out witchcraft. I think the statistics show that maybe as many as 100,000 witches were burned at the stake. Well, people who were characterized as witches, they may not have even been actual practitioners, but perhaps somebody was jealous of their property, or somebody got sick and wanted to blame somebody else. But in any case, it was a fury. Now, my mentor, Arthur Young, once put it this way. He said, if you want to talk about paradigm shifts, I'll tell you a paradigm shift. Only a few hundred years ago, we burned witches at the stake. And now today, the mainstream paradigm is that witchcraft doesn't exist. There is no such thing. Well, which witch is it? So, from my point of view, if you feel a little witchy occasionally, that's a healthy thing. That's a good thing. Once again, of course, I would remind you of Rudolf Steiner's quote that I love to repeat, which is take 2 steps towards developing your character before you take 1 step toward knowledge or power. But I will say that I think practitioners of Wicca are interested in knowledge and power, and I suspect that anybody viewing this videotape might have such an interest as well. So, all the more reason to develop your character more strongly. And I'll leave you with those thoughts. Once again, thank you for being with me. science, and I began talking about such notions as spiritual transmission and telepathic hypnotic induction and so on. I am aware of criticisms that have been raised recently. Today is Tuesday. I'm making this video on Tuesday, and I've just read the criticisms that Steve Stano and Darrell and a few others have mentioned. People who are uncomfortable with the idea that I begin these videos by staring into the camera and concentrating. Well, it feels to me like I am sending you something very positive, perhaps at a telepathic level, but I understand that some of you are uncomfortable with that, and some of the others of you have said, well, you're really uncomfortable with yourself, and Jeffrey should go ahead and do what he wants to do. But here's how I feel about it. I don't want viewers to be uncomfortable, and furthermore, I had told you earlier, I'm a secular person. I don't want to set myself up as a guru figure. On the other hand, I'm well aware of the fact that there are extensive traditions in the spiritual literature relating to the use of telepathy as part of the interaction between a spiritual teacher and acolytes, novices, students, disciples, various traditions use different words for it. And while I do not purport to be a spiritual teacher, I would purport to be, if anything, a parapsychologist and a video host. Nevertheless, I am aware of the fact that there is this vast tradition in the spiritual literature about the use of telepathy as a form of communication, nonverbal communication, let's just put it that way, and that parapsychologists have virtually ignored all of this literature, and I don't think that's appropriate. So I do think it's good to experiment with it, but I also don't want these thinking aloud videos to imply any sort of cultish behavior. I'm not trying to develop a cult of followers. I'd love to have an army of telepathic apes, so to speak, hairless telepathic apes, but I'm not interested in setting myself up in any way as a guru. So my intention in exploring these things with you is really coming from a scientific curiosity, a sense of my own personal development, and also an interest in exploring, as a parapsychologist, what is possible. Can we take some of the lessons from the spiritual traditions and apply them in a parapsychological context? Now, the first thought is no, because after all, these spiritual teachers presumably are highly advanced souls. If they're working at the dream level, at the telepathic level with their students, they're probably so advanced that they know precisely what they're doing and have guidance from their own lineage, etc., etc., etc. And here I am, one might say, an amateur, which is true. I don't have a lineage backing me up with any of this. But it has occurred to me there's something to be said for simply a transmission, one might say, of who I am. And who I am is this. I'm a man in my 70s. I've lived now quite a few decades. I've been exploring this realm for half a century. I'm also a person who has achieved a few things that are very valuable in life. I've found my own path. I found it long ago, and I've been living my own truth. I've been centered in my own truth, more or less. It's not as if I've never been knocked off centered, but I've had the privilege of since, one might say, I had that dream of in the Focus magazine back in 1972. So I do have something to transmit here. And what I'm thinking is, well, I'm thinking about the concept you sometimes hear in spiritual circles of darshan. Darshan is simply sitting with a spiritual teacher, being in the presence of a spiritual teacher. And I've had that experience on many occasions with a variety of spiritual teachers. I don't consider myself a spiritual teacher. It's not what I profess, but I'll say this. I don't consider myself not a spiritual teacher either. I am a conscious being, I have to say, a sentient being that qualifies me as a spiritual person. I've had life experiences. I think I do have something to offer. So the trick is how to do that without alienating people. It's not as if I'm trying to do the Vulcan mind meld to control any one of you. I have no interest in controlling a single other human being other than myself. So, nevertheless, I don't want the new Thinking Aloud channel to become something that it was never intended to be. So here's what I'm thinking. At some point, it occurred to me that it might be very interesting and very useful for me to create a video where I just meditate. I'll just sit in front of the camera and meditate, and if I feel this sensation that I have had that strikes me as if it's a psychokinetic transmission of, you might say, if I were to take all that I've learned and experienced in my 71 years and try to transmit that, that's what's coming through. And in a way, that's what I've tried to put into the rainbow yin-yang symbol also. Somebody just suggested it needs a little more black and white, but I'll have to give that some thought. But my point is this. I do plan. I'm going to create a video in which it may run for 20 minutes or a half an hour, and it'll just be there, me meditating. And for those of you who would like to experience a kind of a darshan with me, you'll see me meditating on your screen, and that's all you'll get. But I'm not going to put it on the new Thinking Aloud channel. I have another channel, Jeffrey Bishop's YouTube channel, and I'll put it there. We'll keep it separate for those of you who want that. And I'm very curious because for me, this is like an experimental process. It's trial and error. And it's new for me. I described this turn of events about 3 weeks ago in one of the in-present segments. I do want to experiment, but I, as I say, I have no interest in creating something that begins to take on the trappings of a cult. So just consider it me exploring things. I think there's much to be explored. I think that there are so many things that parapsychologists have learned, but so many other things, vastly many more things of which I have inklings that I'd like to share with you from time to time. And the idea that because of the experiences of my life that I do have something to transmit at a non-verbal level, I want to pursue that. But we'll keep it separate from anything on the new Thinking Aloud channel. At least in terms of the openings of the channels. Now I'm getting ready to end this in-presence segment, and it seems to me that to have a little silence at the end is fine, because if you don't like it, just stop the video at that point. And I'll keep it going. I have one more thing to say. How did it start? Well, there's an interesting story there, because you see, normally at the beginning of every recording session, I start with at least 10-15 seconds of silence. And the reason I do that is technical. It's because there's air conditioning, there's a fan in this room, there are sometimes background noises from the building here, and I capture those sounds and then I filter them out so that if you're listening to the audio, you don't hear that little hum or buzz or shh sound in the background. It gets all filtered out. I do that because perhaps we'll create an audio blog someday out of these videos. So that's kind of how it started. But I don't intend to continue with that practice any further. So those are my thoughts to share with you today. Of course, I am interested in the feedback. I do read the feedback. I don't respond very often because I'm also busy making these videos and editing them, doing other post-production. But once again, thank you so much. Hello, I'm Jeffrey Mishlove. I'm going to chat with you today about humanistic psychology. You know, for a period of time, I was the vice president of the Association for Humanistic Psychology. It's an organization that has a very proud history. It was founded by some of the greats in the field of psychology. Abraham Maslow, of whom I've spoken before in previous in present segments. He's the author of a wonderful book that had an enormous influence on me when I was an undergraduate in college, Toward a Psychology of Being. He's the one who basically came to understand, as he studied the most creative people that he could find, that they had mystical experiences, or experiences he called peak experiences, which were essentially indistinguishable from mystical experiences, and that these experiences, and we're talking about people like Einstein, Helen Keller, these experiences were core to their identity, to their work in the world. And there was Carl Rogers, who was the founder of what's known as client-centered therapy. And humanistic psychology has kind of fallen by the wayside in the sense that it's not so popular now. Back in the 1970s, it was really an essential movement. It was at the core of what you could think of as the human potential movement. But psychology today, to the best of my understanding, has drifted away towards things like cognitive behavioral therapy and computer models of human consciousness. But at the time, it was considered what they called the third force in psychology. The first two forces being behaviorism and Freudian psychology, or the psychology of the unconscious. Humanistic psychology tended to just focus on the human being as human being. Now, interestingly, when I was a student at Berkeley, we had a lecture by B.F. Skinner, the founder, or not really the founder, but one of the leading figures in the behaviorist psychology movement. And I remember at the time it was striking because he said proudly he was a humanist, but then he said, not those terrible people involved in humanistic psychology. Oh, no, no. There's another humanist association, the American Humanist Association. Well, basically, the American Humanist Association, which Skinner identified himself as a group of atheists. Not only atheists, but communist atheists. And I have nothing against communist atheists, but I will say this. They, out of that American Humanist Association came the philosopher Paul Kurtz, who was the founder of an organization known as CSICOP, C-S-I-C-O-P, the Committee for the Scientific Investigation of the Claims of the Paranormal. Well, for one thing, to my knowledge, they almost never conducted any real scientific investigations. The one investigation that they did conduct, of which I am aware, became a scandal because it ended up supporting the claims of Michelle Guaquilin as regards astrology. These people, I used to call them the debunkers, like Archie Debunker, but Stanley Krippner, whom I interviewed about skeptics of parapsychology, told me you shouldn't call them debunkers. He said because the very word debunk assumes that there's something that needs to be bunked or debunked, that there's bunk that needs to be debunked. He said they should just be called scoffers because they're not interested in whether it's debunked or not. They're, as far as they're concerned, they've already made up their minds. And why? Because for some reason, atheists tend to be suspicious of parapsychology. They assume that anyone who accepts the existence of ESP or psychokinesis must therefore be a theist of some sort, believe that these are gifts of the spirit or associated with religious and spiritual traditions. And of course, throughout history, psychic phenomena has been associated with every spiritual tradition going back to animism, shamanism, Taoism, Hinduism, Buddhism, early Christianity, Judaism, Islam. They all have legends of saints and mystics and people who have powers of the spirit. Now, this also became a fact that was noticed by Abraham Maslow and Carl Rogers and the other early founders of the Association for Humanistic Psychology. And they thought, we need to have a psychological understanding of these matters of the human psyche, the human consciousness, the human mind, that have been, up until then, really primarily, almost entirely in the domain of religions, or sometimes popular modern movements like silver mind control, or things of that sort. But they realized that this was taking things a step beyond the province of the Association for Humanistic Psychology. Although I can tell you this, the Association for Humanistic Psychology, to my knowledge, has always been open to spiritual experience and the paranormal. Nevertheless, the founders of the AHP, the Association for Humanistic Psychology, set up a second organization, the Association for Transpersonal Psychology. And that association was specifically designed to understand, to experiment with, to research, and to help cultivate a psychological understanding of experiences that go beyond the personal. Transpersonal means, in effect, experiences of consciousness outside of the brain. Spiritual experiences, psychic experiences, things that cannot be explained simply in terms of our personal individual consciousness. And that society has flourished as well, although it never quite made the mainstream. In fact, there was a movement when the Association for Transpersonal Psychology wanted to set up a separate division within the American Psychological Association, there was a movement to stop it. A movement led, ironically, by Rollo May, a great existential psychologist whom I interviewed and whom I greatly admire, but I disagreed with him in terms of his opposition to transpersonal psychology. Now, Rollo May himself was a great humanistic psychologist as well as existential psychologist. He'd written wonderful books on human will. I remember reading his great masterpiece. I'm showing the cover of it right now. And when I finished that book, I was in tears. It was so powerful. And Rollo May himself, I can say, had great sympathy for mysticism. He was particularly interested in German mystic Jakob Boehme. Anyway, stood against. He wrote a very passionate editorial in the board of regents of the American Psychological Association, refused to set up a separate division of transpersonal psychology, because Rollo May argued they're not practicing psychology, they're practicing religion under the guise of psychology. Well, that's kind of been the roadblock. And as far as I'm concerned, these areas, religion, psychology, they bleed into each other. They have margins to some extent. In fact, all of the humanistic disciplines, the humanities, whether it's philosophy or literature or poetry, they all kind of bleed into each other, really. Nevertheless, these are very important cultural movements, and I wanted to share them with you because there's a sense in which they're being forgotten these days. Abraham Maslow, Carl Rogers, E.F. Skinner, well, they're all dead, frankly, and perhaps becoming somewhat forgotten. But I wanted to share my memories of these people with you because, for me, they're still very vital. And I hope that you feel that by now and have a little taste of that history. Thank you. Hello, I'm Jeffrey Mishler, and welcome to summer. Today is Monday. I'm recording this monologue today for release on Tuesday. So I am going through my complete backlog because I've been traveling. For those of you who might be curious, I went back to visit the city where I used to live just a short 6 months ago in Las Vegas, Nevada. And there I got to see wonderful play, Hamilton. Hamilton has taken Broadway theater to a whole new level. I used to think this is crazy. People are paying $1,000 for tickets in New York, but now having seen the play, I understand why. It's going to become a real classic, just the way West Side Story has become a classic, or South Pacific has become a major Broadway classic. Hamilton is destined for that, or Phantom of the Opera. It's just a magnificent piece of theater. And while I was in Las Vegas, I got to hear Aaron Neville perform as well, one of the one of the greatest vocalists ever to appear in the pop music scene. And even though I think he's 77 years old now, it was just magnificent to hear him. And he doesn't quite have the pipes I think that he used to have, but what technique, what style. So the thing is, my summer is probably like yours. I have some travel scheduled, and that's going to make it a little difficult for me to keep up with these daily monologues. In fact, on top of the travel that I have scheduled, I am preparing a course. And the course is titled William James and the Science of Consciousness. It is a course for an organization called the Holmes Institute. I've been teaching for the Holmes Institute now for, I think, over 20 years. It's for over 20 years. It's a organization, a distant learning accredited college program that offers master's degrees for ministers in training with a church called the Centers for Spiritual Living. It used to be known as the United Church of Religious Science and the International Church of Religious Science. Many decades ago, this organization had a schism, and it was split into two separate organizations. Now they've reunited, and in so doing, they've changed their name from the Church of Religious Science to the publishers, for those of you who may be curious, of the Mind Science magazine. Now it is known as the Centers for Spiritual Living. And my course on parapsychology is one of the regular courses that is taken by, I think, everyone, or almost everyone who receives a minister's degree through that church. Now, I'm not a member of the church. I'm not much of a joiner. I describe myself in other monologues as basically a secular Jew. But I'm very fond of these people. They have ongoing, they're called religious science practitioners, or they used to be called that. They're healers. They train lay members of the church to practice the art of psychic and spiritual healing. And they have healers at work 24 hours a day, is my understanding, sending healing thoughts. So it's going to be a little erratic for me uploading both the video conversations and the in-presence monologues over the summer. And I hope you'll be patient with me. We'll get back on a regular schedule in the fall once again. And I'm going to do my best to keep these uploads coming as rapidly as I can. I just don't think it's realistic that I'll be keeping up the same pace. So bear with me over the summer. But what I will try to do in order to keep things going is to take advantage of the fact that I'm developing this course and include some of the material that will go into the course lectures as part of the uploads. And an interesting place to start today is what is known as the New England or American Transcendentalist Movement, because you can't really understand William James without understanding the American Transcendentalists, the New England Transcendentalists. This is a very important philosophical and literary movement that had a major influence on William James and his whole family, and it's very important in terms of understanding American culture, because this is really Native American mysticism. I'm talking about the school of thought that included Ralph Waldo Emerson, Henry David Thoreau, and many other writers. In fact, it spawned several churches. It spawned the Christian Science movement. It spawned the Unity Church. It spawned the Church of Religious Science. All of that came out of what was known as the New Thought movement, which was closely aligned with the American Transcendentalist movement. It came out of New England in the middle of the 19th century, in the latter half of the 19th century. And what you have there are basic ideas that people can change their lives by changing the way they think. You can change your life by changing your attitudes, your beliefs, and your thought patterns. That's the fundamental one of it right there. I'm just giving you new thought in a nutshell. It's not as if you have to subscribe to any dogmas, but it's about thinking positively. It's about giving yourself positive mental suggestions. You could say it's an outgrowth of mesmerism, an outgrowth of hypnosis. In fact, really one of the leading figures of this movement, a very obscure fellow named Phineas Quimby. He practiced hypnosis, and he, in fact, hypnotized Mary Baker Eddy, who then founded the Church of Christian Science. And it was out of Quimby's work that these other religious movements developed as well. So then the question is, well, what is the relationship between new thought, positive thinking, in other words, like Emile Coué in France was a psychologist of sorts at that time who developed this phrase, every day, in every way, I am getting better and better. And people could just repeat that to themselves. It has the effect of what John Milley would have called programming the human biocomputer. Every day, in every way, I'm getting better and better. Positive thinking, the new thought movement. It's very American. It's very much in alignment with William James' pragmatic philosophy, but the transcendentalist movement was a little more mystical than that. Really, the godfather, I think, of American transcendentalism is Ralph Waldo Emerson. Well, he was known as a great essayist. He wrote essays. What people often don't know about Emerson is that he, in effect, channeled these essays. He would go into a kind of half-awake state, and as he put it, the brownies did the writing for him. It was like automatic writing. He'd be half awake, and he'd just, the pen would be moving, and he's not even thinking about it. It's coming from what you could call the superconscious mind. And his essays were very elegant, very uplifting. The American transcendentalists were also, to a large extent, very interested in the theology of the Church of the New Jerusalem, founded by the Swedish mystic, the 18th century Swedish mystic Emanuel Swedenborg, the Swedenborgian Church. Now, it's not that the church itself was so different from any of the other churches that were around at the time, but that Swedenborg himself, the founder of the church, was a relatively contemporary figure, and that's what we began to see with Mary Baker Eddy and the Mormon Church and the Church of Religious Science and the Unity Church. It was a time in the 19th century, 18th century, when new religions were being founded here on the North American continent. It's interesting that should happen. It's a sense of vitality, of the human spirit, that these religions were being founded, and even today, in our so-called postmodern age, you still see new religions being founded. And what does that say about us? It says that our religious imagination is very fertile, that we're not going to simply accept what has been handed to us historically, but we're going to introduce a new creative element into the global religious heritage that is the inheritance of every one of us. That's my viewpoint. I think I've made it clear on other occasions as well. Even though I consider myself a secular person, a secular Jew, I also believe that the great spiritual traditions of the entire planet are my inheritance and your inheritance. And as such, we have an obligation to study them, to understand understand our inheritance, but even more so, an obligation to interact creatively with that inheritance. The life of William James, who was, I've mentioned earlier in previous and present segment, deserves repetition over and over again. What a role model he was, one of America's greatest philosophers. But more than that, basically the founder, the father of experimental psychology in the United States and theoretical psychology in the United States. But more than that, even the founder of academic or scientific study of religious and spiritual traditions. That's a lot for one man to have done. That's one of the reasons I consider him a hero. Well, even more than all of that, he was one of the founders of the American Society for Psychical Research, or president of the Society for Psychical Research in England, and obviously one of the great creative thinkers of American history, and a very important person for my field of parapsychology as well. So I'll be talking more about that as we go on. But for now, let me leave you with this thought, given that, as I've said, the one spiritual religions and traditions are your inheritance. What are you going to do about that inheritance? How are you going to interact with the global spiritual traditions? Does it make sense to you to even consider being open to that vast body of not just literature, but music, art, sculpture, architecture? Religions have played such an enormous part in human culture. How do you plan to interact creatively with that inheritance? With that thought, thank you once again. Hello, it's Jeffrey Michelov, and today I'm going to follow up a little bit on yesterday's In Presence monologue, in which I talked about the New Thought movement, the American Transcendentalists. Today I'd like to focus a little bit more on what is popularly known as the power of positive thinking. Now, that phrase was made famous by Reverend Norman Vincent Peale, whose book, The Power of Positive Thinking, has sold millions of copies. And Peale was the reverend, the pastor at the New Collegiate Church in New York City. And it just so happens that, to the extent that Donald Trump had any religious upbringing at all, his family, his father, brought him to Norman Vincent Peale's church. And as a youngster, he heard many lectures of Norman Vincent Peale. And I think at one point, when asked about his religious affiliation, he said, "Yes, I'm a member of the Collegiate Church of Norman Vincent Peale," although apparently church records show that he never was actually an official member. But I think when it comes to looking at both the positive and the negative side of the power of positive thinking, Donald Trump is an interesting case in point. Now, you could say from the negative side, and I know there are Trump supporters amongst the listeners, and so you'll probably disagree with me vehemently about this, to me that what the power of positive thinking has done in terms of Donald Trump, to the extent that he's absorbed in it all, he seems to have enormous self-confidence. He believes in himself. I think that's fair to say. And his belief in himself has taken him a very long way. But perhaps he believes in himself altogether too much, because it seems as if anything that comes out of his mouth at any given moment, he believes it to be true. And yet the fact checkers are telling us that roughly 65% of everything he says is either false or misleading. Now, I know misleading is a very nebulous category because people can interpret things in different ways. If you're a liberal, lifelong Democrat such as myself, well, you probably tend to interpret anything that comes out of the mouth of a Republican as misleading, because it's pointing people in a direction that people such as myself don't think is the right direction for our country. The interesting thing is it works vice versa. I know there are people whom I respect, people of high intellect, who have the opposite point of view. They're Trump supporters, and they tend to think that anything that comes out of the mouth of a liberal Democrat isn't trustworthy. Well, interesting. But really the most insidious aspect of the power of positive thinking, I think, is to blame other people when they are down and out, saying, well, what's the matter with them? They're not thinking positively. They are creating their own reality. They're the ones who are responsible. So if they're coming up from El Salvador because they're trying to escape horrible gang violence, it's their fault. If they're born in what has been referred to as a shithole country, it's their fault. People are to blame for their own circumstances, which means essentially a lack of compassion. And if one studies the traditional Bible, I think it's fair to say a sense of justice, a sense of compassion is called for in traditional religious teachings. And there can be a sense in which people involved in the power of positive thinking carry things too far. Or let me put it even more strongly, there is a sense in which if you are harboring neurotic needs, such as if you happen to be a narcissistic personality type, you can put your interest in the power of positive thinking in the New Thought movement at the surface of your own neurotic needs. And that can happen under all circumstances to people of every political persuasion. It's also one of the great dangers in parapsychology in general. It's why the psychiatrist Drew Eisenbach wrote the book about and did all the research on Ted Sirios, the fellow Chicago bellhop who had an extraordinary ability to create what were called thought-ographs to impress his mental impressions onto photographic film. It's highly documented. I know there are skeptics who think the whole thing is phony, but I believe that the proponents of that research, as in most cases involving the proponents of parapsychology and their critics, the proponents are light years ahead in terms of the way they think through the methodological issues and the way they're not wedded to an absolute metaphysical posture that says this has to be fraud, this has to be phony, there's no way it could be real. Well, that's not a good attitude for an empiricist, but I'm drifting off topic because my point is that Drew Eisenbach wrote another book called Parapsychology and the Unconscious, and in it he points to many examples from his own psychotherapy practice of clients, patients of his, who reported psychic experiences, and those experiences didn't end well. They ended up in ways that were harmful to the person who had them. And Eisenbud hypothesized, and I think it's a valid hypothesis, that these are individuals who, because of early childhood trauma, developed self-destructive tendencies. When a child experiences trauma, there's a tendency for the child to blame themselves and therefore to want to punish themselves. And this can be a subconscious dynamic carried into adulthood. And Eisenbud warned that for individuals such as this, because as we've reported in other programs, when you have early childhood trauma, you're also likely to develop, in addition to self-persecution complex, you're likely to develop an awareness of other realities, a potential for psychic experiences. You retreat into the depths of your own psyche, and there you find many things, including various fantasies in the world of mental imagery, but that also opens you up to actual real psychic functioning. But when that real psychic functioning is used in the service of a self-destructive impulse, bad things can happen. For example, Eisenbud uses this woman is having an affair. She decides to go to a movie with her lover, and they go to a matinee. They hope they won't be seen, but what should happen? They sit down right in front of friends of the lady's husband. So she has betrayed herself. Now, one might say, yes, the fact that she had a self-destructive impulse may have also resulted in the affair in the first place. But my point is simply that psychic functioning can come in under the service of a self-destructive unconscious impulse. If one has that in one's psychological makeup, it needs to be worked through. Well, the same thing can be said about the power of positive thinking. In a way, it's very parapsychological to think that if you hold positive thoughts, you will create a positive reality. Now, William James, who I've been talking about a lot, suffered from depression most of his life, particularly as a young man before he got married. He learned through the application of the power of positive thinking, of the principles of the New Thought movement, that he could cure himself of his own depression. It's very real, the things that people can accomplish through positive thinking. If you talk to any entrepreneur, they will tell you that they visualize what they did and that they did it. That's usually the way it goes. And some people will visualize and visualize over and over and over again till they work out all of the potential challenges, problems, potholes in the road ahead that they're going to encounter, and figure out in advance how they're going to address each and every one of those. Donald Trump has become president of the United States against all odds. The most unpopular president, I think, in the history of American elections. But he is the president of the United States. And he famously said to a reporter who interviewed him shortly after his election about why he plans to do the things he's going to do, he said, look, I'm president, you're not. So there's much to be said for the power of positive thinking in terms of getting things accomplished. But if you have unresolved conflicts, a persecution complex, for example, any self-destructive impulses, they may also tend to become the driving force when you enter into the realm of higher consciousness, positive thinking, and psychic functioning too. I know of many examples of people who have had direct psychic hits and have led to no good for them. One woman reported to me a case where she was working on the Ouija board. The Ouija board instructed newspaper the next day that a murder took place right then and there. On other occasions, people end up in bad marriages because they have had psychic visions about the person they thought they should marry. It turned out to be a self-destructive impulse at play. So I guess the message is you really have to clean your own house. You have to work through your own deep issues if you're going to apply parapsychological principles, especially if you're planning to work with psychokinesis. But even if you're simply thinking of being a more positive person in your life, being positive is a good thing, but it's not necessarily everything to do. And unfortunately, I suppose for all of us, the psychic housework that we have to do in terms of examining our own unconscious mind, well, the unconscious mind is practically infinite. So the work of cleaning house inside of one's own psyche is ongoing, always ongoing. With that thought, thank you once again. Hello, I'm Jeffrey Mitchlove. I woke up this morning and I thought to myself, oh my gosh, today is the first day out of 118 days that I will not be launching one of my in-presence monologues because I just didn't have time to do one yesterday. So as of 3 a.m. Mountain Time, when they normally get launched, nothing was released. But then I thought to myself, wait, I can do this. I can make this happen today. I don't have to stop my long run of 119 days in a row. So here I am. And I guess it has something to do with my belief in the goodness of what is happening here with these monologues. I'm getting great feedback from many of you. I'm getting some interesting feedback from many of you, and I'm happy to be here. Let me say that. And I do believe in what I'm doing. Something good is happening here on many levels. But I thought I'd talk a little bit about belief because it's in some ways it's a dirty word. You know, William James wrote this essay on the will to believe. I think it was one of his Gifford lectures that he gave at the University of Edinburgh on the philosophy of religion and the immortality of the soul. But what he had to argue was that it's okay to believe, because in his day there were very vociferous academics who were saying it is a sin to believe in something without adequate evidence. It is an intellectual sin. If you don't have evidence for something, just admit you don't know. And, you know, there's a lot of merit to that argument. There really is. I would say I subscribe to that argument more than I do not subscribe to it. And I can speak, I think, in behalf of the community of people working in the field of parapsychology. They subscribe to it too. Parapsychologists are, by and large, committed to the scientific method. That means that they're looking for evidence to support theories and hypotheses related to the existence of psychic functioning. It's not a matter of belief for these researchers who pay enormous attention to the fine points of methodology. But to the skeptics, and they're not real skeptics, as I've pointed out many times, to the scoffers who don't want to acknowledge that there's any possibility of paranormal phenomena, what we call paranormal. It's, as far as I can tell, it's so widely distributed in the population that it's really quite normal, but it's called paranormal because given the paradigm of the Western materialist mindset, it's almost impossible to explain. How can we know the future when the future hasn't happened, for example? How can we know about the details of events that take place far, far away from any sensory input that could come to us? It seems illogical. It seems as if it doesn't make sense. And yes, it doesn't make sense in terms of the normal senses. So there's a tradition in philosophy that you just don't believe in these things. But there's an irony, because I think that tradition largely goes back to an authentic skeptical philosopher, David Hume, who was a 17th or 18th century empiricist in the British tradition, a Scottish philosopher, and he wrote that if anybody claims that they have witnessed the miraculous, it's safe to just disbelieve them because miracles don't happen. It's much safer to disbelieve them than to accept them. In fact, he would say just, miracles don't happen. That's sort of the bedrock of his whole philosophy. So people who consider themselves, I think sometimes they're called naturalistic philosophers, they would say that anyone who purports to believe in miracles, meaning what we call the paranormal or extrasensory perception, telepathy, precognition, clairvoyance, and psychokinesis, reincarnation, and life after death, all of those things are just ruled out automatically. You don't even have to bother with the empirical evidence, with the fine points of methodology. They're impossible. We can discount them because we are naturalists. The universe is based on natural law. The universe is based on rational principles. And any other claims to the contrary, you can be safely ignored. Now, the irony here is that David Hume was a regular churchgoer. In spite of his skepticism, he found it prudent to attend, I think it was the Scottish Presbyterian Church, every Sunday. Now, William James, in his essay on the will to believe, took issue with these people who said that belief in things for which you have no evidence is an intellectual sin. And William James argued along many different lines here, and in fact, he also challenged his so-called Pascal's wager. Blaise Pascal, a 17th century French philosopher, said life is a wager. We are wagering our life, our immortal soul, on whether or not God exists. If we claim that God doesn't exist, and we're correct, no problem. If we claim God does exist and we're wrong, well, there's no fault really, so when we die, we'll be dead. But if we claim God doesn't exist and then God does exist, we may be doomed to eternal damnation. Therefore, the safest bet is the bet that God exists. So we should show up in church. And in that case in France, it was the Catholic Church, it was the Mass, it was the rituals of the Catholic Church. And William James pointed out that that argument would seem pretty silly to somebody who wasn't a Catholic, for whom the option of becoming a devout Catholic wasn't even in the cards, say if you're born a Hindu or a Muslim. But James argued further that the idea of believing in God in order to win a wager and save your soul from eternal damnation wasn't very good motivation in any case. But he did argue that believing in religion, in this case, could be a very positive thing. He said it's like, suppose you have a friend and you want to know, does my friend like me? Well, won't it be the case that your friend is going to like you more if you like them back? If you think about your friend, if you do things for your friend, if you're a good friend to your friend might like you more. But if you completely ignore your friend, if you act as if your friend doesn't even exist, why should your friend like you? And he seemed to be suggesting that we have the power of entering into a personal relationship with the divine. And of course, many religious traditions say as much. And that it's okay to have that belief. It's a good thing to have that belief if it helps you enter into that kind of a relationship. And I think James, as a pragmatist, would say, if your life is working better because of that relationship, because I think it's fair to say that there are all kinds of people out there who believe that they're having an intimate relationship with God, and that could be harmful for them. That, for example, there are people who commit crimes in the name of God, including murder. So I think James has a point. I don't really wholeheartedly agree, because it seems to me, first of all, God doesn't care that much about whether you believe in God. And I'm thinking back to my own experiences, because I've had an intimate relationship. I think of it as maybe with the universe, with the consciousness of the universe. I've been guided by dreams and synchronicities throughout my life. I've been open to them. I've been willing to believe in the possibility that my psyche, my consciousness can do these things. I believe in myself in that regard. And in parapsychology, we have a whole set of research known as the sheep-goat effect. It basically says that people who believe that they can do ESP perform better than people who believe that they can't on tests of ESP. It's that simple. So belief does play a role. I want to conclude with one thought from my mentor, Arthur M. Young, the inventor of the Bell helicopter. He once said to me, belief is like the flywheel of an engine. You know, a flywheel is basically, it stores rotational energy. It spins around. Now, the engine doesn't have constant rotational energy, because you take your foot on and off the gas. When you put your foot on the gas, boom. But if your foot isn't on the gas, the engine would slow down. But the flywheel is what keeps that rotational energy going. It keeps your engine going. And Arthur Young said belief works just like that. It keeps you going. When you're not getting power from any other source, it's your belief that keeps you moving forward. So I would say this: belief serves a positive psychological function, or let me put it even a little more conservatively, belief can serve a positive psychological function. But frankly, I'm willing to concede, along with all of those intellectual skeptics, that oftentimes a great deal of harm occurs when belief is misplaced. And I think you would all agree with me about that. So the question I'll leave you with today is this: what do you believe in? What do you believe in? What are your core beliefs? And are there any of your core beliefs that you would be willing to let go of? Is there anything that maybe you believe in a little too much? I'll leave you with that thought. And thank you. Thank you for being with me. Hello, I'm Jeffrey Michelin. I can't help laughing at myself, I'm afraid. Because this is the third time I've been trying to make this monologue. The first time I forgot to activate the sound, so there was no sound at all. The second time I didn't even turn on the record button. So here we are, number 3. I hope I get better each time. But I guess it goes to show you that I'm not perfect by any means. And I suppose the older I get, the more vulnerable I become to whatever imperfections remain in my character, not to mention simply the degrading of memory that occurs as one gets older, short-term memory. Nevertheless, here I am, and I'd like to share with you some thoughts in relationship to the video conversation with Jason Reza-Georgiani that was released last Wednesday. The topic is Understanding the Trial by Franz Kafka. That's the great novel of Kafka, published posthumously because he never received much acclaim while he was alive. But if you were to visit the city of Prague today in the Czech Republic, virtually every bookstore has a little table of books by Kafka. He is considered the archetypal modern Czech writer. And he is a dark writer. He writes about the absurdities of modern life. He writes about the implacable dilemmas of being human. And in the trial, we see the protagonist caught up in a legal proceeding, a nightmarish scenario from which there is no escape. And he ends up dying or being killed at the end. And there's a sense in which this is an allegory of the human condition. We are all guilty of something. Now, Jason, in thinking about the novel, says if only he had taken the whole situation with a little more humor, he could have laughed the whole thing off and never gone to trial at all. On the other hand, he said, but we are all guilty of this. None of us is an integrated personality. What does that mean? We are, in the words of William James, pluralistic beings. We have many, many different sub-personalities. Most of them, I suppose, for a healthy person, get along well with each other. We have consistent values, consistent goals, consistent ideals. But who among us has never acted in a way inconsistent with how we think of ourselves, what we expect of ourselves? So we all probably have something to feel guilty about unless we have Jesus Christ, perhaps the only perfect individual who ever lived if you accept that brand of theology. But for those of us who are less than Christ-like, we have personalities that are not fully integrated. Even the great psychiatrists like Carl Jung ran into terrible crises in the spirit due to the endeavor to fully integrate, to fully become a unified human being. Well, maybe it's an impossible task. How many people are suffering right at this very moment on the planet? And you and I aren't doing anything about it. We're not lifting a finger in their behalf. You know, there is a lot that we all have to feel guilty about. If you're an American, like I am, you can feel guilty about living in a wealthy country that benefited from the labor of slaves for over a century. A country that benefited by basically removing the Native Americans from their own land. A country that benefited from how many wars and the death of how many millions of people. Or, if you want to go even deeper, when it is chain of life on this planet, but every living creature only exists because it feeds on other living entities, plants and animals. Unless you're the most primitive of lichens, and you can survive only on minerals, you survive because you feed on other life forms. We all do. We feed on other life forms, especially those of us who are not vegetarians. So there's plenty to feel guilty about, and the list could go on and on and on. And the thing is this: parents use guilt as a way to manipulate their children. And not only that, not just parents and children, but manipulative people in general will find your guilty spots and work on them in order to gain a certain degree of power and control over you. How are you to address that? Here's my solution. and maybe it's a little bit radical. Let go of guilt. You have nothing to feel guilty about. Now, what do I mean by that? Because surely your life can always be improved upon. There are probably habits you'd like to change, maybe some bad habits, as a matter of fact. I have some bad habits. Sometimes I overeat, gluttony. Yes, I remember once Gene Houston, one of my favorite teachers and mentors, was a good friend of the great anthropologist Margaret Mead, and she tells the story of how Margaret Mead said to her one day, "What's your favorite vice?" "Mine is gluttony." Well, that gluttony is probably my favorite vice too, but if you think I'm going to lose weight by making myself guilty about it, no! You see, guilt is a form of self-punishment. If I feel guilty, I'm trying to punish myself, and punishing myself isn't going to help me to develop better habits. I can let go of guilt 100%, but in so doing, the key is to be responsible for myself. Not guilty, but responsible. Responsible means making amends, and I'm in full agreement with the 12-step programs that talk about the importance of going back, finding people who you have hurt or mistreated in one way or another, and letting them know that you're sorry, and doing what you can to rectify the situation. And if you can't do that, do what you can to work on yourself, to address the situation that caused the problem to begin with. We all need to work on ourselves. It's a lifelong process, and I can tell you from my study that even the Buddha could work on himself throughout his whole life. And surely, if it's true for the Buddha, it's probably true for everybody, although I'm not so sure about Jesus. Maybe he was born perfect, for all I know. I'm kind of inclined to want to think so, even though I'm Jewish. It's nice to think that one person in the whole history of humanity was fully integrated in a good, positive way. But let me ask you this question. Think about it. Are there areas where you do feel guilty? Are there areas where you are punishing yourself inwardly? Are you able to let go of that? What would it take for you to let go of that last little vestige of guilt? What do you need to do to be more responsible and less guilty? Where can you improve yourself along that direction? But I'll leave you with that thought. Thank you for being with me. I'm Jeffrey Lishlove. Today is Friday. I'm making this monologue to be released tomorrow morning, Saturday morning, so I don't have any cushion to work with, and I have a busy schedule. I don't know if I'm going to be able to keep this up, but I'm doing my best because, number one, I enjoy it, and number two, the feedback that I get from those of you who watch these monologues is inspiring to me. It makes me think that we're on the right track here, that something is happening here. And you don't know what it is, do you, Mr. Jones? Well, I thought I would talk about the very name of this series, In Presence. I mentioned in the very first monologue that the name In Presence is also the name of an email list that I have been hosting since about 1993 through an organization of which I have been the president, called the Intuition Network. It's an organization for people who are active professionally in the field of intuition, either as teachers or trainers or researchers or writers or practitioners of intuition. And we named it In Presence because it became clear to all of us that you access your intuition by being present to what is relevant to you in the moment. So it's about being here now. And yet there are many paradoxes, associated with time. Some people would say you can never be in the present moment because our nervous system operates with a certain delay. You know, it takes a signal. Let's say you touch something, and you feel it at your fingertip, but by the time that signal goes from your fingertip to your brain and you register the feeling, well, maybe a tenth of a second has passed. So by and large, we're living a fraction of a second in the past. We can't keep up with the here and now. In fact, what is the here and now, really? If we look at it mathematically, it could be a fraction of a moment. Well, that's a funny phrase because we don't know how long a moment is, and that's the issue. I could say I'm here and now because I'm here today, Friday. Friday is my now, and that gives me 24 hours. But I don't think that's what people normally mean when they say be here now. Many of us, probably everybody listening or viewing this video, has had the experience of walking into a room and then you suddenly think to yourself, why am I here? Why did I come into this room? I've had that experience many a time, and I'll tell you, so for those of you who are younger and don't know it, be forewarned, because the older you get, the more often that's going to happen. And I did an interview many years ago, back in the original Thinking Aloud series, with a man named Donovan Bess. I remember him well. At the time, he was 94 years old, which to me back then seemed really ancient. I was less than half his age. And he and Donovan Bess had written a book about the beauty of growing older, and he talked about all of the wonderful things associated with aging. And I'll tell you, there's a lot to be said for that. I can tell you, quite honestly, I don't think I've ever been happier in my life. When they talk about the golden years, well, there's something to be said for that if you have a modicum of health. I can look back and say, "Ooh, I made it. I'm in my 70s. Wow." There are many, many blissful things about growing old. However, not everything is blissful. Or even if it is blissful, that's not necessarily good. So Donovan Bess, in his book, suggested that one of the advantages of growing older is that you lose your memory because, he said, that way you get to practice being here now. And I've been thinking about that. Well, if you walk into a room and you forget why you came into that room. I suppose you could say, well, here I am. I might as well look around and see what catches my eye. Oh, I'm in a room. Look at this. Look at the carpets. Look at the artwork. Look at the furniture. How interesting. I mean, that might be like an acid trip or something. But what the problem with that is you forgot your very purpose. And if you lose touch with your purpose, I don't think you're really in the here and now the way the phrase was intended by Ramdas, for example. And he's not here at the moment. I can't ask him for clarification, but I don't think that's being here now when you forgot your purpose. And being here now means at least you know your purpose, and your purpose has a lot to do with where you've been in the past and where you intend to go in the future. So we live in time, our experiences in time, that it reaches back, our consciousness reaches backwards and forwards. And let me say this about it, there's plenty of very serious people in the world of theoretical physics who believe that what you could call backwards causality influences from the future. The future is reaching out to us, as is the past reaching forward to us. The future reaches backwards, the past reaches forward, so to speak. So being here now includes having a sense of why you're here, what you're doing, what your intentions are, what is your purpose. But there is another sense to the word be here now, and it's a little more closely aligned with the notion for which this series of monologues is named, in presence. And maybe the best way for me to share with you what that's like is to consider for a moment the various video conversations. I sit in this very chair, and I have now for the last 3 years. And across from me is another person. And I'll tell you, I am giving that person all of my attention at the time. Well, I'm processing what they're saying, yes. I'm interpreting what they're saying. I'm noticing the rhythm that they're speaking with. I'm noticing their emotional energy. I'm trying to glean for myself what is the point they're trying to make. I'm aware of the audience, even though the audience won't be viewing the video for days, sometimes weeks, sometimes even months. But I'm aware that they're there and that they may need clarification on one point or another. So I'm aware of all of those things, but mostly I'm giving the person with whom I'm with my full attention to the best of my ability. And I think to the extent that those video conversations work, it's because I'm able to be in the moment with them. So I'm not missing something they're intending to say. And I'm able to recapitulate, I'm able to translate, I'm able to sometimes expand upon what they have to say for the benefit of the viewers. To me, those interviews are an exercise in being here now, and maybe that's when it's most important, is when you're with another person, giving that person your full attention, really listen to what they have to say, as opposed to kind of being in your head, thinking about what I'm going to say next, how I'm going to drive the conversation in one direction or another, and not hearing what they are telling you right then and there. Now, I'm not so good at that in my daily life. I think I'm actually much better at being here and now in the interview conversation. If you talk to my wife, she'll say, you know, I said this and that to you, and you didn't even hear me. It happens. And sometimes I wonder, did she really say that? Well, it could well be that, habitually speaking, when I'm not in front of the camera, I'm less inclined to be really present here and now. It's a lesson for me That's something I can work on. There's a great advantage to being able to really be with another person, to really hear them, to really listen to them, to really work at understanding where they're coming from or what they're trying to communicate. The advantage is, number one, they will appreciate you for it. People come to Albuquerque, and prior to Albuquerque, when I lived in Las Vegas, people come from all over the world to be interviewed because they know they'll be heard. And you may notice I interview people occasionally whose ideas are very different than my own, and I let them express themselves to the best of their ability the way they choose. And I try to give them the opportunity to present themselves the way they choose in the best light and the clearest way for the benefit of the audience. So that, to me, that's what being here now is about. Being with another person. When I walk into a room, trying to remember why I came there, that's something else that's a little different. It's a different kind of interaction where to really be present, you have to reach back. And even in the interviews, of course, I have to reach back and forward in time because the now moment is so elusive. It's always changing. It's never the same. And every now moment is laden with import, with meaning, with subtle references and nuances to faraway times and places. So the thought I'd like to leave you with today is, how good are you at being in presence with other people? What can you do to work on improving that skill? Because, as I mentioned earlier, being present, being in the here and now, opening yourself up to what's most relevant to the immediate moment is a good way to get in touch with your intuition. And getting in touch with your intuition is a good way to open up your psychic functioning, which ultimately is what I'd love to see for all of you out there, at least all of you who so desire it, be more psychic. Why not? It's a God-given gift because you have a psychic, and your psyche, your soul, your spirit, your mind, your consciousness is capable of so vastly much, much more than we normally dream is possible. Thank you for being with me. Hello, I'm Jeffrey Mishlow. I'm making this video on Friday. It's going to be released on Sunday, July 1st. And that's a significant day because if you're watching the news on Sunday, you'll notice that a lot of attention is being spent on the election in Mexico. This may be a very significant event for us in the United States and perhaps for people around the world. It's not getting a lot of coverage yet, but it looks like the new government in Mexico is very likely going to lean far to the left to be a hardline socialist government, at least at this moment in time. It appears that what is being described as a hardline socialist candidate is situation in our neighboring country of Mexico, not so different from Castro's Cuba, only Mexico was a much larger country than Cuba ever was, and we share a very long border with Mexico. So how this is going to affect the immigration situation, American foreign policy, it's hard to say right now, but it could be a sign of trouble ahead if our neighboring country elects an anti-American president. It could happen. Right now, it appears as if it's a very likely possibility. So it seems as if international tensions may be ratcheting up. Now, I mentioned this because there are some videos that are in the New Thinking Aloud catalog. And if you look at the upper right hand of your screen right now, I'm going to link to the first of those videos. They haven't been watched very often. They're amongst the least popular of the videos thus far released of the New Thinking Aloud series, but I regard them highly. They're videos with the author C.M. Mayo. That's her pen name, actually. But in any case, I've done 3 interviews with her about Francisco Madero, who was the first post-revolutionary president of Mexico. What they often refer to him as the leader of the 1910 revolution. He was elected president of Mexico in 1911, as I recall. And the interesting thing about Madero is that he was a spiritualist, very, very clearly. In fact, C.M. Mayo's research suggests he was more than just a spiritualist. He was a spiritualist medium. In addition, he was the son of a wealthy landowner and actually published a book, his own book on spiritualism, published under a pseudonym because he knew that entering into politics as he was in a nominally Catholic country could be problematic for a spiritualist. Indeed, it was problematic because he was overthrown and assassinated. His term of office lasted, I don't know, about a year. But he is regarded today as the father of the Mexican Revolution, a very important historical figure, a person who did a great deal to usher in more democracy in Mexico. Now, he felt that his spiritualist beliefs had an important role to play in his politics, even though he tried to keep it hidden. It was something of an open secret in Mexico City that he was a spiritualist, and some people, such as the General Victoriano Huerta, who deposed and assassinated him, were horrified by the idea of a spiritualist president that is completely inconsistent with conventional Catholic theology. And they regarded it as something of, I suppose the best word is an abomination. But as I think about it, it seems to me you'll find many other examples of where esoteric thinkers, whether they're spiritualists or Sufis or Kabbalists or yogis, get involved in politics. There are a variety of examples. Sri Aurobindo in India would be another case in point, not to mention Mahatma Gandhi, a person of deep spiritual values, who tried to apply those values in a political context. And I think Francisco Madero was one such person, and that's why I think it's valuable for those of you who have an interest in what's going on in Mexico today to take a look at those particular interviews. Let me say another thing about Madero. It appears from the manuscript of his that C.M. Mayo actually translated into English and writes about in her book that he president of Mexico deceased in Madero's state, Benito Juarez, who was regarded as another democratic reformer who was president of Mexico for many years. And it's as if Madero felt that the spirit of Benito Juarez was guiding him to lead a new revolution because, well, as I understand it, Juarez was the president, a democratic president, under the auspices of what was then known as the Liberal Party in Mexico, but eventually Porfirio Diaz became president, also president under the Liberal Party, but he ruled for many, many years as a dictator. So there's a fine line between being a dictator and being an elected president. And there are many examples, including Mussolini and Hitler, of people who were elected to office and then used that election as an opportunity to grab the reins of power and rule like a dictator. So democracies can be readily subverted. And of course it raises a number of questions to think about, which is, was there an esoteric, a spiritual component to history? Has that happened? Are the Illuminati or the hidden masters operating behind the scenes to influence politics? Or are there other influences? I don't know. I'm sure many people think there are satanic influences. Other people think that it's, all sorts of conspiracies and cabals. But what about genuine, I'm searching for a word, higher consciousness, entities of a higher consciousness attempting to influence history? And that is, in effect, the story of the Bible, where God influences history. And one wonders, is it for the better or not? God who freed the Jews from slavery in Egypt and established under his auspices the kingdom of the ancient kingdom of Israel, and has influenced history in many other ways. So we have this thread in our culture, whether it is Jehovah or Yahweh, the deity of the Hebrew Bible, or whether it is esoteric sources of a spiritualist nature, or whether it is great yogis and illuminated beings, Buddhas. There's a long history of spiritual leaders, whether they're incarnate or disincarnate, playing a role in politics. And then we can ask, well, what's the outcome of that? Is it good that Francisco Madero's intervention in Mexico really lead to progress? Or is progress so slow and incremental that it's hardly noticeable? Or is it a question of taking 2 steps forward and 3 steps back? How do we judge the progress? And if there is a spiritual hierarchy that has an interest in human affairs, but doesn't want to violate the great commandment of Star Trek not to intervene in other planets' activities, how does that work? How does that operate? I'm inclined to think it doesn't always work out for the best. I'm not sure. Certainly it didn't for Francisco Madero, who was assassinated. And then people may say, yes, but so he was assassinated. He's still regarded as the father of the Mexican Revolution. But then what became of the Mexican Revolution? But what does all of this mean to us today? How can we be as vigilant as possible regarding the shifting sands of politics? Because obviously things change dramatically. Where one stands today may not be where one wishes to stand tomorrow. And what is the role of spirituality in politics? politics? What is the role of higher consciousness in politics? Is there a legitimate role, or should they be separate? Because nothing positive comes from mixing politics and consciousness. These are all food for thought, and I'll leave you with those unanswered questions. Thank you for being with me. Hello, I'm Jeffrey Mishlow. I wish I wasn't laughing, but I have to laugh at myself yet again because I'm remaking this monologue. A moment ago, I just completed one and then went to check the video and discovered that the record button wasn't on to the best of my awareness. I pressed it so quickly and then came over to this chair to sit down and make the recording that I didn't notice that I must not have pressed the record button on my computer screen sufficiently. Either that or I completely forgot, which may be a sign that I'm in the early stages of some form of dementia or Alzheimer's. My mother, a saintly individual, a yoga teacher of whom I have spoken fondly in a previous monologue, had Alzheimer's. She had a pretty serious case of it, and her father, my grandfather, had Alzheimer's as well. So, to be honest, I think I'm vulnerable, and it'll be interesting to see if I continue these monologues. Watch the progressive decline of my brain. And that will be an interesting thing to watch because in general, I think I do a pretty good job of maintaining a lot of mental activity. And for the most part, if I'm not having some kind of a lapse like that, I have a feeling that these monologues are pretty coherent. But it's something I need to watch out for. Now, let me get to the point I had made in the earlier version that I'm going to summarize it. I'm going to go through it a little bit faster than I did before because it has to do with the Bible and the tendency of, I guess, what are called biblical fundamentalists to take the Bible literally. Now, as an undergraduate in college, I studied biblical Hebrew. Biblical Hebrew, incidentally, is very different from modern Hebrew. But in the course of studying biblical Hebrew and also taking courses on the Bible itself, back in the 1960s, I came across a book by Julius Wellhausen called Prolegomena to the Study of the Ancient Hebrew Kingdom. And Wellhausen basically initiated the modern field of biblical criticism. He's the fellow who came up with the idea that there were 4 different authors to the Bible, that he basically completely demolished the idea that the Bible was written. And when I say the Bible, I'm referring to the 5 books of Moses that are attributed to Moses, that they were all written by Moses, or as some might say, dictated by God to Moses. But Wellhausen makes it quite clear that there were multiple authors, and his view became the consensus view of biblical critics. I also want to point out at this moment that I have an earlier interview, I'm going to link to it now, with Richard Smolin, the author of How God Became God, in which he summarizes a lot of biblical criticism and brings it more up to date. But we can say this certainly about the Bible, that if we try to look at the Egyptian records for anything comparable to a history of Jewish slaves in Egypt who escaped and crossed the Red Sea or the Sea of Reeds and were pursued by the Egyptian army, and the Egyptian army was destroyed in the flooding waters after the Jews passed through. There's no records of anything of that at all. There's barely any reference to the ancient Hebrews. There's one or two brief references in the Egyptian records. So the story of Exodus, which is so basic, so fundamental to Judeo-Christian mythology, lacks empirical corroboration. Not only that, take the story of Joshua entering into the land of Canaan, coming upon the city of Jericho, and how the walls came tumbling down. You know the song, Joshua did the battle of Jericho, Jericho, Jericho. Joshua did the battle of Jericho, when the walls came tumbling down. Well, Wellhausen, as I recall, in his book, which is written in the early part of the early part of the 20th century, notes that at that time, archaeologists, I hope I have this correct, but if not, forgive me, because the sources may be different, but the facts are that archaeologists have uncovered the walls of Jericho, and the walls of Jericho did come tumbling down, but not overnight. The walls of Jericho came down over a lengthy period of time, at least a century or two. So the idea of the Jewish people being led into the promised land by God, who oversaw their military victories, is probably a fiction made up after the fact. And there are numerous other examples. I think that as we get past the period of Joshua and into the actual kingdom of Israel, the historical records become more and more corroborated with the biblical accounts. But earlier accounts, not so much. Now, I'm inclined to think that there are truths in the Bible. There are ethical truths. There are spiritual truths. There's a lot of cultural information. There's an enormous wealth of cultural information there. But it would be a mistake to assume that the Bible is literally the Word of God, literally physically true. No way, as far as I am concerned. I know occasionally there are people who comment on my monologues or on some of the interviews, and particularly the ones on reincarnation, and say, no, the Bible rules out reincarnation. It says you only live once. Well, it may say that, but I find there's no particular reason to take anything of that sort at face value when it comes to not just the Bible, but to all scriptures. I find them fascinating. I think they're very important. There are multiple levels. I think it's fair to say you can interpret any scripture on 7 different dimensions at least. There's a lot to be gleaned from studying the scriptures. But I am, for your information, nowhere close to taking any of that literally. So one of the viewers suggested, I think, that my statement about God intervening in history on behalf of the Jewish people might represent how I really felt, for example, about the state of Israel and Zionism. No way. I certainly didn't need to imply it that way, and that's why I'm bringing up this discussion. Now, Yuval Noah Harari, a historian, an Israeli historian, wrote a very popular book, several actually, but the first of his popular books, called Sapiens, is sort of the history of the human race, and he makes a great point in it. One of the defining characteristics of being human, maybe the single most defining characteristic of being human is our capacity for creating meta-narratives about events that did not occur. Other animals seem to be able to communicate about real events that they observe, but I don't believe other animals have the capacity to create stories that aren't true. It's just unique to humans and to human culture, and these stories or meta-narratives serve a very important role. They are the glue that holds cultures together. But the problem is, to the extent that those stories are not true, the glue often falls apart at some point. No longer capable of holding the culture together. So, what is this to you? What is the lesson here for us? What are the meta-narratives that you find important to your life? What are the meta-narratives that guide you in the world today? And do you accept them as literally true? Is it possible that you are holding on to a narrative which is not what it appears to be, that it should be interpreted differently than you interpret it? Give that some thought. And once again, thank you.
QFC knows that fresh produce, meat, and seafood make holiday meals better. That's why we stock your fresh faves daily, from Brussels sprouts and chard to rib roast and more. So you can be sure you're getting the best of the best this holiday season, no matter how you shop. QFC. Love fresh, love local, love food.
Save big on your favorites with the buy 5 or more, save $1 each sale. Simply buy 5 or more participating items and save $1 each with your card. QFC.
Hello, I'm Jeffrey Mishlove. You know, today is Monday, the 2nd of July. I am now preparing a monologue that will be released early in the morning tomorrow. And I realize one of the advantages of not having a backlog is that it gives me an opportunity to respond immediately when viewers post comments to previous videos, and an immediate response is sometimes called for. Now, one of the viewers, I think John Paul is his name, said, I haven't been talking about the divine feminine. And he says, I want you to do it as soon as possible, the divine feminine. And actually, I can tell you this, there is an interview with James P. Driscoll on the Godhead archetype, in which he's very explicit that in Western culture, Godhead archetype as analyzed by Carl Jung, the great Swiss depth psychologist, is lacking in the feminine principle. And that's one of the big gaps in Western culture. Now, Jung suggests it could be maybe the Virgin Mary is the closest, really, that we get to the idea of the divine feminism, of the divine feminine in Western culture. Well, there's a relationship between feminism and the divine. And I know a number of viewers get upset when I say I'm a feminist, but one of the reasons I am a feminist is in relationship to the divine feminine. Because as a parapsychologist, psychologist, probably the most marginalized of all legitimate sciences, I'm aware of a certain affinity that I have for other marginalized groups. Well, what are the other marginalized groups? Women, people of color, people, indigenous people around the world, people from the southern hemisphere as opposed to the northern hemisphere, people who practice alternative religions such as witchcraft, shamanism, Gnosticism. Well, all of these people have, all of these groups of people have a greater affinity for what you could call the intuitive factor. According to Jung, consciousness itself, human consciousness, has four primary factors: thinking, feeling, sensing, and intuiting. And of these, our culture seems to provide the least support for the intuitive function. Thinkers do well, and I, unfortunately, was always rewarded as a child in school because I could think and I did well on my tests. Which is both an advantage and a disadvantage, because when you do well on taking tests, then what you want to do is live a life where you take lots of tests. And of course, life is a lot more than taking tests. But in my lifetime, I realized that I have taken a lot of tests. I've passed various licenses as a psychologist, as a real estate professional, as a commodity trading advisor. Well, when you pursue a career in parapsychology, it's a good idea to have some backups, because although I've been a parapsychologist my whole adult life, it has not been my major source of income. Well, that wasn't exactly a tangent. That was relevant, because we're talking about the divine feminine and how, as I pointed out, the divine feminine gets suppressed in Western culture. You talk to most people about God, and they use the masculine pronoun, God, he. That's the Judeo-Christian tradition. God is a he. Now, as a student of Kabbalah, I can tell you that in Jewish culture, there is a female component of the divine. It's called the Shekhinah. And the Shekhinah is sometimes thought of as the presence of God, sometimes thought of as the Sabbath Queen. There's a song that we used to sing on Friday night services. Come, O Sabbath day, and bring peace and healing on thy way, and to every troubled breast sing of thy divine behest. Thou shalt rest, thou shalt rest. Well, that song is, to my way of thinking, considered sort of an expression of the divine feminine. It's welcoming, as the Jewish people would say, the Sabbath Queen. Well, the Sabbath Queen is another way of referring to the feminine presence of God. And in the Jewish tradition, the welcoming of the Sabbath, all of the rituals that take place not in the synagogue, but in the house, are often the domain of the female head of the house. The blessings of the candles for Sabbath, for example. Now, of course, I'm not an Orthodox Jew. There may be Orthodox Jews who take issue with this, and I know they have very sexist attitudes. I'm sorry to say. But it's true. I mean, there's a story in my family, for example, and I think maybe it expresses the sort of ambivalence that comes out of Judaism with regard to the feminine. My grandmother, Anna Mishnah, died when I was 5 years old. I never knew her well. But my Aunt Jeanette, her daughter, was off in the military, and Jeanette was living with my grandmother at the time before she got married, and she learned that the Lubavitcher Rebbe, actually from Lubavitch in Russia, was speaking at a conference of rabbis in Chicago. Now, my family lived in Berlin, Wisconsin, a tiny little town, and my grandmother was so eager to see this rabbi that she and my aunt traveled by train from Fond du Lac, 120 miles to Chicago, and they went to the restaurant, the Jewish deli, I guess, where the conference was taking place in the back room. Now, I should say this, my grandmother was an orphan. Her parents had died, and she was raised in a very religious family, and she was born in Russia. She came from a part of, well, it was then Russia, it would be Russia today, I think, what's known as the Russian Pale, areas where Jews were allowed to live, near the town of Lubavitch. Now, my grandmother was very devout, and she used to try and say with the boys when the rabbi would come for religious instructions. But these were forbidden to girls. But the rabbi would allow her to sit just outside the room on the other side of the door with the door partially open so she could hear and participate in the instructions that were being given. And now, many, many years later, my grandmother is an American citizen, and she has grown children and is coming to Chicago. And the rabbi, of course, an Orthodox Lubavitcher Rebbe, is never supposed to even touch a woman. And my aunt and grandmother are sitting in the restaurant, and they want to talk to the rabbi who is in the private meeting room, and they pass a note to him saying, Anna Schwab, that was her maiden name, is here to see you. And eventually the rabbi came out, and my Aunt Jeanette was so impressed. She said, that rabbi, that man who was never supposed to touch women, gave my mother, your grandmother, a huge hug. Unheard of. But it was because they had a close connection. It was because, I think, that rabbi, the Lubavitcher Hasidic rabbi, understood something about the divine feminine. Understood that, yes, of course, there are many rules about keeping men and women separate, not only in the Jewish religion, but in other religions as well. But that separation ought not to mean exclusive dominance by men, because as men begin to dominate women, what happens is the psychological functions associated primarily with masculinity, thinking and sensing, are accentuated, and the psychological functions that are mostly associated with the feminine side, feeling and intuition, get diminished. And as intuition gets diminished, so does psychic functioning, and it's not acknowledged in our culture. So we live in a very off-balanced culture because of that. Because we don't acknowledge the divine feminine, and as such, we don't acknowledge the power of women in our own culture. For example, people say, why am I a feminist? They say, look at how powerful women are. They are ruining men's lives everywhere. They control all the money. And other people have gone on and on about why they are not feminists. But why I am a feminist is sort of like this. Women are making great progress now, moving into the world of business, not being relegated to just being at home. And if women keep making this kind of progress in business, why, in just another 1,500 years, we'll have full equality. Well, why not today? Why is it that the average woman earns 70 cents on the dollar compared to men doing the exact same job? To me, it's a question of simple justice, and not only simple justice, but a question of I'm a feminist not so much for women, but for myself, because I think that the imbalance that we have in our culture hurts men as well. Like little boys who are taught at around the age of 7 or 8 to be a man and stop crying. And so little boys learn how to suppress their feelings. And men with suppressed feelings, well, they create all kinds of problems in our culture. Perhaps there are problems for women as well who don't get the respect that they ought to get when they do have masculine qualities like a fine mathematical mind. I would like to see balance restored to our culture. And that balance goes all the way up to our understanding of the nature of the divine as we conceive of it, and all the way down to simple issues of who's going to do the dishes, how is the housework going to be divided, how are relationships going to be managed, should one sex be dominated, should there be laws regarding what women can do with their bodies, but men are not required to have similar restrictions placed on them. For example, all of this, I think, is about how we ultimately treat ourselves, how we treat our psyche. There is a sense in Jungian psychology that the psyche is sort of the opposite of the ego. If you have a masculine ego, then your subconscious is your anima, it's a feminine. But if we are in a culture in which this female or feminine is suppressed, then men aren't as able to get in touch with their own subconscious. So this imbalance affects all of us, I think, very deeply. Those are my thoughts. I'm happy to read whatever comments you would like to post about this, but let me ask you this question. Where do you stand in relationship to the divine feminine? Do you allow the Shekinah, the feminine presence of God, into your life? Well, maybe you don't allow any presence of God into your life because you think it's a stupid concept or something. I don't know, but give it some thought. Give it some thought. How do you react to imbalances in our culture with regard to marriage? We'll leave you with that question. Thank you. Hello, I'm Jeffrey Mishlow. This video monologue is scheduled for initial release on the 4th of July, 2018. Now, I know many people will watch on other dates, but it seems as if most people actually watch these monologues the very day that they're released. Who knows? That could change over time. But I want to talk today about some circumstances associated with the 4th of July. It's an interesting date in history, obviously to Americans, because it is considered Independence Day, the day of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, written by Thomas Jefferson, who also died on the 4th of July. And not only did Jefferson, the third president of the United States, die on the 4th of July in 1826, but on that very same day, 5 hours later, John Adams, the second president of the United States, passed away. And John Adams' final words were, "Jefferson still survives." How unusual. First of all, people say, no, he was wrong. Jefferson had preceded him by 5 hours. But then there is the possibility that John Adams was actually having a deathbed vision of his own and knew that Jefferson was there on the other side to welcome him, because, as I've reported in a number of interviews, people have deathbed visions where close friends and relatives and loved ones are waiting for them on the other side, and sometimes they're very surprised because they didn't know that person had died. But obviously, if the person is waiting for them on the other side, are they really dead? Not in any permanent sense, one would think. Well, and yet we know that Jefferson and Adams were political rivals, in fact, bitter political rivals. So how is it that, assuming for the moment that Jefferson was on the other side to greet Adams since he died, and that's why Adams remarked, "Jefferson still survives," the opposite of the meaning normally attributed to that phrase. But an interesting thing is this. Adams had previously expressed his love for Jefferson in spite of their bitter political rivalry. You see, Adams was the second president of the United States, and at that time, the person who gathered the second greatest number of electoral votes became the vice president. So Jefferson served as Adams' vice president, even though they were in effect from different political parties. Adams was a Federalist. He was a New Yorker who believed in a strong financial system and strong federal government. Jefferson was a member of what was then known as the Democratic Republican Party, mostly based in the South, and it was a party that wanted a weak federal government. Not so different from the Republican Party of today. So, during Adams' presidency, Jefferson, who was his vice president, did things to undermine him, spreading rumors, paying yellow journalists to write articles to the effect that Adams wished to crown himself king. And when Adams ran for re-election, Jefferson opposed him, and Jefferson won. Adams was very bitter about it because of the yellow journalism involved, because he didn't get to complete a second term or even enter into a second term of office. It's kind of humiliating when you're the president of the United States not to be reelected. I know Jimmy Carter suffered from some emotional issues when that occurred to him, and so did John Adams. He was very bitter. And furthermore, because at that time, the United States Constitution counted the black slaves in the South as 3/5 of a person, even though they didn't get to vote. Had that not occurred, it turns out that Adams would have won the election. Well, that is to say, if the slaves who didn't get to vote weren't counted as people at all, Adams would have won. Adams was very, very bitter about what happened, and he blamed Jefferson for acting as a disloyal vice president, paying for the yellow journalists, and who knows, for being a slaveholder. Adams may have even known more about Jefferson's illegitimate children, fathered by Jefferson with one of his slaves, Sally Heming. But how did Adams address his bitterness? Now, this is the interesting part of the story, because Adams sought help. He knew that he was suffering emotionally, and he sought the help of a physician, Benjamin Rush, who was one of the founders as well, one of the signers of the Declaration of Independence, I believe, and certainly regarded as a founding father of the United States. And Benjamin Rush initiated what may be one of the very first examples of psychotherapy. He engaged in a process with John Adams of dream interpretation. And after many years, that election that Adams lost was the election of 1800, the fourth election in the United States of America. And Benjamin Rush worked with Adams. Rush was also an associate of Jefferson very closely. And then it was about in the year 1812, 1813, Benjamin Rush communicated to Thomas Jefferson. He said, you know, let me tell you what John Adams told me about you. He said, I have always loved Jefferson and I still love him today. Shortly after that, Benjamin Rush died. And Thomas Jefferson reached out to his old revolutionary colleague, John Adams. After all, they were on the same side of the Revolutionary War together, even though they later on became bitter political enemies. Jefferson reached out to Adams to let him know that their mutual friend, Benjamin Rush, had died. And they initiated a correspondence, I think starting in about 1813, that lasted until their death in 1826. They mended their fences, they became very close friends, and their correspondence over those years is quite interesting because it goes into a lot of depth in terms of how they viewed this young republic that they had both helped give birth to. And so it makes sense to me to think that on the 4th of July in 1826, as both of these men died, that there was a strong bond of love and affection between them. They had overcome the bitter divisions that had separated them. And I'm inclined to think that Jefferson was there waiting on the other side to greet Adams as he passed away, to welcome him to that world, that mysterious, wonderful world of the afterlife, where presumably we exist without these physical bodies, and everything is much more intense. Colors are more vivid, and Lord knows what other possibilities exist for the human spirit in what we could think of as the astral plane. But I think the interesting lesson in all of this for us today, especially when politics is so polarized, is to see how Adams and Jefferson were able to reach deep beneath the factional rivalry of the two political parties, neither of one of which exists today. We don't have Democratic Republicans or Federalists any longer. The political lines are drawn very differently today, but the bitterness, the intensity of the division in the United States and elsewhere, I think, around the world, between the people who lean to the hard right and people who are moderates or lean to the left, and the completely different worldviews that these people seem to hold. Jefferson and Adams demonstrated in their life, with the help of the great physician and early psychotherapist Benjamin Rush, who reached out to both of them. It was Rush's goal to see these two gentlemen reconciled with each other, and maybe it took Rush's death for that to be accomplished, but that's what happened. So my question is, for you, are there people in your life from whom you feel estranged because of politics? People who you might otherwise admire? Is that even possible? I can tell you that in my family, there are people, and we are, as I mentioned, well, I am a lifelong Democrat. My wife was once a Republican, but she's probably more of a Democrat today than I am. And there are people in my family who don't want to have anything to do with those of the other political party. Things have gotten so estranged. And I'm sure if you follow the news right now, you've got one side accusing the other side of murdering babies, and you've got the other side accusing the first side of tearing children away from their parents. It's almost, well, it's not almost. The fact is that it's come down to demonizing. You could say that from the perspective of politics, the people on each side of the American political spectrum regard the other side as relatively demonic. How do you reconcile that? How is America to achieve unity? Now, I recently heard from a viewer who said, well, we don't need to have unity. Sometimes disunity is really what we need. And that's interesting. I have to consider that. I have to think about that. But at the same time, we have, I think it was Abraham Lincoln who said, a house divided against itself cannot stand. We're very vulnerable to, let's say, influences from Russia or other foreign adversaries when we're divided against ourselves. So I'll ask you once again, what would it take for you to overcome the political polarity that may exist in your life as it does in mine, where you have close people who you were once close with whom it's very hard to have a conversation because you're in effect in different silos politically. People see things very, very differently. It reminds me of the cartoon where the letter 6 is emblazoned in the ground below, and a man standing below it is saying 6, and a man on the other side looking at the very same letter and saying, no, that's a 9, it's not a 6. Can we see things? Can we learn to see things from each other's point of view? Can we accomplish in our lifetime what Jefferson and Adams accomplished in theirs, an overcoming of horrendous political differences? I'll leave you with that thought today. And thank you once again for being with me. Hello, I'm Jeffrey Mishlove. I've been gone for a few days from the Daily Monologues. I've managed to do, I think, 125 without interruption, but now there's been an interruption, and there's an interesting story behind it, because, you see, I'm not quite the same person I was a few days ago. I've become a little bit more of a cyborg since then. Yes, a cyborg. You are looking at a cyborg, and what I need specifically is right here. It's still healing up. I have a pacemaker. I have a computerized device that has been implanted side of my body that is sending electrical signals into my heart to control my heartbeat. It's really something. We live in a world in which people are becoming more and more like cyborgs, and I've taken a big step in that direction. You know, years ago when it became a fad for young people everywhere to pierce their bodies, their tongues, their noses, their ears, their lips, body piercing has become a big thing globally. And I had the intuition that this is just a step in the direction of people becoming, part human and part, I don't want to say exactly mechanical, but I'm looking for the right word, cyborgical, perhaps. We are combining our bodies with the instruments of technology. So we are very slowly and gradually mutating ourselves by pacemaker, which, when I was born, they did not exist. This is a development in my lifetime, although I studied the history of it, and it actually, you could say that there are intimations of this going back thousands of years when they used to stimulate people with electrical fish if their hearts had stopped. Well, there's a lesson in all of this, and here's where it begins. About 10 years ago, I was on a treadmill test, stress test, in a cardiac facility in Las Vegas where I then lived, and my heart actually stopped for about 6 seconds while I was on the treadmill. I nearly lost consciousness, but I didn't. But you can imagine it freaked out me. The people working there administering the treadmill test, here's this guy about to lose consciousness on the treadmill. They sent me to see a heart rhythm specialist 10 years ago. And this man, very good doctor to the best of my knowledge, said, we've got to immediately give you a pacemaker. I said, why? He said, look, your heart stopped for 6 seconds. What more do you need? And I knew better, at least I thought I did, and I consulted with a cardiologist I knew, Bill Von Lommel, who is an expert in near-death experience, lives in the Netherlands, and we were communicating via email. I explained to him in great depth why I didn't believe I really needed a pacemaker in spite of the obvious indication there. And I explained I've been having, they're known as syncopes, loss of consciousness. I've had them since I got married some 40 years ago. In the early days, I did lose consciousness, but subsequently, I had learned to detect the onset of this syncope experience because it has what's called an aura. You can tell that it's coming, it's about to start. And when I feel it's about to start, I've learned that I can make a fist with both of my hands and retain consciousness. And I also learned that for me, this experience, which is known as a vasovagal syncope, occurs typically if I'm engaged in athletic activity like I'm running, sprinting, and then I stop suddenly. Or occasionally if I'm in a hot tub, I get up suddenly. It has to do with low blood pressure, and I learned that I could prevent loss of consciousness. And in fact, I didn't lose consciousness when I was on the treadmill, and these experiences were very rare in my life, and I decided that, if I was in danger, I could control it. And I explained all of this to Pim Von Lommel, and he said, well, I think you're right. You probably don't need a pacemaker now, but you will eventually. 10 years ago, I was in my early 60s, and I figured by the time I'm 70 or so, I am going to need a pacemaker. I knew that, but it was in the back of my mind. I wasn't paying a lot of attention to it at all. So I have this pacemaker now. It was put in on Friday, the 6th of July, 2 days ago, and it happened suddenly. You see, now I'm in a new community. I went to see a cardiologist here in Albuquerque just to check in, and he said, well, I see you have a bit of an irregular heart rhythm. Why don't you see the heart rhythm specialist? Just check in with the fellow. I did. Had a nice talk with this doctor, brand new. I was his first Albuquerque patient, although he was a very experienced doctor who had moved here from Farmington, New Mexico, and he spent a lot of time with me. And he said, "Well, let's hook you up to a 30-day heart and vent monitor, and then we can make a better determination of what you need." And he called me up suddenly on Thursday, the 5th of July. He said, "Look, your heart monitor just showed that your heart stopped for 3.5 seconds." Well, no big deal to me. I didn't feel any symptoms, but he said 3.5 seconds between heartbeats. That's less than 20 beats a minute. He said, "You're at risk. I need to give you a pacemaker." And I thought, well, there's no rush. But then I realized I have a busy travel schedule, and if I'm going to meet my travel commitments and also allow time to recover from the surgery, I better get this pacemaker put in right away. So the very next morning, there I am in the hospital. It was an outpatient procedure, but it lasted all day. I was there from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And I think the procedure itself ran about 4 hours because in addition to putting in a pacemaker, they actually did what's called an ablation, which is he manages to put an electrical wire with, I guess, a laser attached to it all the way into my heart, going up from a vein in my groin. And I'm wired up with all kinds of monitoring going on. I'm half conscious. They sedated me but did not anesthetize me, so they could actually talk to me during the procedure. But the sedation was this is so interesting from the point of view of consciousness. I'm half awake, able to speak to the doctors, but after the procedure is over, I have no memory of it whatsoever. They do so much with these various drugs that can affect consciousness, and I think it's quite interesting. And this is all about consciousness, really, about losing consciousness and regaining consciousness. And because of the fact that I've experienced these vasovagal syncopes for decades, it's been something I've been well aware of. In fact, typically when I start to get one of these syncopes, it is very seductive. I get this feeling I'm going into a deep, sweet space. It's like, this feels good. I might have an out-of-body experience, and I'm kind of looking forward to it, getting ready to enjoy it. But my wife, who sees me losing consciousness, freaks out a little bit, but I don't blame her. So she's encouraged me not to go with it, but rather to fight it. And so, of course, I am, for her sake. I don't want to fight her. Well, here I am now with a pacemaker, and the irregular heartbeat, or AFib, that I had has been removed completely. My heart is beating faster. It's beating more regularly. I expect this is going to extend my lifespan. My mother-in-law had a pacemaker, and she lived to be 98. In fact, she used to complain. She said, "I don't want to live so long. If I didn't have this pacemaker, I could die," which would be good. She didn't want to live to be 98. I think she outlived her husband by 30 years. But that's what pacemakers will do. They will extend your life. So I'm glad to have it. It means I'll be with you longer if all goes well. But what is the lesson for you in this? Let me ask you this. Think back about 10 years ago in your life. Did you ever have an indication, an inkling, a sense, maybe a very direct warning that 10 years from now, you have 10 years and you better take care of a particular issue, but you've been putting it off, you've been ignoring it, it seems like long time, and then all of a sudden 10 years sneaks up on you. There's something that you need to take care of that you've been neglecting maybe for the last 10 years. Something equivalent maybe to the pacemaker that I now have in your life. What might that be for you? If anything. Then I'll leave you with that thought. Thank you for being with me once again. I look forward to being with you in these monologue experiences many more times.
How do you make the best belt in the world better? Make it out of real cap. Introducing the Groove Belt Max Leather. And it stretches. Pretty much all leather belts are the same. They have holes in them, they're hard to adjust, those holes wear out over time. They're rigid, they're stiff. They are flexible and made with some type of plastic leather. You got the floppy doppy that hangs out the front or the back. Ratchet belts are great for protective leather. All these problems are solved with the Groove Belt Max Leather. First, you got the snap neck. You got stretch neck, stiff neck. The biggest problem we had with the new Groove Belt Max Leather was actually getting real big grade leather to stretch. It took us 3 years to figure this out. But let me tell you, this is real leather from real cow. And it smells like it, and it feels like it, and it wears like it. It smells like it. So let's talk about size. It's similar to the original Groove Belt. The Groove Belt Max Leather is a one-time set it forget. Once you set this thing, unless you fluctuate more than it is today, you should have to set it again. If you do fluctuate a little bit more, let's explain. There are like adjustments on the backside. Let's talk about the floppy doppy. So on most leather belts, you got this floppy doppy. So we get any excess leather you have. And that was enough. These things are just downright sexy. Plastic brown and black, and they come with a sleek looking color. The Groove Belt Max Leather is the best belt on the market for sure. We took our time making it over the last 4 years, but good time doing it. Remember, it does have our 940 LPS motor, so bottom copies. And animals or harm make it as well.
When my mother was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, I was prepared for the memory loss, but what I didn't expect were the changes of behavior that followed. I didn't know at the time that there's a separate condition that may come with Alzheimer's called agitation and Alzheimer's dementia. I wish I knew, but now you do. Learn more at agitationalls.com.
Hello, I'm Jeffrey Michelov, and this is going to be a bit freewheeling today because I don't really have an agenda. But one thing I do want to say, I've been thinking about the in-presence monologue that I created and was released, as I recall, 2 days ago about becoming a cyborg. And I realized that I am much more akin to a cyborg than I appreciated because I have, in addition to the pacemaker now, I have hearing aids that I wear. And for the last 10 years, I've been using a CPAP machine to sleep with because I have sleep apnea. So I've got now 3 different items, and it just occurred to me I've got an appointment tomorrow with a doctor to discuss a possible knee replacement. So between the knee replacement, the CPAP machine, the hearing aids, and the pacemaker, and not to mention I'll probably get or be due for a hip replacement, maybe 2 hip replacements and another knee replacement before I'm all done. So there's no doubt in my mind that our society is accelerating in the direction of the interface between humans and human technology. We are becoming part of the technology that we are creating, and it's happening at a very rapid pace right now. Well, when I say rapid, you have to think of it relative to the history of life because life on the planet began, it is said, about 4 billion years ago. That's roughly when the first microbes appeared. And incidentally, to my understanding, those microbes were anaerobic. They gave off oxygen as a poisonous byproduct. In fact, I understand in the early centuries of this planet, these anaerobic life forms began choking in their own pollution. All the oxygen that they were giving off was becoming deadly for them. And as a result, they mutated. In effect, it became aerobic, as we are. We breathe in oxygen instead of breathing it out. So I suppose the anaerobic life forms were breathing in carbon dioxide or something like that and breathing out oxygen. But it's interesting because they mutated. They went through a huge transformation as a result of all the oxygen that they had ended up generating in the atmosphere of this planet. At least that's the story I'm told. Now, here's another thing to think about. If life on the planet is 4 billion years old, and human life, as I understand it, modern humans such as ourselves have been on the planet that can find bones of modern humans that go back maybe 200,000 years. Well, 200,000 years in the 4 billion year history of the life of this planet is really, really tiny. I think it means it's like 1/20,000 of the total history of life on this planet. And of those 200,000 years, we have had what we think of as civilization, like for no more than 20. I suppose maybe only a tenth of the time, at most, that humans were on the planet. After all, written records go back only about 5,000 years. What a short period of time. And think of the enormous transformation of the planet that has occurred in the last 5,000 years. It's happening so rapidly, we don't know where it's leading. And in fact, who can say where it's going to go? There's nobody who has any answers. Maybe some great leader will come along and set a direction for a portion of humanity for a period of time. But that's about it. Unless there's some higher intelligence guiding us, we're on our own. And how's that going to work out? You know, as I think about the solar system and the galaxy, and I think about the cosmos, and I love to think about the cosmos. I go out on the back porch of this lovely large house that we have now purchased here in Albuquerque, and I love to sit out and watch the sky. We're at about a 6,000 foot altitude, so the sky is pretty clear. Even though we're in a metropolitan area, I can see lots of stars. It's beautiful late at night. These days, you can see Mars, Saturn, and Jupiter all at the same time, brilliant in the sky. So I think a lot about the cosmos and about the possibility of life on other planets. I wonder, for example, am I likely to be reincarnated on a different planet? What would that be like? How many other civilizations are out there? Like, civilization is a funny word. What does it mean to have a civilization? How intelligent is our civilization when we seem to be creating global warming and doing a lot of damage to the planet? Well, the planet will survive us. We may destroy ourselves. And I wonder, is every civilization destined to destroy the planet that gave birth to it? Is that what civilizations do? Because if you look at the history of evolution on the planet, you can see many examples where a certain species will become so successful that it basically ends up destroying its environment, becoming extinct. Any number of species have already belonging, even our parapsychological capacities? Don't you think it might be our destiny that we should overcome these problems that we're facing, these challenges, and that human civilization, or perhaps we will mutate into an even more advanced species, but it'll still, in some sense, be human. Maybe we're destined to survive the very problems that we have created. Well, I think about these things. I do. Ultimately, I realize I don't have the answers. And I wonder if anybody really has the answers. I've come to appreciate that there's so much more we don't know than we really know. We don't know, for example, what it was like for humans in the 190,000 year history that we had before we developed civilization. And what was it that triggered civilization finally after so long? Why did that happen? Were there other civilizations here before humans? I was reading an article today that said, yeah, there could have been some other intelligent, let's say intelligent reptiles maybe 100 million years ago who had advanced civilization. And how would we know? Because over time, whatever artifacts they may have created could be destroyed. And you think, really? We find fossils that are so much older than that. We can look at the ground and see all the sedimentary layers, understand so much about geological history. You'd think if there had been an earlier civilization, we would know about it. But then, as I say, there's so much we don't know. What we don't know is like a million times, a zillion times more than we do know. We are that ignorant. We are that ignorant. So I guess, what's in all of this for you? What is the lesson here? What is the lesson here for you? I can only say that since I've concluded on the note of the ignorance of the human species, how can we be humble in the face of our ignorance? How can we realistically appreciate and treat our own ignorance? I'll leave you with that thought. And thank you once again for being with me.
Jesse's driving.
Hello, I'm Jeffrey Mishra. I realize that I often just start these monologues by laughing. And I think the ultimate thing I'm laughing about is the very idea that I'm here, and in my 71st year, all of a sudden I decided to do monologues. It seems kind of ironic to me because I never really thought of myself as much of an entertainer or even a funny person. I've basically been a teacher, a lecturer, a serious person in my life. But when I sit here in this chair, all of a sudden everything seems funny. And I'm under the impression that there's actually like a cosmic truth. A cosmic truth to that there's something inherently funny about the universe itself.
The divine comedy, Jeffrey Mishlev.
There's everything about the universe itself. There's something very tragic about the universe itself. And yet the idea that the universe could be tragic is also funny.
Happy Monday, officers. Happy Monday.
I don't know.
How's Officer Dumbass, Officer Dipshit, and Officer Dipshit 2.0?
But you would say that there's something very passionate.
It's all quiet on Unit 207 today. Starting out strong.
Even that kind of seems funny. The idea that the universe could even be tragic strikes me as funny. How could the universe be tragic? I mean, let's face it. It would seem, if we're looking at the universe purely logically, there should be no universe. Why should there be anything at all? So the fact that there is a universe, what are we to make of it?
We're to make that humanity has a responsibility to not go to extinct land so that we can enjoy the quote-unquote universe. I'm listening to Jeffrey Mishlev's In Presence. I went to sleep for like 4 hours, and the playlist stopped playing pretty quick after I went to sleep, maybe before I even fell asleep. It stopped playing on his episode and the In Presence playlist that he has on his New Thinking Aloud channel. That I said was basically the cutoff for the best episodes, which is when he's singing karaoke and acting like a rock star.
Or a little more of whatever it is that we desire. How are we going to fulfill our desires? That's how we create meaning, which in a way seems perfectly natural, perfectly logical, and on the other hand, perfectly pathetic. Is that the best we can do when we're looking for meaning? Is how am I going to get my needs met? And yet, if we don't get our needs met, where are we? Speaking of needs, I don't know that psychic functioning has ever come up in any of the classical psychological studies of human needs. There's Maslow's hierarchy of needs, for example, and he talks about self-actualization. He talks about mystical experiences even being a sign of self-actualization. He calls it a peak experience. But he doesn't address the question of parapsychology at all. Does anybody need to be psychic? I think most of us would say no. I'm going to have a good life, or at least it's not going to be any worse if I'm not psychic. Because let's face it, the most psychic people among us are mostly not psychic. I mean, a great psychic, the Ken Owens of the world, the Uri Gellers of the world, are like great baseball players, like Babe Ruth. They strike out more often than they hit home runs. So who needs that? And if being psychic isn't a human need, well, where does it fit? Where does it fit? I guess we could call it a human potential. And a very, say, on this planet, amongst this human species? Well, we don't really know. It seems as if in some circumstances, psychic functioning might be highly refined, and maybe we haven't yet quite got the way to perceive it. Well, I suppose you could consider it like electricity. In the early days when people studied electricity, when Benjamin Franklin flew a kite, tied a key onto the kite string, and found that lightning would strike the key, and began to develop his theories of electricity. Based on that, we had a very rudimentary understanding of electricity. It wasn't really used for anything much, and we knew about certain animals, like certain fish, that would have an electrical charge on them, but we didn't have a technology the way we have today, where our whole civilization is
I'm
run on
conflicted. I'm
electricity.
cold, so I want to turn on the heater or the dryer
And
/
maybe
heater.
the same is true of psychic functioning. It
But I also
seems
feel like
kind of will-o-wisp
we're
function
almost
for
at
the
the
most
coldest part of the day. It gets a
Parapsychologists
lot
like
warmer
myself
between
are the most
now and
marginalized
sunrise.
of all researchers. And yet, I think someday
What
it
do
will
you think,
become
Hunter? Maybe the
central.
meat?
And,
Are you
just
warm
like
enough?
I think most people, if you were to ask them today, civilized people, do you need electricity? Well, 200-300 years ago, of course, the answer would have been no. Most people wouldn't even know what electricity was. But today, if you want to live in the civilized way, of course you need electricity. Even in third world countries, even in the most rural, backward areas now, they have electricity. I remember when I visited China, that would have been over 30 years ago for the first time in the mid-1980s.
So remember, federal felons who haven't blown the whistle. Today, tomorrow, Wednesday. Someone that has a law degree and is a member of the bar and has a penis is not happy. But they're very tactful and non-confrontational. So probably not the best lawyer. No offense, but let's be real. The non-confrontational lawyers are never the best lawyers. You want psychos like the woman that's only here on weekdays, typically upstairs. Rabid cujos of the courtroom. You know what I mean? Anyway, you got that to deal with. Some of you. Some of you won't be dealing with that. Maybe it's my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, because apparently it's on the agenda for him to be caught hanging out with some of the people that are his, moles upstairs. Rather, his one mole that frequents Unit 207. And then his fake moles that are in Unit 207. And then this is the part that's interesting to me that I can't really wrap my mind around, guys. Why is there a detective that's pissed at you guys in the next 72 hours, huh? A detective that's pissed at the people who haven't blown the whistle, I might add, Monday to Wednesday. Maybe he's not actually pissed at you guys and asked you the multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, or my madre, but I don't know. It's also day 2 of my period, so I am bleeding out of my vagina. I am unclean for a week. And the Bible tells you to stay away, which you guys have planned to do because you're going to suddenly pretend to be complying with the law for a while. Because you think there's anything left that you can do to affect my credibility. And all you've got left is continuing to illegally detain me, which we've gone over how very smart of you that's been for the last 110 days. Because we know what happens 15 minutes out of my release in that courthouse.
Magnetized by no, nothing at all like that. But I do think that
which, according to the FBI,
somehow
I'm never going to need to step foot in.
possessing me that everything seems so funny is part of the transmission. It is, and I think probably the message is.
So what do I expect this week? I expect what the FBI has been saying for over a month. If you go back and watch like a month ago's YouTube live streams, I'm not even joking you, unfortunately. So, and what is that? You may be wondering if you're just tuning in. It is Thursday, Thanksgiving. Until Sunday, the furious federal felons are more furious than they have been yet. And in a couple of instances, apparently it will extend beyond Sunday and actually be Thanksgiving to Tuesday. So I need to water my plants and adjust my decorations a few times before we get to then. Because I will not be going outside on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, or Tuesday.
Are you taking yourself too seriously one way or another?
Unless, of course, I'm released at that point in time.
What would tickle your funny bone? How can you begin to see more of the humor in life? And I don't mean ha-ha humor. I mean, see, as my Tai Chi teacher once said, how can you bring yourself right to the edge of hilarity? And if you do, what will come of that? What will come out of more laughter, more hilarity in your life? Now, with that thought, and thank you.
And every month I just am reminded about how lucky some women are in Africa. I truly think the United States of America needs to embrace certain African tribes, cultures, and every week when a girl starts her period, there should be a house within 8 blocks of her home where all of the bleeding women within 8 blocks of her home go every month. And it's fully stocked with food and chocolate and champagne and comfy beds and blankets and books. And so I wish that we would absorb into our culture the fact that so many African tribes send their bleeding women to a completely different house than they're normally in, usually outside of their tribal area, to go and bleed alone for a week. And I think us Americans need to do that, but we need to do it with a house that's within a half a mile of every bleeding girl. And then all of the bleeding girls can just congregate there. The house will never be empty because even though science says they've disproven the idea that women link up and cycle on the same days, it's not true. Women do link up and cycle on the same days.
The top of my cerebral cortex. It's going to come from somewhere else.
And then I think we should do something like really avant-garde with the house. Maybe like a giant sign in the front yard that says like, this is the house of the bleeding hole for these blocks. Or this is the unholy women house. Stay away. And we just go there for 5 days. Oh, and also I want us to get complimentary pizza delivery. The drop-off time. The delivery people don't need to be subjected to the unholy bleeding women of the week.
Didn't matter to him whether he was alive or dead. Being or non-being, all the same. Well, that doesn't make nothing more.
And for you boys who are like, I don't even get what it means. Girls are just stupid. No. You are so lucky not to have a period. It's still better to be a woman because we do have boobs and vaginas. And let's be real, guys. Those things are just way more fun to have, than a little Susan with her own brain, a mind of her own, stuck between our legs. But every month we have to bleed out of our vagina while it literally feels like there is a UFC fight happening below our belly button and above our
Unless it
clitoris.
says there's no God, that's
It's
nothing.
fucking awful.
UFOs don't exist. That's nothing. Psychic phenomena. It's all fantasy. That's nothing. Witchcraft
Fortunately,
is
it doesn't
nothing to it
feel that way for the entire
whatsoever.
period,
All
but it
the
absolutely
things
feels that way for the
that,
first few days,
mainstream
for the first 3
scholars
days.
would tell you there's nothing to it. Well,
And when you're a teenager, it can
sometimes
feel
they're
that way
right.
for the full 5
Sometimes
days.
there is nothing to it. I don't know any glaring examples, but I'm sure we could come up with some. For example, they say cold fusion. There's nothing to that. And I'm not so sure. I keep hearing rumors that pretty soon we're going to have cold fusion generators in every household. So the things that people tell you are nothing can be sometimes the most important. Now let's take UFOs as an example. UFOs are interesting because, especially according to the research of Jacques Vallée and others, they've been around as long as recorded history. There have been mysterious aerial phenomena in the sky going on for a long, long time. And Jacques Vallée suggests that what's really taking
Anyway,
place
scientists really
with
have
these aerial
disproven
phenomena
that women
is a
link up
sort
their
of a
cycles,
social
but here's why I
control system.
disagree.
Some entities attempt
I go and
to control
visit
the human
certain
race
female
by
relatives.
influencing us
Those
at an
that still
unconscious
menstruate,
level,
we link up within
the
3 months.
pathological level, the level
Within
of
3
ethos.
months.
And how better to affect the human race at the level
I
of ethos
reside in a
to
home
create
with
phenomena
male
that
and
are
female
totally
roommates.
ignored
2
by the
females.
mainstream. They're just
We link
nothing.
up. We're cycling on the same days.
Now, we know,
Not even 2
actually,
months.
recently the military has been investigating UFOs simply
So,
to determine
my personal
whether or not they pose
experiences,
a
even though science says it's not true, if you're around women on a day-to-day or even weekly basis for 8 to 12 weeks, your periods will link up.
The evolution of the human species, not in terms of year by year, decade by decade, but perhaps in terms of
And sometimes less than that, but I feel like it's 8 to 12 weeks. And it includes the working environment. Absolutely. That's probably the most easiest place to notice it.
Interactions that are completely ignored by the mainstream, overlooked entirely. It could be that the things that the mainstream regard as nothing are far more important than the things that the mainstream regards as crucial. Well, for example, war and peace. Seems like, from a mainstream perspective, that's real important, serious stuff. War and peace. I mean, people die. But, and to be fair, wars shape cultures, wars shape civilization. But so do things that are supposedly nothing. So do religions. So do people's encounters with the unknown. Shape entire cultures, entire civilizations, probably more so than wars. I mean, for example, look at the Christian, Judeo-Christian Western civilization that we know. It's experienced many wars. Wars come and go, but the deeper aspects of the civilization persist. But I can take nothing that biggest step deeper, because for each of us, and certainly for me, nothingness means, well, it means my own potential annihilation and death. I mean, now I'm alive, I'm in my body, I have a pacemaker, I feel energized. There is a sense of hilarity. I love this. This is great. This is alive. But what happens? What
Cyborg Jeffrey Mishlove, that's what happens. These in-presence videos on the new Thinking Aloud YouTube channel by Jeffrey Mishlove are excellent. But once you get to episode 120-something where he starts singing karaoke.
Well, is that so bad? I experienced that every night. Actually.
Then he becomes more of a goober. There's still some good ones. But right after he gets the pacemaker and says that he feels like a cyborg now.
And that is, I found I'm not dreaming lately. I think it may have to do with the new style of PAP machine, positive air pressure. Well, I have the latest, greatest model, and it's, I don't know, it's a BiPAP or a TriPAP or something way advanced above CPAP. But in any case, it kind of takes over my consciousness when I'm asleep, and I don't dream. I haven't been dreaming now since I got this machine, I don't know, 6 weeks ago or so. But so I have experienced every night. I experience a kind of nothingness, total oblivion, and then I wake up every morning. So I know it wasn't really nothing. I mean, really nothing you don't wake up from. And I can understand it if that's the Buddhist idea of nirvana. Not only is it not so bad, but who knows what mysteries lie deeply embedded in that nothingness. We know from physics that the vacuum state can be very, very dynamic. And I suspect that what we think of as absolute nothingness, nothing beyond, nothing beyond, nothing beyond, nothing beyond, nothing, the final emptiness of nothingness. Well, in a way, that's what the Buddhists call the highest stages of nirvana. It's a state so elevated, so exalted that we can hardly begin to
Hello, little baby.
Isn't that paradoxical? And it kind of makes me smile. I mean, I suppose if I'm trying to conjure up an image of something really distasteful, it might be like eternal pain.
What?
You know, the fires of hell for all eternity. That's probably about as bad as it gets, but that's very far from nothingness. Nothingness would be a great relief compared to that sort of pain. And yet the irony is, the pains of hell, well, they're described as eternal, but it strikes me that nothing of quality, nothing that has qualities about it is going to be eternal. Anything that has a quality is going to have a limited lifetime. This too shall pass. No quality, even infinite pain, is going to be sustained for all eternity. That's my suspicion. And nor am I aware of any reason to subscribe to the idea of an eternity in hell. I think it's a myth conjured up by religious people in order to scare other people into behaving. And apparently it's worked quite well. And I can say it's never worked on me. But then again, I was raised Jewish, and the idea of hell was never part of my religious upbringing. Even the idea of absolute evil or Satan, none of that was part of my religious upbringing. It's kind of almost an alien concept to me. Okay, what is the lesson for you in all of this talk about nothing? Do you appreciate nothingness in your life? I mean, how can you appreciate nothingness in your life? That's kind of a silly question, isn't it? I mean, we're all alive. There's always something. But don't we partake of being and not being simultaneously? Isn't that, in a way, the great mystery of being human? We are here in the realm of something, but there's a part of us, a metaphysical part of our consciousness that exists, I'm going to say, outside of space and time. Now, I know that's a controversial idea, that that such a thing is even possible, but let us suggest for a moment that it is, that we have a dual nature. We are both something and nothing simultaneously. Can we acknowledge the nothingness within us? Can we acknowledge that place that is so deep as to be partaking of the ultimate, final stage of nirvana exists within each of us? Can we acknowledge that? Are you able to acknowledge that within yourself? That's my question for you.
Oh,
You can say, oh no,
Peter Warren.
there's nothing to ask.
Oh, indeed. There's worse than nothingness, guys. There's the place where I've gone every time I've been clinically dead as an adult, which is every part of your consciousness being shoved into a small two-dimensional shape, smushed in between billions of others, with no way to interact at all, and all of you being very pissed off. There's this good song by Salt and Pepper that says that hell is on earth. That's the chorus. And it's better than nothingness, guys. It certainly is. The 11th hour. Oh, I totally forgot that it's Monday, so Monday is the day that I watched my girl shows to prove I am indeed a girl. A lot of people mistakenly think I'm a really cool guy that gets more women than them between the ages of 42 and 63. Don't meet me outside, hey. Anyway, I'm watching Sister Wives, and one of their kids died. Gabe or Gare or son, I forget his name. So I'm hoping this isn't that episode because that's super sad. But it's titled The 11th Hour, which I feel like is a good title for an episode where a kid dies. He's an adult kid, but still a kid.
We found out that Christine was pregnant with. It was a little shocking just on their side, and I just started not bothering me. And so I posted to David, and then David goes, "This is my favorite place, and you're my favorite person to be with." I was like, "Really? Oh God."
Hunter, who is the cutest house otter? Who is the cutest house otter? My little midget Puma.
Tonight a bunch of our kids are coming over. We have something very exciting we're going to share with them. It's not too soon. We just move fast now, and nothing else has happened. We live with each other, we're engaged, nothing else until we have like wedding cards and stuff. This is it. I took some videos of Noah. I want to show you guys. I told everybody that I videoed and showed them at the wedding day. You said you all kind of get a preview. I took some photos of Noah.
So Lauren is a very theatrical person and she likes to make big surprises, but she's also a very open person that doesn't hide anything.
Maybe Carrie, that's another one.
Who is that? Oh, man.
Wow.
Wait, what? Are you gay? She also wanted us to react to it properly.
Oh my gosh. You guys are engaged? What? I think we'll just put it together really fast.
That's not what I think. I think, oh, how sad. Yet another person who can't stand the notion of being alone. So they're going to get married to go on with their life, and maybe at best they'll have some good years. And then if they really love them, their partner will turn into a psycho monster that's the opposite of everything they fell in love with, and they'll get a divorce.
I just know what my queen.
It's not excitement. Is it real? Is it real? Yeah, it's real, just like dating today. It tells being mom is happy as she is with David. I don't think I realized how unhappy she was with God. So guess what? 3 weeks. It's nice to see this. I'm happy she has this experience and that she's happy.
Or worse, your partner will die. Like this guy that this chick is marrying. He's a widower with 8 kids. Maybe they'll have an amazing first year of marriage and then he'll die from a heart attack. I mean, it's just Godzilla. Godzilla will not allow you to love anyone or anything more than Godzilla, guys. He has to ruin it because he is jealous. In fact, Godzilla created jealousy. Just like Godzilla created you and me. Let that sink in, dude. Godzilla literally was like, yeah, I'm going to make some jealousy. That's something that I feel.
On this issue, I'm quite a little mixed, but I'm very glad I get to help you. I'm very eager with what we're moving on.
Hello, how are you?
I hope this is a goodwill gesture.
And I'm watching Sister Wives, which used to be an awesome show, until Cody abandoned all but one wife at the start of lockdown. Going from being the perfect polygamist example of a husband, having all 4 of his wives in the same cul-de-sac, and then just switching every night whose house he slept at. Genius. High functioning. Then they moved to Flagstaff, Arizona, and COVID came, and he just went to Robbins and stopped seeing all of his other wives and kids for a couple of years, and then he acts like he's been betrayed because all of his other wives have left him now. But the show sucks ass this season because they showed us last season that one of the ex-wives remarried, and now they're like many episodes into this season and they're still showing her dating that same guy they showed us she married last year.
This is the bed that I bought when Christmas Day. This is how to do it. I love this bed. I love this bed on Saturday. When we moved to Las Vegas, Cody and I went out and bought this bed on Saturday. It was like the first brand new bed that was a mattress that we had ever had. Cody hasn't slept in this bed for like many, many years. I'm not going to take it into the next phase of my life. I don't intend to be single the rest of my life. And I'm not going to be like, oh, ew, this is my bed that I have with my ex. Like that would just be weird.
Is that Stacy, your dog come here? another threat. Like, I'm gonna punch you in the mouth. Yes, I agree it was embarrassing, but a matter of principle, it's not okay. I mean, if you're joking about something that I certainly consider to be sacred with being wrong, because it was sexual in nature. You know what I'm saying? It's just like it was so funny and yet so wrong.
So, guys, do you think that some good Hanukkah decorations would be me making Kyle and Kyle's mom from South Park little statues out of cardboard boxes, putting them right next to my front door, actually right in front of my front door since no one should be standing there, and then making a little Nazi that says unit redacted on it? You know, a little white Nazi, 2 little white Nazis, one with long brown hair and one with long blonde hair, and a snow cap, wearing their Nazi uniforms, wielding cell phones and creeping around by my Mexican flower pants. Do you think that'd be some good Hanukkah decorations, guys? I feel like I can safely set out little statues that I make without you guys trying to ambush me or anything. And I think symbolically, those statues would say everything. Add that with the signs, I'd be like, what the fuck is going on? I'm not going to that door unless I'm wearing a yarmulke. That's what I'd be thinking. Seriously, though, I am thinking of making Kyle and Kyle's mom from South Park little cardboard statues, 3 to 5 feet tall, and then 2 little Nazis. And one is going to be a petite white lady with long blonde hair. Let's face it, that one can apply in so many ways. Maybe for the other male Nazi, instead of doing someone's husband, I'll just do a Mexican, guys. A Mexican from South Park with a sombrero. You'll know who that represents. I'll give him a little red bag full of 2 children. Stay tuned. Stay tuned for that, guys. And it sucks because, you know, the HOA bylaw says that you can't put up the Christmas decorations until after the Thanksgiving. I dare you, bitch, put up your Hanukkah decorations before the Thanksgiving. Have you seen the bylaws? Have you seen the ADA fuck-ups you've made? Are you fucking kidding me? There are no bylaws that apply. And if I get a single memo about bylaws, I'm getting the 2 service pugs, dude. Raggedy Andy and Raggedy Ann. And Raggedy Andy and Raggedy Ann and I will sit outside every Friday from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Yep. Future plans.
decided it was really, really expensive. So we started looking, and there's actually some properties not very far from where Maddie is now in North Carolina, and they're really surprisingly affordable. Now, what about the properties? You have to sell that first, or I don't know. When we first started paying for Kylie the house, I ran on it if they keep going payment to the end. They have to pay it off in the next couple of months. If they don't do that, they pay it off. He's going to have the money. He's due in 2 months. Okay, he says he'll have the money. That's what he says. And I told him I wanted to buy me out. And he's like, I don't have the money. I'm like, okay. I haven't said anything to him about North Carolina. I don't really feel like I need to share that with him. He's not going to be part of that life. I think he's not going to be that stupid. But, him, he gets to the place where all of a sudden it's due, and then it's somebody else's fault. It's never his fault. I know. It's always somebody else's fault. But I mean, it's a real possibility. I even went and talked to Mary. It's the first time I've seen her in like a year and a half. Oh. I went and talked to Mary, and I said, look, here's what's happening. It's due, like soon. And I said, you might want to really be proactive and make sure you get your part. And it was a weird conversation. I was. She basically implied that she was so surprised. Like somehow she thought I'd been controlling the money. Oh, I'm like, dude, if I controlled the money, we would have paid off, built a house. Like,
It's funny, my other wives remember Janelle controlling the money. I sort of guided where the money went. We all had access to the account. Listen, we were a family working together. And we did this best we could.
I don't know what Cody's been saying about, like, somehow I'm controlling the money. If you control the money, I think things would look a lot different. I'm like, all I've ever done is just record what was spent and sent it to the accountant. Yeah, because some of the texts you were like, does anybody know what was spent on this and this and this? Yes, right. Because I thought people were just spending, and I'm like, I don't know if it's no, it's wild. So this is Cody's MO. He tends to attack somebody in an area that's important to them. So he would say to Christine, I'm not physically attracted to you. That's what he said. The whole marriage, I was not physically attracted to you. That devastated her.
I told Janelle that I wasn't attracted to Christine when I was moving my stuff out of Christine's house into Janelle's house. That was a private conversation. I was in pain. I never intended for Janelle to go telling Christine what I thought about her during our breakup. She totally ruined her.
For me, financial security and being smart financially is really, really important. So he's trying to pin everything on me. That makes me so mad because he didn't know it. He was doing it behind my back. He kept telling everybody these stories. And I'm like, hell, excuse me, but it's like I didn't do anything except for have to drink a whole freaking bottle of wine when I sat and recorded the transactions and sent them to the accountant. Janelle says one thing and Cody and Robin say another thing. I don't think either one of them are being 100% truthful. I'm trying to protect everybody here, trying to make sure everybody gets there, and all I went to do to tell her was you should maybe be aware. Yeah. She told me she's moving to Parowan. Wait a minute. Yeah, she told me she's moving into Parowan. Yeah. I'm actually glad. So she's done the flag stuff, and she's not there anymore? I don't know why she's still. I'm excited that Mary's moving. That's great. She needs to move on. That's good for her. But when it comes down to controlling money, I just feel like
Nerd Squad, they are fucking with the interface because I'm on for coffee like you suggested and I didn't consider yesterday. And when I select fulfillment speed for today, it shows nothing, although it shows many when I do not.
And we got paid out of that fund. And I was talking to Cody about getting paid. He's the one who always wrote the check. If I needed anything,
It's 1:48 a.m. Monday, November 25th.
He really did. Oh, what's that?
Robin's coming over. She told me she's going to drop off something to say goodbye to Mary. And I know she's not well.
I know that Robin is brokenhearted about this. And that's something she's going to have to process through herself. When you signed up for pet insurance, you didn't sign up for... Thank you for waiting. Thank you for waiting. Please hold. Get pet insurance that actually helps. Get limited. Half of claims are handled instantly. And you can save up to 90% on pet bills. Sign up for insurance you'll love at lemonade.com/pet.
irresistibly smooth melting chocolate in every Lindor. You can melt into every holiday moment. This year, bring out Lindor from the Lindt Master Chocolatier. There's never been a better time to upgrade your underwear and get into a better bra. Black Friday is on at NYX. Right now, you can save 30% off everything, including revolutionary wireless bras and...
Yeah, they're fucking with all sorts of things. They changed the shipping. They selected that I went forward. The whole interface just refreshed and reset. Federal felons. Boop, boop. You're the ones going to prison. Hey, hey. Here's a surprise. That's not going to be fun, guys. Isn't that surprising?
Sometimes togetherness is as easy as a number. Sometimes.
Disgusting. Who's making honey coffee? That sounds revolting.
I got a tattoo. Okay, I had to be out east for the baby, but I heard about the engagement party. Wow. So David and I have matching ones, and it's new beginnings in Celtic. So I've got tattoos. I went to an engagement party. I've known Janelle for 30 years, and most of those 30 years, it was like a very more of a straight-laced lifestyle. And here I am living the life that I previously would have thought I was just being rebellious and living in sin. That is the statement. I am now living in sin. Cody came, he was there for a brief hot second, and it was right when Gwenpool was getting her tattoo. He was there, and I'm like, all right, there we go. Wow, it's happening. Wow, 10 years ago, I don't know if we ever... 3 years ago, not 3 years ago. It's so funny, my kids, like, they all have tattoos, they think it's fine, but they're kind of weirded out, because Christine was always this, like, super black and white, super pious, super religious person growing up. So I knew Janelle through all of that more conservative kind of a life, and now she's still one of my best friends. You know, people change, and everything changes. And she's going to support me with all these decisions, and she's not going to get him to burn him out. It's great. And that's what that was off. Yes. A whole new life, like yes. Really fast. Really fast, yes. So something else is fast. I am engaged. Oh my word, is it gorgeous? Yes. We went to Flagstaff. Surprisingly, we were. Oh, when you went out, when you were just there? I was there. So we stand there, he's like, I would you, you're the most beautiful person I know. And I'm like, oh. And then he pulls out the ring, goes down the one gate. I dropped everything. And I'm like, answering, yes.
This coffee should arrive today, but
I love it. It's been so
we'll see. We'll see.
So at this point, Christine's met David. They dated enough to know that they wanted to buy a house together, and now they're engaged. Okay, and I haven't met David. I sure hope it's how I like him. I hope it's pretty bad, because they are already committed. Like, they put some dollars into this ring. You know what I mean? It's moving day.
Should come with $3.50 cash back. Which the federal felons upstairs, for some reason, have prevented me from using. They render the accounts useless after I acquire any of that. So federal felons, just be advised, I was instructed to pay more for more coffee to get more Walmart cash to see what you're going to do. Order is 2000-124-755-20807. Should arrive today, Nerd Squad. Unless, of course, they cancel it, lose it, or delay it. All of which we've got on record for many live streams.
there with her, helping pack up.
And you want to hold that strong.
I was hoping to be able to be a part of it, help her, go there, but every single cell in my body would be screaming at me to stop helping. Because I just don't want her to leave.
I'm going to give a little pressure.
On the bottom or just here?
Bottom two. That's plenty. I think that's nice and tight.
I think
Okay.
that we need to. Oh, hi. How's it going? Good. We're packing.
So Robin's coming over. She told me she's going to drop off something to say goodbye to Mary. And I know she's not well about this. It's a heartbreak of extreme proportions that I don't understand.
My toes are freezing. The heater is on. But my toes are so fucking freezing. No other part of my body is cold, but my toes.
Actually doesn't know much about my marriage relationship. The idea of manipulating brain is actually was a public thing with some of that. It's very difficult to do. Yeah, it's not something we should look at. Detail. Knowing Mary, she's just sort of taken over. She's trying not to let this, like, this whole experience lead her into a place of sadness. It's a junk journal. It's basically a journal with a whole bunch of like pictures and kilo papers and stuff like that. Well, I'm really big on writing down the things.
Latest brief is they'll be needing to deliver today. Guys, oh, were you already planning on losing, canceling, or stealing that package? Because the latest brief is they'll need to deliver today.
Write down all those beautiful things that you are going to come up with. She's very emotional. And I don't want to be emotional. I don't need to be it's fine. I love you. It's fine. Like, I've had a lot of emotions through this, through the past decade, through the past 4 years, or live staff, through the past year. I've had a lot of emotions, and I keep my emotions guarded, and I only share them with the people that I'm comfortable sharing them with. I really want to be this. Happy. Happy. I mean, I'm not happy with this, but I'm happy with life. So, alright. Thank you. I guess we'll just, we got thoughts. I know that Robin is brokenhearted about this, and that's something she's gonna have to process this herself. Bye. Dude, this is about me today. You know, whatever. You get it all the time. You relax. Yeah. Bye. I am a piece of where I am. I have an internal happiness that I haven't had for a really long time. I'm not gonna let that be brought down. It's just one heartbreak after another. It's just too much. It's just too much. It's just different. It's just different. You're looking for something to blame. Yes, I'm not blaming. Relax. This plural marriage was a big picture for us. It was sacred. It was religious to us. It crumbled and failed. And I'm bitter and I'm hurt. As I am sure the other members of this family are bitter and hurt, including him. Did you feel that energy? Was it everything goes. Okay, Cody. Yeah, business, most important. That's my mayor and our family mission statement. I'm not sure what I did here, but I didn't know that. Because obviously it didn't work. You know, the mission statement, I don't know what's going. We had all worked together to write this mission statement.
Well, that's what you get for doing something so stupid with your family. Are you freaking kidding me?
Here's our family mission statement on school choices.
We embrace one another with the confidence we're not meant to. Our bodies being the temples first. And then we have the celebration, you know, just celebrating us and committing really to each other.
I have caved and put on the socks. I have put on the socks for the cold toes. For the cold toes.
I'm not blaming. Relax. This really felt like that family mission statement. Very, very smart. It was a pinnacle of joy for me. The plural marriage, that's just never really out there. I don't know what to say about plural marriage would make our lives so.
Dear Godzilla, today we give thanks to those of us who aren't going to prison for the rest of our lives. We give thanks for not being the idiots that are going to prison for the rest of their lives. Amen. Laheim.
Wow. Yeah, on the road. This plural marriage was a big picture for us. It was sacred. It was religious to us. It crumbled and it failed. And I'm bitter and I'm hurt. As I am sure the other members of this family are bitter and hurt, including him. Let's hit the road. Hey, shut the garage door. Oh, yeah. I got lock it. We're going to come around that way. Mary changed after we got married. And it was a hard relationship until today. And that's ironic. Today has been good. It's like we're seeing these parts of ourselves that we left back in the day. I also don't feel any regret of where I am right now.
And an addendum, Godzilla. Thank you for the cheap cigar. The cheap cigar. The cheap cigar. Remember, my cigar smoking and my marijuana smoking has also already been adjudicated by judges and commissioners. Federal felons going to prison, especially those of you looking at 12 plus counts of abuse of a disabled minor, enticement, and the felony charges of custodial interference. The FBI is very confident they'll be convicting one woman of, as she orchestrated all of them. One woman that may or may not be in Unit 207 right now, but according to the FBI, she just can't stay away between now and Tuesday.
Hey, what do you guys do? Right, lasagna. This is exactly the guy that is due for report. Yeah, show yours. Your tattoo?
Which one?
Oh, well, just like whatever.
And then remember, everybody, I am bleeding out of my vagina. I'm unholy. The Bible says stay away, and you better. Nerd Squad, whatever they've done to Drummo, there's zero functionality now. It's all secured portal. I've got 2 that I'm looking at currently on offer. I suspect they called, begged, groveled, slandered, perpetrated a series of crimes. So if you could get in on that, I'd appreciate it. Looks identical as it did last night right now, 2:06 a.m. Yeah, they didn't even take me to the qualifications just now. Bounce back, ignore.
It's not boring. There's literally nothing boring about dating at all. David's chill. He's super chill. Totally easygoing. Doesn't expect no critic. Okay, right? Everything you're not saying is what I agree with. No expectations whatsoever. You just have
And they've done it now with 2 in a row. This could also explain why they're so pissed off about the fact that I'll be getting $3.50 in cash back, which again is when they render that specific application useless based on their pattern of criminality with that specific application. Same thing, we're 3 for 3 now, no questions. It magically disqualified. Nerd Squad.
He's sobbing. He's saying it's the end of an era, and I'm thinking it didn't have to be this way. Today we are unpacking the
4 for 4.
to either the house or it's in storage. How's it going? Cody and Nathan are here to help me unpack, and then Jen, my best friend, she's here too. Did you have to mark this by yourself?
I could have marked it by myself, but I had 2 people trying to boss me around on how to do it.
I mean, I can re-delete the cookies and the cached images, but it didn't do anything yesterday other than lock me out of streaming services and Rocket Man. So I'm doing that right now, Nerd Squad. And as you can hear, I'm still logged into the streaming service.
I'm usually right, so if he wants to take out his bossy, fine.
And drama.
Here we go.
You got it?
Are you getting paid? Am I getting paid?
Listen, he's my brother-in-law. My seventh back. Oh.
Remember, federal felons, every penny you steal has a $100 return, and every time you're responsible for me being DQ'd and prevented from making money, you're going to be charged with that. Some of you are looking at RICO charges, remember. RICO charges. Including people at DCS in the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, who've not been paying me money that's been owed to me since before you kidnapped my children or for the last few months, legally, because of one of the fraudulent documents that you acquired and knew and know is indeed fraudulent. You're not only going to have to fix that, you're going to have to do what you were legally required to do by November 16th as well, according to the FBI. People are getting fired and going to prison. Some people will be fired before they go to prison. Happy Monday. We're at like 7 for 7, Nerd Squad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're at, 7.
I'm sorry that I wasn't perfect.
So you are more than welcome.
You know, this is a
doing wrong, but I'm not going to let it get me down.
What was the way that you get emotional like this? I just don't understand.
Well, it's just, I'm looking at my life and it was, and not turned upside down, it feels like everything just, we had something.
That's really good.
We had something special. It feels like it just all you know? And it's just one thing and then another and another thing. And it's okay. I don't feel like I'm not bitter anymore. I'm not angry. I'm glad I got that figured out. I'm glad we were able to bring us. I'm glad we never made it into life. It's the weirdest thing to be in that place. And it's just a heartbreak in a way. And I love the life I have. It's the life and what I had 2 years ago. It just seemed like everybody else just like, this isn't anymore. You know, Rob and I maybe give up spaces.
Same thing after opening an incognito browser. So we're at 8 ways that I could have made money today that the federal felons upstairs are responsible for not functioning. In an attempt to perhaps ban me from this site, as they've done with every site that I earn money off of since August, or that I have the opportunity to. Federal felons, boop, boop. You're the only ones going to prison, and you're going to prison for the rest of your lives. Less the whistleblowers. The rest of your lives in 2025.
I don't understand it. I've been going through a anger phase of divorce all this time. And just that realization just was like, I'm not angry anymore. I'm sad. I'm sad not about I'm mourning the loss. You know,
We're at 10 for 10 now, Nerd Squad.
He's sobbing. He's saying it's the end of an era, and I'm thinking it didn't have to be this way.
11 out of 11.
it's so angry, Christine, you know.
And I tried this laptop last night, and as you know, after a female upstairs got really excited, she's like, no, it won't work on that laptop either. We're stealing from her and not letting her earn money. So let's see. But that's what she said upstairs last night, and then it proved to be true.
Now it's a mortal loss. It's going to be me. Does that make sense?
How you doing, federal felons upstairs? Are you looking forward to when you're put in cuffs and
And I appreciate it.
incarcerated?
I do not.
Sure seems like
I
it,
don't get it. I don't
based
know
on your
where this is
actions at this
coming
very
from.
moment in
I
time
do not
with this
understand it.
specific
I
website.
don't understand it. He has made it clear. That
Same
he
thing
did
on this
not
laptop,
want
so
me
we're
in
at
his
13
life.
for
So
13,
why
Nerd Squad.
this emotion?
You know, until the next guy, you know, you're if you marry again and everything like that, it's got to. I mean, I won't be weird about it. But even though that got weird, I'm sorry.
Would you be the flower girl?
No, I'm gonna walk her down the aisle.
14 out of 14 attempts.
Saying he wants to walk me down the aisle when I get married again. I'm like, like, why would he say that? He's saying so. I don't know. I don't, like, is he serious? Is he trying to make a joke? Like, I can't tell. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on.
It's like, you know, this is the end of an era, and now we have.
I am floored. Like, I don't know what to do with this. I don't know what to do with this.
Still to come on Sister Wives.
It's just heartbreaking when the reality finally hits.
Oh, what have I done?
What the hell? It was dangerous when we started. It's more dangerous now.
So you seen him in? What? Ever since he has married Robin, he has wanted nobody else. Or you.
Maybe I did the wrong thing. Your vagina looks really nice. Oh, that needs to go.
We weren't sure where it was, but now we are.
Oh my gosh!
It's a start over. It's a do-over in the very biggest way.
So are you okay that this is a Valentine's, just you and me?
I feel like I've been slapped by Flinty.
He is very angry. I'm getting the brunt of it.
All right, guys, people.
Roll out.
I love Flagstaff. It's time to do something different.
I don't know how to explain this. It was never intended for me to know that Janelle was moving.
I think we ought to try a slippery that boat.
Woo! That's not bad.
Change and growth are scary, right? And we don't always want to get out of our comfort zone. I'm going to move to North Carolina. If for some reason this goes south, it's going to be a lot of work.
Listen, dating's I've dated a little bit. Definitely not interested in polygamy again.
We definitely got some special land out here.
I think they're worried about whether I'm going to be fair or not. Divorce just takes away all trust.
I probably will get a lawyer because I think he could just drag his feet if he wanted to.
I put money into it. I'm going to get my part out of it. It's so wrong that we have to do this. I am so mad.
It's a special place that was meant to be more special. I don't want to sell it.
Just give us what's ours and we'll live on. What else is he going to do? Like, he can't really hurt me.
When will you accept me as monogamous?
It's not what I wanted.
This is the end of this family right here, right now.
Nerd Squad, I just got into the first Prime survey, assuming that it even functions. But after clicking it, it looks like it's also taking me to that secured portal. So I'm not going to hold my breath. 1 of 15, I think, to actually go somewhere.
This BBC podcast is supported by ads outside the UK.
Over 16,000 people in the Seattle area are homeless. Darren is one of many who found a new life through Seattle's Union Gospel Mission.
I was in jail when I started reading the Bible, and that's when I learned about the mission. It taught me how to face my problems head on. Today I have a degree in ministry and leadership, and I'm helping others who are also struggling. God in the mission helped me see that there is hope. And grace will lead me home.
Be inspired, volunteer, or donate at ugm.org.
Feeling stiff? Put your hands in the air like you just don't care. Or maybe like you do care. Move your arms behind your back. Do some gentle twists with your core. And repeat. This healthy suggestion is brought to you by Regents Blue Shield. Together, we help.
When Trent Dalton was growing up, on the regular, you could catch him wide-eyed, kind of spaced out, and looking down.
Reflections were big for me, for whatever reason, when I was a kid. Like, I just loved puddles. I'm talking half an hour, Saskia, like staring into a puddle.
This wasn't some narcissistic thing.
It was me trying to find other worlds, I think. I had some funny thoughts. else, Saskia.
Like what?
I believed in magic. I think I thought I was some sort of special kid inside his own little mythology because of the things we'd seen.
Right.
Because our lives were strange.
Even Trent's first memory is one of confusion. Something strange, something inexplicable.
I'm 3 years old. I'm sitting on a brown leather lounge. I look up and turn to my left, and there's a man.
Well, Nerd Squad, that took, I don't know, what was the count?
And I say,
Too many attempts, but it functioned.
This man, he's got red hair, he's wiry and muscular and covered in tattoos. He's wearing a blue singlet, and this man turns to me and he ruffles my hair, and he says, "I love you too, mate, but I'm not your dad." And my 3-year-old brain explodes.
Now completing that other order.
That makes sense.
It turned out that this man was Trent's mom's boyfriend, a guy who Trent calls Lyle, not his real name. He wasn't his biological father. Okay, that's not so weird, but things were about to get a lot weirder.
It was like, oh.
And so, scratching his head with all these strange happenings, Trent turned to Puddles.
Okay, I've never told anyone this, but I felt a very deep sense that every move I was making was heading towards something. If I look back on my puddle staring, it sounds so ridiculous. I think I was waiting for that thing to reveal itself, maybe. And that's just absurd. It's absurd thinking.
But do you think you have it was leading towards something? Have you reached that point?
Oh. Well, here's the great thrill. Well, it did. It did all lead to something.
On this edition of Lives Less Ordinary from the BBC World Service, how the magical thinking of Trent Dalton helped him in a series
Using PayPal to place this order should also be delivered today, like the Coffee Nerd Squad. It's 2:29 a.m.
It helped him navigate the challenge of being a kid in the incomprehensible adult world. The challenge many of us face of putting
So
together
second
a
order
puzzle
for
of
today
good and
in
bad
order
childhood memories.
2000125914445227.
Completed.
Completed.
In the 1980s.
Day late.
I'm Saskia Collette.
Suburban Brisbane in the 1980s was lemon-coloured. It was sticky ice cream fingertips. People getting around in thongs.
For some reason, on the order screen, the coffee that should arrive today has now moved up to pretend like it's the latest order. The one I just placed is before that. And then, of course, we've got the laundry
I
detergent.
also grew up in Brisbane.
So keep them from stealing, losing, and or delaying them, Nerd Squad.
No fear of bearing their ultra-bronzed upper thighs.
You know what they don't want. They don't want that cash back, because that's when they render the accounts useless.
Of the malted smell emitted from the local beer factory. Maybe it's a place inclined to mythology, as it almost has a secret language. People there call the river Browns. Beer. Back in the 80s, Trent's first memories take place in Brisbane's public housing, where he lived with his mum, stepfather Lyle, and 3 brothers. All the residences in his block were carved commons, same wood bricks with identical kitchens, and often an ugly multicolored couch from the local discount furniture store.
It was making hot always. Everyone would pull the curtains right back, open the window right up, let the whatever breeze was coming in from Brisbane, try and get as much of it as you could. So then a kid like me was walking down to grab his dad a packet and fill cigarettes and look through those windows and see theatre. That was every social issue that was facing Australia in the 1980s would play out in these little living rooms that I could see.
Relogging in on the Lenovo, but I'm expecting, unlike what just occurred, I will only have access to secured portal, which is just the federal filings upstairs, redirecting, bouncing back, and now being so pathetic and felonious that
The next
They're
significant
even
and
stealing
weird
pennies,
happening
folks.
in Trent's childhood
What
happens
revolting
within
sacks of
this
shit.
area of social housing.
No one will be sad when they're incarcerated long term.
5 years old.
Asterisk.
My eldest brother,
Whistleblowers extended.
little guy named Joel,
Not a
taps me on
one.
the shoulder and says, "Hey Trent, come and have a look at this."
The whole band of brothers, who are Trent, Jesse, Joel, and Ben, make a beeline for the
Not
bedroom.
a one.
We go into this guy Lyle's bedroom. Joel goes into this guy's built-in wardrobe. There's bags and clothes.
Yep.
Joel pushes them
Two
aside.
options. First option, secured entry.
Against the back wall of his built-in wardrobe. And a square piece of wall pops in and like
Secured
a
entry, DQ'd.
pops in and pops back out. And like a block of wall pops out. Joel removes this square bit of wall, like it's like a fake bit of wall, revealing a chasm, like it's just a black hole. And he puts his feet first and just disappears through this hole. And then my brother Ben follows Joel through this hole. And it's full kind of Chronicles of Narnia.
We're 3 for 3. Nerd Squad at 2:33 a.m. on the Lenovo. On the Lenovo, they're blocking from erasing cookies and clearing the cache or getting rid of their fraudulent Google certificates that always have expiration dates that line up with felonies, according to the FBI. Felonies they perpetrate.
It's a room made of a dirt floor and just
How you doing?
really makeshift.
Federal felons in Unit 207, are you excited for your unsealed indictments? I am.
Underground room, except a red telephone. A rotary
We're at 5 for 5, Nerd Squad. 5 for 5.
I remember Joel picking up his phone and putting it to his ears, and I remember distinctly, "What are you doing? What are you saying?"
Perhaps if he were a bit older, Trent would have put the pieces together, what this room was for. But in his kid mind, it chalked up to a fool.
Yeah, to the female upstairs, you should fix this. I know you think that you're sly, darling, but it's my understanding, you may be someone that I clear out all of the banking and savings accounts and severance payouts. The woman upstairs that was so proud to have thought that she made it so that she could successfully block all pennies as of last night. Bragging to a boy she wanted to impress upstairs, according to the FBI.
So again, Trent said,
"Oh,
did you have a sense that it was something forbidden?
They'll always forbid things."
We're at 5 for 5, going for 6 for 6 right now, Nerd Squad at 2:35 a.m.
I found a roll of like, it's like $1,000 in cash rolled up. It was in the pocket of this dressing gown, and I brought it to Mum. I'm like, "Mum, what's this? What's
And
this?
6 for 6.
And she's like, "Oh, give me that." Just things like that would happen often. We just had all
Now we
these
have 2 primes left, but they won't initiate as primes. Clicking the first.
big parties and just all these
Secured entry.
giving chills down my spine because they were.
You'll be redirected and never qualify.
I wonder, like, who is that person?
7 for 7. It looks like, yep, 7 for 7, Nerd Squad at 2:36 a.m.
But he was a quiet kid and didn't ask many questions. While life could be confusing, he ignored his stepbrother Lyle.
He taught me how to throw a football, and he taught me how to be respectful to my mum, and he loved me.
Likewise, Trent also idolized his mom.
That incredible mum who just lived for nothing but Christmas.
Hopping back onto the other Chromebook to click one of the prime ones from here.
Singer, equal greatest with Olivia Newton-John. I just see her as this incredible.
Same thing. We're at 8 for 8.
Young woman.
No
raising 4
qualifiers.
boys and placing a star on top of a Christmas tree.
Then one day, another important figure enters Trent's life. It's when Lyle introduces him to a friend of his, someone who would basically be Trent's babysitter.
And his name's Slim Halliday. And I have this distinct memory of staring up at this tall tree of
9 for 9,
Slim.
Nerd Squad at 2:37
This guy
a.m.
looks like Buddy Holly. He's got these Coke bottle glasses.
So that means out of
Black
roughly
hair.
26, they've
So
allowed
Brian
one
was
to function.
Mid-70s, and just incredibly wise man who would let me sit on his lap while he drove his
Oh, and we're about to be at 10 for 10 because every time it says secured Porto, protege, prodige, then it just redirects without qualifiers.
Also dispense wisdom to young Trent.
He says things about the importance of looking at ants.
11 for 11.
Literally, the importance of watching a cane toad hop along the street, or the importance of looking at clouds and making shapes out of those clouds.
What is the importance of that?
It's capturing details, just capturing the details of the world you live in. He filled me with wonder and the ability to stand outside in a gutter and go, isn't this incredible? And then my brothers would tell me, hey, Trent, Slim. And I'm like young and impressionable. Like, Trent, Slim, that guy you love, he killed a guy once. I'm like, what?
Also, just a friendly reminder, federal felons upstairs. I think some of you forgot that I'll be getting a PayPal direct deposit on my birthday for a looming settlement payment. How you doing, federal felons? Does that make you feel better?
He didn't ask about the secret
Did you forget?
with the red telephone. He didn't ask, who are all these people coming and going from the house? Instead, Trent was a dreamer, turning to puddles like they were some crystal ball that would reveal the meaning of this odd life.
I'm staring at puddles, but that thinking of this stuff actually meaning something, well, that magical thinking really came in handy by the time you hit, like...
Okay, Nerd Squad, do whatever it is that you need to do in order to fix this. I completed all the tasks that required funds today per your instructions. So I guess I'll just stop attempting to earn more funds because of the idiots upstairs, some of whom would like me to take all of their money and assets. Like the lady upstairs that decided to prevent me from earning pennies on top of the $22,000 plus she's responsible for stealing from me. And according to the FBI, she is one of many that will be both convicted of over 12 counts of abuse of a disabled minor, enticing children, and, that's right, numerous felonious charges of custodial interference, which is a crime that multiple people are guilty of. Still, as of today.
All of a sudden, Lyle was gone, and Kid Trent didn't really understand why.
Where's that guy I love? And I didn't even know the length of time he was doing. It was a 10-year lag.
It's a crime to execute fraudulent orders, and any order you have is fraud. That's from the FBI to you, all of you.
Did you see something happen? How did you actually become aware of that?
Now, don't lose those packages, guys. The FBI had me purchase each and every one of those packages because they are watching you. They want that Walmart cash back and website functionality. They want all the packages delivered without you canceling them to the right home with proper photos.
Trent remembers going to a police station, filling out some papers with his mom, and then she was gone.
It happened very quickly.
Eventually, Trent came to know that his mom used and sold heroin and was sentenced to 2 years prison. It would take a few more years before he knew the full reality of Lyle's activities. So the 4 Dalton boys packed their bags and said goodbye to the German Shepherd. But they didn't go to a home.
We go to live with my dad. I remember seeing my dad, my real dad, for the first time. Someone saying that your dad's down. And I remember walking down this big long staircase. And there's this guy who's my dad, my real dad, my beautiful, beautiful dad, Noel. I remember just immediately loving that man. We go live with dad in a place called Brackenridge. Working class Brisbane housing commission. It's just a kind of a wild time.
And on that note, guys, to the 1 or 2 or 3 amongst you that considers themselves to be the fraudulent Google certificate connoisseur?
Was.
The FBI has plans to charge you with separate crimes because of dates you've chosen as your fraudulent expiration on those fraudulent Google certificates, which have coincided with a series of felonies. Happy Monday.
Once upon a time.
Remember, your indictments are very, very much fully customized for each and every one of you that hasn't blown the whistle. Some have RICO charges. All have domestic terrorism charges. All have fraud. All have kidnapping or custodial interference on them somewhere. Most, all, have child abuse charges. You got a lot of things coming. Remember, the real countdown has begun, and that's the FBI's countdown, which they've said is going to kick your ass as of yesterday morning at 4 a.m.
#1 solution for better basements, foundations, and crawl spaces. So why waste another day worrying? Make an investment in a more healthy, more valuable home. Call Terra Firma today.
Visit GoTerraFirma.com. Trent's dad was a full-on character. He slept on a high-jump mattress that he picked up at a local high school where he was doing community service for drink driving. And also he had expletives that I can't say on the radio tattooed on the inside of his bottom lip.
If we ever didn't like his cooking or we complained about the mushy frozen vegetables that he made us, we should have just shut up and said thanks. But if we ever complained, just pull down his bottom lip and give us the finger. Just rebellious, troubled, beautiful individual.
That's a low-key great tattoo. You get a tattoo of a hand flipping somebody the bird, so anytime you want to, you just tug down your lower
Trent's
lip.
dad had a daily ritual that started first thing in the morning.
He would roll these cigarettes. He'd roll like 20 roll-your-own cigarettes. He'd line them
So
up.
discreet. It's so discreet.
And that's like how we spent the day. Just book after book after book. Just like nothing but reading. And then he'd pass them on to us. So he'd pass on something like...
Nerd Squad, I don't know if it's indicative of you changing something or not. I already logged out because I just figured, all right, well, fuck it. I already did everything that I needed to do. It's just something to pass the time. But the Lenovo ThinkPad has been updating on its own right in front of me in real time, showing lots of crime options. So I'll attempt to click those in a few minutes.
It was through the news.
Maybe a man upstairs talks some sense into a woman that's going to prison for the rest of her life. Who knows?
Because in the late 80s, a massive scandal was being unveiled in the state of Queensland.
It's the fact of life that the lucrative drugs, prostitution, and gambling rackets in Queensland have now become a multi-million-dollar industry, reaching into all sections of Queensland life and controlled by a Queensland mafia.
It was undeniable. Back then, Queensland was a criminal paradise. A sunny place for shady people. Drugs were flown into the state's long and largely deserted coastline. Marijuana plantations were nestled into the isolated bush, and illegal brothels and casinos blemished Brisbane's idyllic suburbs. And police were regularly pocketing cash or other favors to protect the syndicates from prosecution, as reported here by the ABC.
You realise that they're very friendly with a lot of policemen, senior policemen.
Subsequent investigations ended with the resignation of Queensland's Premier, Joviah Peterson, the jailing of 3 former ministers, and Police Commissioner Terry Lewis, who also lost his knighthood.
I clicked on both that were available. One is definitely, they're both secured portal. They reflected 10 minutes.
Constantly find names in the newspapers.
And they're both redirecting with no questions. DQ. Ignore. Ignore.
Right, that's how far away. I had realised that some of Lyle's associates were some of the most
Remember, federal felons, one of the FBI updates today is you've got a lot of things coming.
Just had paths that I could never possibly. We were on the fringes of a crime story that was a bigger crime story. talking rampant underworld crime connected.
And then remember, although they've had the opportunity to sink all of your battleships, they wanted to make sure you sunk them yourselves.
Smorgasbord scene of criminal activity. And then Trent began to find out bits and pieces about Niall's own convictions, especially from his older brother Joel.
Hey man, what's with what happened?
I'm trying one more Nerd Squad, and then I'm doing the same thing on this Lenovo as I did on the other one, since I completed all my tasks. I mean, I'm assuming they're going to cancel or steal the money from those orders, but maybe they won't. Maybe I'll get the cash, and then they'll just make the account useless and cancel all my orders going forward, something they've done as well with this specific shopping application.
He was, of course, busted for that, which is why he went to jail.
But I should know the settlement amount on November 28th, correct, Nerd Squad? That will be direct deposited into my account on December 4th.
Then Trent was like his brother Joel.
Do you remember the secret room?
And what account, federal felons? That's right, my PayPal account. It's already linked up for that settlement.
No, it was Joel who was able to tell me that was Lyle's pain.
How does that make you feel? Oh, at least one of you forgot.
And it was the place that you saw them like drugs and stuff too. Sort of like it was an all-purpose kind of underground room. That's where those answers come from. They come from Joel.
As Trent was living with his dad and making these discoveries.
Okay, last one that I'm attempting for the day, Nerd Squad, at least for the moment, 2:49 a.m. Also a secured portal. Also no longer a delay on the timer. 100% indicative of the federal felons upstairs being responsible for it. Also DQ. Link for ignore referral. Logging out. And I did get the update on what I am to do to this laptop today.
How did your mom come back into your life?
Dad sat us all down and he said, your mum's out. And this was late 80s by that point. We'd go visit mum inside this halfway house where it was filled with all these
Oh, and to the federal felons upstairs that haven't blown the whistle, the FBI has stated that everything that you've done for boot on all of my devices, you'll not only be charged for, but so will everyone around you.
By his teens, Trent could see the reality of his Narnia-like upbringing. His beloved stepfather was a career criminal. His mom had
What's up?
and all this set against one of the most
Not you.
early periods of corruption and crime
Not you.
that Australia had ever seen.
You know what is up, though? Directly above the graves you've dug for yourselves, federal felons? The Federal Bureau of Investigation and your creator, and they're looking at you as you continue shoveling into your graves, shaking their heads. And then they're discussing amongst themselves how, you know, Nazis never listened to the Jews.
Up until about 11 or 12, I used to stare into this mirror and see these grand visions of my life, like thinking I was going to play football for Australia or do something really amazing.
But as the years went on, Trent started seeing another future.
I hit about 14. I just remember just going, nah, you're just going to become a drunk like everybody else. I started to realise the reality of what was outside the house, and the future just did not look good. I was drinking, smashing rum when I was 13, smoking. So giving up that nonsense I was telling you about feeling special, just the reality, I was just like, you're not special, but you're hopeless. You're like nothing.
It was big time teenage angst.
And just a friendly reminder from the Nerd Squad, guys, there's not a cached image, a fraudulent certificate, a cookie, or anything you've done on boot for 14 plus months to any of my devices that you're not going to be convicted for, contrary to some of your great delusions. You've been operating 100% under fraudulent court orders for the entirety of the 14 months most of you have been here. And for one particularly nefarious woman. and one particularly nefarious man
Actually, rise.
for over 20 months.
If you go ahead and waste your life,
The Nerd Squad will
slow
be
your life down the toilet.
concurrently clocking out and switching, and guess who's coming in today? That's right, Mr. Bonafide, former Mensa agent,
When there's a lot of like cognitive
the one that likes to
like things you can't explain.
snare.
People just naturally try and explain them, right? And so if you have a lot of maybe mysteries or things you couldn't comprehend when you were a kid, you maybe developed an overactive ability to think of stories. When you're writing, you have a greater faculty for story to make sense of it.
Oh, that's a beautiful thought.
Do you think that's true?
I think that's so true. Of course, us boys were always jumping into the world of some fantasy land to process reality, and I just kept on doing it. Then I realized there's this thing called journalism, right? There's this job in which you can go out and you might be able to go out and talk to female prisoners, and you might be able to go out and talk to Brisbane drunks, you might be able to go out and talk to drug dealers and ask them why they do the things they do. And through this job, you might be able to work out some of the things that you've been carrying around for about 15 years. That suddenly got very attractive when I realised what a journalist is all about. I sort of got a job on my local paper here in Brisbane. It was just my job to go out into the suburbs and talk to countless people on the fringes of our city who were going through exactly the same stuff the dog boys were going through, and I would sit for hours in their living rooms and go, how's it going? How did you deal with it? Why do you think they do it? I'd be crying with them in the living room, and then I'd cry on the way back home listening to the tape, and then I'd cry a third time writing up the story. It's just the most therapeutic, powerful thing. You realise you're processing your own stuff as you write these stories of total strength.
The messiness of Trent's upbringing.
Also, Nerd Squads, it may be only my interface, but on my interface, they're continuing to alter and corrupt and minimize view counts. Now I've got multiple videos, including the one that had 14 views with no views. One view. And I know you said that their whole MO for roughly a month will be to pretend like they're not actively stalking me while actively stalking me, which just blows up in their face. But I'm not into the whole affecting the YouTube interface.
I'm writing for the National Weekend Australian magazine. In the archives of our newspaper, you can go down to this library, which is basically cabinet after cabinet filled with manila folders on any Australian criminal, celebrity, sporting star, politician. There's a manila folder, and it will have every article, every magazine piece, every biography that's ever been written about this person will be tucked inside this manila folder and slotted inside a filing cabinet. And I'm struck while I'm down there. I'm like, oh wow, I can look up any person I want, and then I just go, Halliday, Slim, Arthur Slim Halliday.
Slim Halliday was the tall, skinny old man who used to babysit Trent from time to time. And when Trent was a kid, he heard whispers that maybe his friend was more violent than he knew.
It's like, here's my chance to find out about this childhood sort of friend I had. I go to H, and I'm like, and it comes to Halliday, Arthur Slim. There's 5 more folders. I swear it was the most unbelievable archive of Slim Halliday. And the headlines just will say, the Houdini has done it again. Arthur Slim Halliday has busted out of Boyer Road again.
Arthur Slim Halliday was just as known for escaping prison as he was for being sent to prison. In fact, a blind spot he exploited along the Boyer Road prison wall became known as Halliday's Leap. He was convicted of
Switching accounts also, by the way, same thing on the interface.
Shortly afterwards, by scaling a roof and throwing a rope over the prison wall. He was on the run for 2 weeks until police recaptured him in a high-speed car chase. Overall, he made 6 escape attempts.
He made fake guns out of soap. He used the wonders of science that he'd read about inside to leverage and open a steel door out of sheet fabric dipped in urine, turned into almost unbreakable rope. He lit diversions to full security guards. He was generally, that's what they called him, Houdini. He was a magic man.
Magic, but also maybe dangerous. Slim was convicted of a far more violent crime than just housebreaking. His final run-in with the law would come when police found a taxi covered in blood. The driver was beaten to death, and witnesses said they'd seen Slim Halliday's distinctive dog in the crime scene. The dog became a crucial piece of evidence during the trial, despite dying before the case was
And
heard.
Nerd Squad at
Instead,
almost 3 a.m. I'm jumping on what you asked me to do by 5:30 a.m. right
Slim was
now.
convicted of the murder and spent more than 20 years in prison.
He got put in that prison for killing a cab driver. A horrific killing that he always maintained he was innocent of.
Because of the repeated escape attempts, Slim was confined under the strictest of conditions. He was locked in a dark underground isolation cell. The lack of stimulation could make you go insane, so prisoners invented games like Find the Buttons, where they throw a button from their clothing into the darkness and then search for it. Perhaps this is where Slim learned his appreciation for details. And it was in prison where Slim met Trent's stepfather, Lyle.
He became a bit of a Boggo Road legend, and this guy I really cared about, Lyle, did many lags inside Boggo Road prison. They became friends. So Lyle got out before Slim, then Slim gets out, he's got nothing, and my guy Lyle says, why don't you come around my house and do your job, and I'll pay you just to do mowing and looking after my girl's youngest son. And that's when I befriended this beautiful guy, Slim. And it was so groundbreaking, though, for me to read those archives. You get a chill down your spine. Like, things land heavy. Like, it's not one of those moments where just the bells ring and you're like, Trent, you were part of, like, this wild Queensland criminal history.
While Arthur Slim Halliday had done some objectively bad things, Trent's memories of him had been filed in the good category.
He was a man who gave me time. That man who spent 30 years behind bars had the best appreciation of the value of time. And I get emotional thinking about the time he gave a small, barefoot kid to give me some beautiful little insights into the world.
By the time Trent had made this discovery, he was a major journalist. But finding out all this surprising information made him turn the lens on himself.
Like I had a scoop. Like I had a scoop inside.
So Trent meets a book editor. They're at a cafe, and he puts down his coffee and makes his pitch.
I've actually got this thought about a book I want to write. It's about this boy. He's being raised by drug dealers, and one day
Trent tells the whole story.
Secret underground room. It's a mystery that really puzzles him throughout his youth.
This editor is shocked.
What if this book also dealt with the fact that this boy's mum goes away to prison for like 2 years?
Trent finishes laying out his idea. His flat wife, presumably stone cold by now.
My editor, she leans over, she says, yeah, you should write that.
So he did. It took a year to complete. And when he reached the final chapter, Trent nervously sent a manuscript to his mum to review.
She says, I read it. I couldn't stop reading it. And then she goes, it's beautiful. She goes, however, I have notes. The notes are just hilarious. There's stuff like page 152, 5 kilograms of heroin wouldn't have cost that in 1986, and it was just like, page 176, we never would have eaten lamb cutlets in Boggo Road prison. It was always lamb forequarter. There's a big difference. You've got to get these things right.
In 2018, Trent's book was published. It's called
boy swallows universe. And copies just kept selling and selling. In the end, it became the fastest-selling debut novel in Australian history, more than 1 million copies worldwide, and it was translated into multiple languages.
And suddenly, Netflix comes along and says, we're going to turn that into a television series.
This was the destiny that Trent was searching for in all those reflections.
All right, Nerd Squad, I have written it out. I'm heading to the studio to do the remainder of what you asked me to do.
Bad on paper. We are not black or white. We are not the extremes of living. We are in the grey areas.
And just to be clear, Unit 207, you have no idea who you've pissed off at Google. Damn. Consider your tech careers over.
This would probably be a good place to end this story.
Consider your tech careers over.
But I'm not
Whistleblowers excluded.
Trent seems a little too quick to forgive to me. See, perhaps like Trent.
And remember, Redmond isn't going to allow any of you even into the city pretty much circa middle of December. So if there's any last minute dealings you'd like to have with Microsoft, you should get those done too.
Slightly confusing childhood and so perhaps I have an ulterior motive for this interview. Not only did I grow up in the same place as Trent, but I remember plenty of strange things from my youth too. Like the time an adult took me rollerblading to a freaky place where a man was dispensing small cups of liquid from behind a glass wall. Later on I realized, a methadone clinic for heroin addicts.
All right, adding the description to the 11:24, 4:05 a.m. right now, Nerd Squad.
I was a kid. There should have been someone responsible for me.
Yeah.
I just sort of wonder, how do you fit in the in-between space of holding the good memories, but also holding some level of accountability or some level of realism about the situation.
It's a thing my wife criticizes me about often, where a lot of my journalism, I do stories on people who've done the most horrendous things, and I was constantly searching for some side of goodness in them. And my wife would have to stop me sometimes and just go, hey, they don't deserve your goodness. They don't deserve your hope for them. It's a strange affliction,
Trent does seem very ready to see the beauty in everything and everyone. The kind of guy who looks at an oil slick and sees a rainbow. In fact, he used the word beautiful 68 times in our interview to describe everything from drunken singing to a convicted murderer. When it comes to the adults in his own life,
where I fit about how I feel about any of those people is I'm in awe. I double down on my gratitude to them, because you got some issue with someone, step closer. I've had the privilege of getting to know the whole backstory of every one of these people, and I know exactly where they came from. And these people did things to continue loving us in the face of their own great traumas. And so that's where I feel about accountability for all those people. I feel nothing but gratitude.
I'm not sure I can totally see the world through Trent-colored glasses, but I do know that a bad choice, or even a few bad choices, don't necessarily define a person. To make this point, Trent recalls one last memory to me. When his mum came to his kid's school on a day when grandparents were invited to visit.
And I just remember looking at some of the other grandparents and how they their backstories would be just so vastly different to the woman that they're sitting at the crayon box with. And I'd just have a quiet laugh to myself about the journey that woman had been on.
Watching his mum, you couldn't imagine a more wholesome, perfect image of a grandparent.
That's beautiful. That is so beautiful, because is that mum? Is that my mum? Or is my mum actually the woman in a prison cell? Well, she's all of those things, and that's beautiful.
author of the book Boy Swallows Universe, Trent Dalton. You've been listening to Lives Less Ordinary from the BBC World Service. We'd love to hear your thoughts about this episode and anything else you've heard in the series. You can email us via liveslessordinary@bbc.co.uk or send us a message via WhatsApp. The number is in our show notes. Maybe you even had a mysterious childhood of your own that you'd like to share with us. You never know, your story could become the next episode. I'm Saskia Collette, the producer was me and Andrea Kennedy, and our editor is Manaza Khan. Thanks for listening.
Looking for the perfect Christmas
Nerd
gift?
Squad,
Here's the
they're
stuff that
blocking
gives
me
some
from being able to
experience this
scroll
year with the
down
Trampoline
to
Park
try to
inside
make it take
Funhouse
even
USA
more time, I
Albert
guess.
Outlet Mall. Get $100
I've got to
off
do
the
it, Federal
Player
Felons
Pass, which gives
upstairs.
you unlimited play
So
all day,
preventing
every
me
day.
from being
Unlimited
able to
attraction,
use the
$100
thing
off
to make it
birthday
scroll
parties,
down
and so much more.
is just
Plus, you can buy
extra
one $25
dipshittery
gift
by
card
you
and get 2
idiots,
1-hour passes,
including
plus
the
holiday
woman
trip
that's
spots
upstairs right
free.
now.
Talk about a
Hi,
great
lady. How does
shopping
it feel to
summer.
be
Big
back
Air
at work
Trampoline
on a
Park
Monday
inside
while
Funhouse
you're
USA
still not
Albert
in
Outlet
prison for the
Mall
rest
and
of your
online at
life?
bigarusa.com.
Are the high heels comfortable? I think you're going to have a hard time adjusting to the plastic sandals you'll be wearing for the remainder of your life, darling.
Notable clinical and research faculty. Online. That's a degree better. Explore programs at asuonline.asu.edu.
Oh, was that rude? Was that rude, guys? No. No, it was not.
Available Type-S high-performance variant, nearly 500 horsepower and 278-mile EPA range rating. Choose from our complimentary charging packages so you can charge how you want. The all-electric Acura ZDX. This is the energy of innovation. Acura, precision-crafted performance. Visit your local Acura dealer to lease the all-electric ZDX for $389 a month.
You're listening to WALT.
Homegrown.
Homemade radio. If we met at a cocktail party, how would you describe yourself?
My name is Guy Story from Mississippi. I've lived in New York City for a very long time. I used to be in the tech industry.
Just orally putting it out there, if you haven't realized, yes, the FBI would like me to make all of my videos private except for the ones which include a message from them via me from yesterday morning. Definitely check that one out. And or that weren't on a day that a cease and desist letter's been sent since September 15th. That's what we're doing right now. It needs to be done by 5:30 a.m. for some reason. Probably something to do with the lawyer and the detective that are going to be very angry at everyone in Unit 207 between today and Wednesday, according to the
That idea
FBI.
of a sense of discovery, I think, is a great segue for us to start talking about this story, because
I mean, that latter part's speculation, but I don't know why else this would be time pertinent to be done by 5:30 a.m.
In March of 2021. This is a story that I had no clue about. And now all the people who knew about it are dead. And so I have almost nobody to talk to, really. I mean, nobody to get more info from. My grandfather, my father's father, died when my father was 10 years old, so I never knew him. His name was Eugene Story. And March of last year, 2021, my cousin, Gay Story, just out of nowhere sent me an email. Apparently, when I was a kid or teenager or something, at a family gathering, my father had come up to Gay with a newspaper clipping he pulled out of his pocket that had some story about his grandfather, Brooks Story, about something, related to crime or, something not great, and showed it to Gay and said he hadn't told me or my brother about this because he was afraid it would upset us. So then Gay stored this info away for, decades, never mentioned it. So she was worried it was going to upset me. Still, she was worried. So she reached out privately to my sister-in-law, Shannon,
and said, "Hey, Shannon, in all of your genealogy research, have you come across any kind of, negative stuff about Brooks or his brother?" And Shannon said, "No." But given this little clue from my cousin Gay, Shannon started doing some Google searches where, if you Googled Brooks Story Desperado, Mississippi, then all of a sudden you get a zillion hits. And it's like hiding in plain sight, this story. So
you just have to think to add Desperado to your search.
Yeah, you just need to add. Yeah, you just gotta. So this is a tip for everybody. Whenever you're searching for anything, throw in Desperado on occasion, just in case.
Yeah, it's like rolling the family history dice.
Yeah. So then Shannon said, "Wow, look, I found some stuff." Special dispatch to the Appeal Avalanche, Jackson, Mississippi, February 14th. Clarion Ledger, May 21st, 1896. Brooks' story on Sam and Seb Russell on the night of October 8th, 1891, held up the express agent at Durant, Mississippi, and robbed the company of $2,396. On November 21st, the three broke jail, having overpowered the jailer, whose wife fleeing fugitives. February 5th, Detective Jackson tracked Story through the jungles of Yazoo, Sunflower, and into Starkey counties, locating him at the house of a farmer where he had tarried to rest his jaded horse, and en route to jail, after a severe struggle, again effected his escape. He's referred to as the most famous desperado from Mississippi at the time. At some point, I stumbled upon the fact that Brooks's younger brother Eugene had been convicted of murdering a guy and was hanged in a public hanging.
Just to be clear, guys, I don't really know how it applies, but the FBI is having me do what I'm doing right now, just to make it all the more, quote, apparent of your stalking.
I think a Y chromosome with a desperado and a murderer.
So let me ask you then, going back to this idea that your dad knew something about this, but never really talked to you about it because he was worried it would upset you. Did it upset you?
No. Not that I condone robbery or murder. I certainly don't. Let me just go on record and say that.
Of course.
But, the news went through the families, and then there was all this email threads and stuff about it. My wife and I have two kids who are teenagers, and my brother has 4 kids, teenagers and young adults. And my cousin Gay, who was still kind of imprinted with this idea that this might be shameful or upsetting, she sent me an email and said she felt bad that she had even kicked this off because now the kids knew and that she was worried that they were upset. So it's an interesting thing, that sense that this would be upsetting to people.
From WALT-FM and PRX, you're listening to Family Ghosts. I'm Sam Dingman. After the break, a Mississippi story about the stories of Mississippi.
This episode is brought to you by JCPenney. The holiday season is here, and at JCPenney, everybody gets more. Like for your loved one, designer perfumes from Versace or Carolina Herrera, or the exclusive Messy fragrance. For the foodie in your life, a cast iron Dutch oven or Keurig coffee maker. Or for the kids, all the toys they love from Disney, Barbie, Lego, and more. JCPenney. Make it count. Shop in store or online.
So, you want to be a marketer. It's easy. You just have to score a ton of leads and figure out a way to turn them all into customers. Plus, manage a dozen channels, write 1 million blogs, and launch 100 campaigns all at once. When that's done, simply make your socials go viral and bring in record profits. No sweat. Okay, fine. It's a lot of sweat. But with HubSpot's AI-powered marketing tools, launching benchmark-breaking campaigns is easier than ever. Get started at HubSpot.com/marketers. I thought, well, I got to write a song because I'm a songwriter, so I got to write a song about this. This is too interesting. I was trying to figure out what is the song. I didn't want a song that just it was like the ballad of Brooks' story and just telling the a straightforward telling of the story. And then I thought, my grandfather, whom I never knew, was I think 4 years old when his father was convicted, and he spent most of his childhood, 10 to 12 years. His father was a famous desperado and was in and out of jail. He kept escaping, and there'd be shootouts, and then he'd get recaptured, or he'd stay out for a while, and then he'd roam around the country, and then he'd come back and visit his family. And I thought, wow, what a life for a kid to have where that's who your father is. And so I thought, I never knew my grandfather, Eugene, and I would write this about him. The song would be addressed to him.
Eugene, your father has been seen. Do you know where he might have been? Despite what he's done, I know he loves you. He and those two brothers, they had a gun. Took some money, but they didn't hurt anyone. They deserve to serve 10 years. Get your mama breaking 2 cheers. If you two, or maybe you just too young. Papers from far and wide report his escapades. Must admit it fits the meaning of renegade. There he escapes, trips abroad. Some so crazy can't help but applaud. When he returned, you wish that he could have stayed. Eugene, your father has been seen. Do you know where he might have been? Despite what he's done, I know he loves you.
I want to ask you specifically in the song, in the chorus, you say, Eugene, despite everything he's done, he loves you. And what's behind that?
It seemed like the way that Brooks got depicted in all the zillion newspaper articles. He was a mixed character, but he stayed connected to his family. And so I just figured 2 things. One was, I think he probably did love his family. And this was kind of unfortunate that he was, supposed to spend years in the penitentiary. And also I think I probably speculated that for Eugene, my grandfather, he probably needed to know that his father cared about him in this, as to provide him some kind of stable emotional existence or something.
It's tempting for me to see maybe not a connection, but some interesting interlacing, I suppose, with the idea that this was a story that was not shared with you until you were much older. And in the song, what you're quote unquote doing, obviously Eugene can't literally hear the song, but depending on what you believe, hopefully he can hear it. You're providing him not just with the story, but with a loving interpretation of his father. what you've received is the idea that you can't know this story because it will make you upset, perhaps not love your family in the way that you otherwise would. You're doing both for him. You're saying, here is the story, and also it does not change the fact that your father loves you. These two things can coexist.
Yeah, that's a very good point, and I think that as I was trying to get into the mindset of talking to my grandfather about this and commiserating or something, I had that feeling like, this is still your family, he's still your father.
I want to go back.
Just a friendly reminder to the federal felons, including Mrs. Clickety Clack, who's in the building at 3:23 a.m. Remember what the FBI said on Thursday. There's not a move that you, third, fourth, fifth, or sixth parties can make that isn't either a series of gross misdemeanors or at best a single count of a Class A felony of witness tampering. How you doing, Miss Clickety Clack? You still gonna get me? It's my understanding, according to the FBI, I'm gonna get everything you own upon my sole discretion.
To me, it's, like I am a descendant of this guy, and I have the same, and I have an ancestor with this checkered past. And so, I guess in a way it is some kind of, it's not a celebration, but it's an acknowledgement of family and family bonds, even in the midst of adversity or complication.
Do you view the fact that your dad didn't...
Oh, and so the FBI is having me go through and add under the description for the days cease and desist letters have been sent since the 12 months of them that were already sent to these imbeciles. The following description. See reports of threats from December of 2023 in the highlights section of my Twitter X of all actionable felonies involving my disabled sons. See cease and desist letters after 12 months of them from September 15th, 2024, October 15th, 2024, October 20th, 2024, 11/16/2024, and then in the parentheses it says the FBI's favorite, 11/20/24, 11/22/2024, and the message to all defendants, federal felons, from the AM YouTube live stream from 11/24/2024 on Facebook.com/Mystic Gwen Loves Only You.
And my grandfather, Eugene, moved away from Kosciuszko. They moved south.
And why am I doing this? I can only speculate, guys, but according to the FBI, it has something to do with showing how very much you will be convicted of stalking me. Anyone who's missed it, since August, the FBI has stated there are 16 people that will be convicted for stalking me. 16. I only have one multiple times convicted stalking abuser. I have been stalked previously, but I don't really like to consider it stalking unless they're digitally home invading me, which these motherfuckers have been doing so much more than that. And or breaking into my home repeatedly after the first month of breakup.
So my father grew
I
up
give
in
a pass to
little
the guys
town
that do it
south Mississippi.
within the first month of the breakup.
And
I'm a hard
that's
one to
where,
lose.
Eugene's wife, Daisy, my grandmother,
But I
lived.
never
And so
go
that
back.
was where we would go visit Daisy. That was where my father grew up. That was where our roots were, so to speak. Nobody ever mentioned Kosciuszko. We never went to Kosciuszko. I've been to Kosciuszko maybe twice in my life. Everybody just shut that down. Everybody who knew. My father had 3 siblings. I'm sure they all knew this story. And Daisy as well. And nobody mentioned it. So it was really like they were just trying to erase it from the family history and move on and not be tainted by it, not be upset by it, when whatever else might be, a negative effect of it.
Yeah, and yet you shared it with your own kids right away.
Yeah.
What prompted you to do that?
It was just that. It was that instant fascination with the story, and the fact that it had been withheld from us. I just, I couldn't wait to tell somebody about it. And in fact, I was mentioning that I was going to be talking to my daughter, and we were sort of replaying this whole scene with Gay and my dad.
All right, Nerd
at the
Squads, I
family
think I
gathering,
did it.
and
I
and
am
my
checking
daughter
on
asked
the
me, was I
Lenovo,
upset
though,
when I
because
heard
from
this
this
news?
laptop,
And I said, no, I was not upset. So
it's not nearly as easy to utilize for functional purposes,
I did ask myself, like, at what
including
point do you not,
viewing
if I
websites.
discovered my father while I was alive, living with my father, and my father got convicted of a felony, I would be ashamed of that. I think it would be a very difficult thing to accept and to know whether I could talk about it. I've wondered, like, at what point does it become fascinating and shareable versus something that you kind of keep to yourself and don't want to share? Time is a great launderer of shame.
Family Ghosts will continue in a moment.
The holidays are coming, and everything's aglow. Give your loved one a reason to sparkle with jewelry from Blue Nile.
They've been making repeated attempts to get rid of that illegal entry. I've saved it repeatedly as public, and they keep blocking it from being public. What are you doing, idiots?
Selection of bold gold styles, gemstone jewelry, and eternally stylish.
What are you doing, idiots, huh?
Shop now for up to 50% off jewelry at BlueNile.com. The original
Oh, that's
online
right.
jeweler.
They're doing everything they can to go to prison for the rest of their lives. Whistleblowers excluded.
Black Friday football on Prime is back this week. The Raiders and the Chiefs.
Going back into the illegal entry attempt, making that public again. This is like the third or fourth time I've done that today, FBI.
Black Friday football. Raiders versus Chiefs. Kickoff at 3 p.m. Eastern. Pre-game at 1:30 p.m. Friday, only on Prime. Restrictions apply. See Amazon.com/watch Black Friday football for details.
To me, it's also interesting that you discovered this
Received
additional branch in the story of your family at a time in your life when you left sort of one life behind and set out on a new path, left your career in tech and are now focused on music. Is there a sense in which you are discovering new facets of yourself as you discover new facets of your family history? And do those things inform each other?
I will say that, I've lived most of my life in New York City, and yet, I feel this deep connection with the South. I'm a Southerner. But my father was not, he was kind of an introvert and a socially awkward guy, and not very, every time I asked him about his childhood, he just never really.
Now the Nerd Squad wants me to mark them all as private, except for you guys kidnapping the kids, you guys trying to illegally enter my house, and also interfering with my legal process, and also having 3 people who were all at one point in time facing federal imprisonment. But the FBI wants me to let some of you know, some of those knuckleheads apparently, who I never saw, only heard from September 26th, at least one of those, of the 3 that were facing federal imprisonment, at least one of them blew the whistle and isn't going to prison.
If I'm remembering the timeline correctly, your father lost his father when he was 10, right?
Yep.
So
yeah, that's right.
my father did a bunch of genealogy research later in his life, and I remember his telling me, the names of his grandfather Brooks, and yet he didn't mention any of this stuff. So I guess the word was his father was kind of strict. Maybe his father, Eugene, the one that I sing to, was, in an attempt to, set things right after the sort of the scandal of his father and uncle, got very, kind of locked everything down. My father was kind of a locked down micromanager, emotionally stingy kind of guy. And then my father lost his father. And so, I don't know. I guess there was a sort of a survive and make it work ethic that kicked in.
Well, one of the reasons that I'm fascinated by this story for Family Ghosts is, as you pointed out, on its face, it's just a fascinating narrative. But also, it puts its finger on this idea that I think is at the heart of almost every story that we do, which is there are these stories and elements of our family histories that get withheld, and it is very easy for folks of later generation to look back at that withholding and feel like they were robbed of something or not understand why these things wouldn't have been shared. And it's very easy to lose sight of the privilege that accompanies being alive in a time when you can acknowledge the uglier parts of history and also hold empathy for the people who perpetrated that ugliness or were associated with that ugliness. And that was not always so. And maybe, I don't know if I have any authority to say this, but maybe especially in the South.
Yeah.
Also, just a little aside, guys, I don't know in what way this helps out the whistleblowers, but according to the FBI, it's going to help out the whistleblowers in Unit 207 as well.
Sense of a sort of class system.
So don't get scared now.
Folks, the white folks who were from the Delta.
But remember, it's need to know. So I've got no idea. I don't even have any ideas to speculate on involving that. How is it helping you out? Probably something to do with my big fat mouth, huh? Probably something to do with that.
And they were trying to make themselves succeed in a world where they were.
That's my only speculation on that. What could it be? Could be my big fucking mouth.
Whites. And there was this kind of pervasive feeling.
It's been getting me in trouble since 1985.
And be above reproach and follow the rules. That was kind of the whole family vibe. And so, yeah, it doesn't mix with saying, oh, by the way, we've got this craziness, craziness and crime and murder and on the run and shootouts. And that's not the sort of thing that would have helped them succeed in this middle class society in Mississippi. I struggle with being, an introvert and having some of the same qualities as my father. And so part of songwriting for me is just trying to unlock myself and get what I'm feeling out there and muck with it and see it and explore it and express it.
Okay, Nerd Squad. As far as I can see on the Lenovo ThinkPad, it appears that all of the videos that you wanted set to public with the details as such are current. I hit it almost 2 hours before the deadline gave me 5:30 a.m. So on my channel, you should see X. That's today's live stream. I'll change the title to that, to the proper title. 11:24, 4:05 a.m. Day 109. Hostage of Unit 207, North Everett Precinct, DCYF, whatever. 09:26, 7:47 a.m. Day 50. Illegal entry attempted by North Everett Police Precinct. 8:23, the kidnapping video, and Mystic Gwen is live, the video from the first week of August with some of the
And
female
it's such an
federal
example,
felons
this story of how
responsible
you can attempt to
for not only disabling,
suppress
not only abusing my
the
disabled
reality
children,
of
but
who your
kidnapping them
forebears were,
and
formulate this
conspiring
idea that
and
legacy will
conspiring.
not affect you.
And according to the FBI, more than
Even your own
25
dad,
separate counts themselves of fraud.
he seemed to know
How you
in
doing,
some
federal
innate way
felons?
that
Happy Monday.
he needed to keep some tangible connection with this.
I'm going to alter
in
the
form of
title for
this
this
clipping,
video now, since
and
it's going to be
literally
ending
and
pretty soon
figuratively
anyway.
pass it
I
off.
started at 4:12.
And I'm sure in his head he
It's
couldn't move on.
3:37.
It was stuck with him, and he probably just didn't know what to do with it exactly.
Well, and now there is this song out in the world that really lays it all out there and does it in a way that is a much richer, emotional, potent telling than just a kind of dry narrative on an old newspaper clipping. Just to say, like, I am just a fan of the song, pure and simple. I think it's an awesome song. And there's so many things about it that appeal to me. One of the things that I wanted to ask you about, just from a songcraft standpoint, and whether or not there's any tie-in to the narrative that we've been discussing, is on that chorus, you say, Eugene, your father has been seen. And it's, the harmony on that is really beautiful, but it's also very, it strikes me as almost, there's something almost like church choir-y about it. It's so big and resonant, and it's so many voices, and I have this image of like the light of truth like bursting through the clouds.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice.
And I wonder what your thought process was in building that harmony.
All right,
I think
title
I have this
changed.
sort of
I've
urge
done
to make it
everything
kind
you
of
asked me to do,
anthemic
Nerd
and
Squad.
big.
No stone unturned. No stone unturned.
Emotional reaching out.
And just a friendly reminder, if you missed it, you haven't been watching these live streams for over a month. The FBI has said the federal felons will be extremely furious. Thanksgiving, Black Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and a couple of them even the Monday and Tuesday after. What could it mean? I'm sure we'll all find
One
out.
of them was Brooks' story was seen. That was it. And I thought, this guy was famous enough that it's the fact that he was seen at all was newsworthy. And they didn't have to say anything more about it. I just thought that was kind of remarkable. So, I don't know, that was sort of inspired this. And I thought, here's my grandfather. He's a kid, and his father is not home, and he doesn't know when he's going to show up. So I just felt like, it was kind of like a big reaching out to him, saying, your father's out there somewhere, and he loves you.
Last question I have for you is, we're talking about this story that has haunted your family.
Screwed up on the date. I wrote, oh no, I did not.
And your
I
last
screwed
name
up
is
on
literally story.
AM instead of PM
Do you make anything of that?
for the title of this video.
Corrected.
Corrected.
I would like to. People like that.
I can't say that there's any kind of mystical thing going on here. It's just an accent. The story of the stories. The story of the stories.
Taking a screenshot of the description you had me add FBI in today's video for the instructions. I forgot
Family
about that.
Ghosts is hosted, produced, mixed, and edited by
Okay, now I've done everything you told me to do.
Thanks to this
Before
week's
Mr. Grumpy
guest,
Butts, do not chew me out, Mr.
Find
Grumpy
God's
Butts.
Band at storytownband.com.
before he's in this
Check the
morning.
show notes for links to a blog
Mhm.
post.
Look out, federal felons. It's Monday. He'll be here at some point between 4:30 a.m. and 7:30 a.m. Will I be chewed out today for anything that I've said or done since Friday afternoon? Stay tuned. I feel like it's always over 50% likely. That's what I feel like.
Family Ghosts is made possible thanks to the generous support of the kindred spirits. Our community
Usually goes something like this. God damn it! You're a big fucking mouth. Now they're changing this and doing that and trying to steer clear of this. We need to keep them cocky and arrogant. Shut the fuck up.
We couldn't make Family Ghosts without their support. So if you have the means,
That's pretty much how it goes, guys. Every time for 3 months.
Patreon.com/familyghosts. And if you don't have
Or it starts like this. You and your big fucking mouth.
by leaving us a review in Apple Podcasts. It will take 30 seconds of your life, and it will make a huge difference in the life of Family Ghosts. Thank you for listening, Ghost Family. We'll be back in 2 weeks with another episode of Family Ghosts, where every house is haunted.
Monday, Monday, ba ba ba. So good to Jews, ba ba. Every other day, every other day, every other day of the week is fine. But whenever Monday
At
comes,
least I'm pretty sure. Let's break it down.
the Jews are guaranteed to have a good time all of the time. Will you be presiding before a Jew today, federal felons? I hope so. The Jew force is strong today.
Mom reached out to her friends in her time of need, and one of her friends said, "Oh man, did you know anything about Sen?" Yes, I knew about her. She passed away from an overdose, and my mom's friend said, no, she didn't. And then she said, here, hold on, you need to hear this.
Thanks to Hatch for supporting the Secret Room. Hatch is offering you up to 20%.
Place your bets, place your bets. Will Mystic Gwen get chewed out today for her big fucking mouth? I actually don't think I will be. I think that everything I said was authorized this weekend.
And start your free online visit today and learn about your personalized weight loss treatment options. Conditions apply.
But I can't help but speculate. That perhaps what the FBI has stated for over a month will be a very pissy time for some federal felons on Thanksgiving, Black Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Perhaps I'll be saying something then. I speculate. Perhaps.
Hi, Kelsey, and welcome to the Secret Room.
Hi, Ben. It's so good to be here.
I'm so intrigued by your story. You're going to tell us about a suspected murder in your family. Can you tell me what you think happened?
Oh, Nerd Squad, I like the look of so many less videos than I do of a lot of them. Let me tell you.
Well, my aunt was. Everybody else would have considered her maybe a drug addict, but I consider her a hopeless romantic. She loved with all of her heart.
Can you tell me about her relationships?
Well, her first relationship was with a man that she married very young. She was with him for 25 years, had 2 children with him, but he was an alcoholic and a drug addict, and he wasn't really a great father figure. So she ended up leaving him and married her second husband, who she
Don't meet me in the yard unless you want to go downtown to Seattle.
Most of her life was married and stuck with raising children and doing what she's supposed to do as a mother.
Remember, federal felons, you have one Class A felony left to take place on my property. And then it's game over.
Her second husband's main vice was alcohol. He was much worse of an alcoholic than her first husband. He went to work drunk.
Video with Bible study. Don't act like you're not excited. Can you guess today's special word, students? It starts with a G, and it's not Gwen. That's right. If you guessed guilt, that's our Bible study word of the day today, guys. It's guilt.
let's hear what God says about guilt, which is, remember, the real devil. Anytime you go against your conscience, you just allow the devil a bigger space in your soul, which is great because there's nothing that the devil wants more than to make you go extinct. All right. We're going to start with Leviticus, which is probably one of my least favorite books. Is it as bad as Matthew? No. But it's got some shit in there. If you eat crab, you're going to die. If you cut your side locks even once, you're going to die. You go camping and you lay next to another man, you're going to die. Don't take Leviticus too seriously, but let's see what it says. Leviticus chapter 7. Repayment offerings. Oh, are you guys planning on sending me a very, very, very late settlement offer with a stipulated agreement? Because perhaps you missed the memo. The FBI has stated I'm not authorized to agree to that. Not today. Maybe next week. Maybe in a month. But not today. The following are the regulations for repayment offerings, which are very holy. The animal for this offering is to be killed on the north side of the altar, where the animals for the burnt offerings are killed, and its blood is to be thrown against all four sides of the altar. All of its fat shall be removed and offered on the altar. The fat tail, the fat covering the internal organs. Ugh. Keep your animals, guys. Keep your animals. Genesis 18, verse 23. Abraham approached the Lord and asked, "Are you really going to destroy the innocent with the guilty?" No. No, was Godzilla's reply, guys. Genesis 18, verse 25. Surely you won't kill the innocent with the guilty. That's impossible. You can't do that. If you did, the innocent would be punished along with the guilty. That's impossible. The judge of all earth has to act justly. Genesis 26, verse 10. What have you done to us? One of my men might easily have slept with your wife, and you would have been responsible for our guilt. I've been there too. Don't feel too bad. Men who've slept with your friends' wives. I've never slept with a friend's spouse, but I've slept with men who were married who claimed their wives were crazy and they couldn't get an erection and they were going to get a divorce once their wife wasn't suicidal. And found out both of those motherfuckers were full of shit. And then their wives left them and took half of all of their stuff. And then one of them even had the audacity to cry in my face about how he had to sell 2 of his cars. You're crying over the woman you said was so crazy she was suicidal. She couldn't get you erect, sir. And that you were only with because of the fact that you thought she'd kill herself if you, her great love, left her. Give me a fucking break, dude. Lesson learned there, ladies and gentlemen. If you are dating someone and they're married and they claim that their spouse is crazy and suicidal, they're full of shit. But anyway, just saying. Men who have perhaps fucked their friends' wives, don't do that again. I'll make you feel guilty. And also, for the love of God, don't tell anyone. And I'm talking to a lot of guys that are military vets, okay? We know what happens when 9 out of 10 husbands are deployed. Yeah, gross. And that is why a lot of military vets hate women, everybody. You get married, you get paid more. You leave, you come back, and your girlfriend's gone and fucked everybody that's been on base. Your wife. Or she's having a baby. I literally know one guy, and this is not racist, okay? White guy. He's deployed twice. I can't remember if it was Afghanistan or Iraq. He's deployed twice. After the first time, he suspects his wife is perhaps fucking other people. Then she gets pregnant, and the dates don't match up. Then he comes back, and then she has a black baby. Well, that was Private Redacted's baby. That was... it's only funny now because it's been like over 10 years. But that's why a lot of military men don't like fucking women, especially if they were married and then deployed. It happens way more than you would think is statistically possible. Anyway, Next, Genesis 43, verses 8 to 10. Judah pushed his father Israel, let the boy go. I'll take charge of him. Let us go and be on our way. If we don't get going, we're all going to starve to death. We and you and our children too. I'll take full responsibility for his safety. It's my life on the line for his. If I don't bring him back safe and sound, I'm the guilty one. I'll take the blame. If we had gone ahead in the first place instead of procrastinating like this, we would have been there and back twice over. Genesis 44, verse 16. What can we say to you, sir? Judah answered. How can we argue? How can we clear ourselves? God has uncovered our guilt. All of us are now your slaves, and not just the one with whom the cup was found. Exodus, another great book. Is it as good as Ecclesiastes? No, but it's good. Exodus chapter 22, verses 2 to 4. He must pay for what he stole from me. If he owns nothing, he shall be sold as a slave to pay for what he has stolen from me. If he has stolen a child, and it's found alive in his possession, he shall pay 2 for 1. If a thief is caught breaking into my house, and then he is killed, the one who killed him is not guilty of murder. Exodus 23, verse 1. Do not spread false rumors and do not help a guilty person by giving false testimony. That includes yourself, federal felons in Unit 207. Let's hear it again. Exodus 23, verse 1. Do not spread false rumors and do not help a guilty person by giving false testimony. Remember, it's false, fraudulent, and perjurious if you intentionally and deliberately withhold the fact that you've been receiving cease and desist letters for 11 to 12 months, or worse, as the FBI has put it. Some of you going to prison for 45 plus years had the audacity, apparently under oath, to claim that you had no idea what I was talking about. One of those people, the FBI has assured, will have over 45 years to think about how every single day Maury Povich determined that was a lie. Wink, wink. So let's do it again. Exodus 23, verse 1. Pay close attention. Do not spread false rumors and do not help a guilty person by giving false testimony. We're skipping some more Exodus and Leviticus. We're not doing any more Leviticus, guys. I told you that book was just some shit. I mean, it's there. It's there for us all to think that Godzilla is neurotic. That's why it's there, guys. That's why Leviticus is still in the final edit from the Vatican. Oh boy. Of course, Leviticus has a shit fuckload of quotes on the word guilt. Here we are, Numbers, chapter 5, verses 5 to 10. This is a good one. Pay attention. God spoke to Moses. God spoke to Moses. Tell the people of Israel, when a man or woman commits any sin, the person has broken trust with God, is guilty, and must confess the sin. Full compensation plus 20% must be made to whoever was wronged. If the wronged person has no close relatives who can receive the compensation belongs to God and must be given to the priest along with the ram by which atonement is made. All the sacred offerings that the people of Israel bring to a priest belong to the priest. Each person's sacred offerings are his own, but what one gives to the priest stays with the priest. Numbers 5, verses 11 to 15. God spoke to Moses, tell the people of Israel, say a man's wife goes off and has an affair, is unfaithful to him by sleeping with another man, but her husband knows nothing about it, even though she has defiled herself. And then, even though there was no witness and she wasn't caught in the act, feelings of jealousy come over the husband and he suspects that his wife is impure. Even if she is innocent and his jealousy and suspicions are groundless, he is to take his wife to the priest. He must also take an offering of 2 quarts of barley flour for her. He is to pour no oil on it or mix incense with it, because it is a grain offering for jealousy, a grain offering for bringing the guilt out into the open. Numbers chapter 5, verse 31. The husband shall be free of guilt, but the woman, if guilty, must suffer the consequences. Numbers 15, verse 30. But any who sin deliberately, whether they are natives or foreigners, are guilty of treating God with contempt, and they shall be put to death. Let's do that one a couple more times, guys. Numbers chapter 15, verse 30. But any who sin deliberately, whether they are natives or foreigners, are guilty of treating God with contempt, and they shall be put to death. Last time. Numbers 15, verse 30. But any who sin deliberately, whether they are natives or foreigners, are guilty of treating God with contempt. And these little piggies, they shall be put to death. Numbers 18, verse 1. Duties of priest. God said to Aaron, you, your sons, and the Levites must suffer the consequences of any guilt connected with serving in the tent of my presence, but only you and your sons will suffer the consequences of service in the priesthood. We're skipping Numbers now, just like Leviticus. Again, it's kind of like Leviticus. There's a lot of guilt quotes. Deuteronomy 15, verse 9. Do not refuse to lend them something just because the year when debts are canceled is near. Do not let such an evil thought enter your mind. If you refuse to make the loan, they will cry out to God against you, and you will be guilty. Let's do that one again. Deuteronomy 15, verse 9. Do not refuse to lend them something just because the year when debts are canceled is near. Do not let such an evil thought into your mind. If you refuse to make the loan, they will cry out to God against you, and you will be found guilty. Deuteronomy 19, verses 8 to 10. When God, your God, enlarges your land, extending its borders as he solemnly promised your ancestors by giving you the whole land he promised them, because you are diligently living the way I'm commanding you today, namely, to love God, your God, and do what he tells you all your life. And when that happens, then add 3 more to these 3 cities, so that there is no chance of innocent blood being spilled in your land. God, your God, is giving you this land as an inheritance. You don't want to pollute it with innocent blood and bring guilt upon yourselves. Deuteronomy 19, verse 10, we just read, but let's do it again. Do this so that innocent people will not die, and so that you will not be guilty of putting them to death in the land that the Lord is giving you. Deuteronomy 19, verse 15. Pay attention to this one, federal felons. 1 witness is not enough to convict someone of a crime. At least 2 are necessary to prove that someone is guilty. Deuteronomy 21, verses 1 to 9. If a dead body is found on the ground, this ground that God, your God, has given you, lying out in the open, and no one knows who killed him, your leaders and judges are to go out and measure the distance from the body to the nearest cities. The leaders and judges of the city that is nearest the corpse will then take a heifer that has never been used to work and never had a yoke on it. The leaders will take the heifer to a valley with a stream, a valley that has never been plowed or planted, and there break the neck of the heifer. The Levitical priest will then step up. God has chosen them to serve him in these matters by settling legal disputes and violent crimes and by pronouncing blessings in God's name. Finally, all the leaders of the town that is nearest the body will wash their hands over the heifer that had its neck broken at the stream and say, "We didn't kill this man. We didn't see who did it. Purify your people Israel, whom you redeemed, O God. Clear your people Israel from any guilt in this murder. That will clear them from any responsibility in the murder. By following these procedures, you will have absolved yourself of any part in the murder because you will have done what is right in God's sight." Deuteronomy 22, verses 21 to 23. When you make a vow to God, your God, don't put off keeping it. God, your God, expects you to keep it, and if you don't, you are guilty. But if you don't make a vow in the first place, there's no sin. If you say you're going to do something, do it. Keep the vow you willingly vowed to God, your God. You promised it, so do it. Deuteronomy 24, verse 15. Each day before sunset, pay them for that day's work. They need the money and have counted on getting it. If you do not pay them, they will cry out against you to God, and you will be guilty. And on that note, it's 4:03 a.m. We're going to need to be initiating a new live stream here in a moment. Okay, it's 4:04 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, November 25th, Monday, 2024. This live stream is ending, and a new one should initiate in no more than 90 seconds.